Tonight, my friends, as requested, we're going back to the mythic dawn of Roman mythology, when two brothers, Romulus and Remus, rose from legend to lay the foundations of an empire. Abandoned at birth, raised by a she-wolf, and destined to clash, their story blends myth and history into one of the most iconic origin tales of the ancient world. It's a tale of fate, rivalry, and the murky space between truth and legend. So before you get comfortable, as always, please take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you love the stories we tell here. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. I'm sure you'll sleep well to this cool story. Now dim your lights really low, turn on a fan for some noise, and let's get this thing going. Picture this. You're settling in for the night, maybe with a warm cup of something comforting, and someone asks you to imagine ancient Italy. Not the Italy of pasta and espresso, though wouldn't that be nice? But a wild, untamed place where every hill might hide a god having a particularly dramatic day. Our story begins with Mars, the god of war, who apparently had nothing better to do than fall head over sandals for a young woman named Rhea Silvia. Now, Rhea wasn't just anyone, she was a Vestal virgin, which meant she'd taken a sacred vow to stay single and tend the eternal flame in the temple. Imagine it as the most stringent employment agreement in the ancient world, where violating it could result in death rather than mere termination. But gods, as you've probably noticed if you've ever read mythology, aren't particularly good at respecting human rules. Mars swept down from his celestial perch like a divine hurricane, and before you could say workplace harassment complaint, Rhea found herself pregnant with twins. The event created what ancient Romans might have called a situation, though they probably used more colourful language. King Romulus, Rhea's uncle and the current ruler, was understandably pleased. He'd already stolen the throne from his brother and wasn't keen on potential heirs popping up to complicate his retirement plans. When the twins were born, two healthy boys who would someday be called Romulus and Remus, Romulus made the kind of executive decision that makes modern corporate restructuring look gentle. He ordered the babies to be thrown into the Tiber River. Now, if this were a modern story, we'd call Child Protective Services, but the setting was ancient Rome, where rivers were apparently considered acceptable babysitters, and wolves had better parenting skills than most humans. The servant tasked with this grim duty, let's call him reluctant middle management, placed the babies in a basket and set them afloat, probably hoping someone upriver would fish them out and wondering if his job description had always included infanticide. The Tiber, swollen with spring rains, carried the basket downstream like nature's own lazy river, except considerably less fun and with much higher stakes. You can imagine the babies bobbing along, probably thinking this wasn't quite the welcome to the world they'd been expecting, though at their age their concerns were likely limited to warmth, food, and dry diapers, none of which a river provides particularly well. The basket eventually washed ashore near the base of the Palatine Hill, in a spot where a fig tree cast dappled shadows on the muddy bank. This is the pivotal moment in our story, as it seems the gods were not yet done intervening. A she-wolf, probably out for her morning constitutional, discovered the crying infants and made a decision that would echo through history. Instead of seeing breakfast, she saw babies in need. This wolf, and you have to admire her maternal instincts, began nursing the twins as if they were her cubs. Picture this scene. Two human babies being raised by a wolf under a fig tree, like some sort of ancient daycare centre run by wildlife. It's the kind of image that makes you wonder if maybe we've been overthinking childcare all these centuries. The twins thrived under their unconventional upbringing, growing strong on wolf's milk and whatever else their adoptive mother could provide. They learned to crawl among the roots of the fig tree, to understand the language of the wild, and to see the world through eyes that knew no fear of beast or storm. In many ways, they were getting an education no Roman school could provide, though it was probably lacking in mathematics and rhetoric. This arrangement could have persisted indefinitely, establishing the world's first truly alternative family structure, but destiny had other intentions, as often happens in the best stories. Just when you think you know where things are heading, a shepherd appears over the hill, and everything changes once again. Faustulus was the kind of shepherd who paid attention to things that weren't strictly his concern, which is either admirable curiosity or professional nosiness, depending on your perspective. On this particular morning, as he guided his flock toward better grazing, he spotted something that made him stop dead in his tracks. And in the shepherd business, stopping when you should be moving usually means you've seen something worth investigating. or you're about to become something else's breakfast, what he saw was a she-wolf nursing 2 human babies under a fig tree, which even by ancient Roman standards was unusual enough to warrant a second look. Most people, finding themselves witness to such a scene, might have backed away slowly and reconsidered their breakfast choices. But Faustulus possessed that particular mixture of courage and poor judgment that drives people to adopt stray animals and investigate strange noises in the basement. He approached carefully, not because he was afraid of the wolf, mind you, but because interrupting a nursing mother of any species tends to end badly for all involved. The wolf, perhaps sensing that her unconventional childcare arrangement was about to be discovered, looked up at Faustulus with the kind of steady gaze that suggested she was evaluating whether he represented help or hindrance. What happened next depends on which version of the story you prefer. Some say the wolf simply walked away, her duty done, like a divine babysitter whose shift had ended. Others claim she adopted Faustulus too, which would have made for interesting dinner conversations. The most practical version suggests that wolf and shepherd reached some sort of understanding, the kind of wordless negotiation that happens between adults who suddenly find themselves responsible for children neither of them had planned for. Faustulus gathered up the twins, probably wondering how he was going to explain this to his wife, Acca Laurentia. You can imagine him practicing the conversation during the walk home. "Honey, you know how we always talked about having children? Well, funny story." Most wives might have questions about babies appearing out of nowhere, but Acca, bless her practical heart, took one look at the healthy, wolf-raised infants and apparently decided that origin stories were less important than diaper duty. The couple raised Romulus and Remus as their sons, though they couldn't quite hide the fact that these boys were different from the average shepherd's children. For one thing, they grew like weeds in a rainy season. Tall, strong, and seemingly immune to the normal childhood ailments that kept other parents up at night. For another, they displayed a natural confidence that suggested they'd never learned to be afraid of anything, which was either inspiring or concerning, depending on your parenting philosophy. The twins learned the shepherd's trade, but they approached it with the kind of innovation that comes from thinking outside traditional boundaries. While other young men were content to follow established grazing routes and time-honoured methods of flock management, Romulus and Remus seemed to view the entire landscape as their personal domain. They knew every cave and stream within miles, could track any animal through the hills, and had an uncanny ability to sense trouble before it arrived. This last skill proved particularly useful, because the hills round their home were not exactly what you'd call a peaceful suburb. Bandits roamed the area like ancient highway robbers, except the highways were mostly goat paths, and the robbery often involved stealing entire flocks rather than just wallets. These bandits had grown comfortable in their profession, operating with the confidence of people who'd never met serious opposition. They were about to learn that confidence can be a fragile thing, especially when it encounters 2 young men who'd been raised by wolves and taught by shepherds, who understood that protecting your flock sometimes required more than just a stern talking to. The twins began organising the local shepherds into something resembling a neighbourhood watch programme, if neighbourhood watch programmes involved strategic ambushes and the kind of justice that doesn't require paperwork. They turned bandit hunting into something approaching an art form, using their knowledge of the terrain and their wolf-taught instincts to outmaneuver criminals who'd grown lazy from easy victories. Word of their success spread through the hills like smoke from a well-tended fire, and soon people were travelling considerable distances just to see these young men who'd made the roads safe again. Some visitors came seeking protection, others hoping to join their group, and a few simply wanted to hear the stories that were already growing in the telling. But success, as anyone who's ever had a particularly excellent year at work knows, has a way of attracting the wrong kind of attention. You know how it is when you're doing something well and word gets around. Suddenly everyone wants a piece of your action, including people you'd rather not meet in a well-lit place, let alone a dark alley. King Romulus himself had heard about the twins' reputation for dealing with bandits. Now, Romulus was the sort of ruler who preferred his subjects to be grateful for whatever protection he provided, which in practical terms meant very little protection, but considerable taxation for the privilege. The idea that 2 young shepherds were handling security better than his forces was not the kind of news that improved his mood during breakfast. But Romulus had bigger problems than freelance law enforcement. His brother Numitor, the one he'd overthrown years earlier, was still alive and still had supporters who remembered when the kingdom had been run by someone who actually cared about effective governance. These supporters had an annoying habit of pointing out that Numitor's rule had been marked by prosperity and justice, while Amulius's tenure was more notable for creative taxation and the kind of paranoia that comes from knowing you're not actually supposed to be in charge. The king's paranoia was about to prove justified, because the twins were approaching the age when young men start asking uncomfortable questions about their origins. Faustulus and Acca had done their best to provide satisfying answers about where Romulus and Remus had come from, but their story about finding babies by the river was the kind of explanation that works for children, and becomes increasingly inadequate as those children grow into adults with functioning critical thinking skills. Romulus, the more direct of the two, had started pressing for details with the persistence of someone who'd inherited both divine stubbornness and wolfish determination. Remus, more diplomatic but equally curious, had been asking around among the local elders, piecing together fragments of old stories and half-remembered gossip like an ancient detective working a cold case. Their investigation might have continued indefinitely, a leisurely pursuit of family history that bothered no one, except that King Amulius chose this moment to make one of those decisions that seemed reasonable in the short term but catastrophic in hindsight. He decided to have Remus arrested. The charge was cattle rustling, which in ancient times was serious business, but also the kind of accusation that could be levelled against any shepherd who'd ever moved livestock across disputed boundaries. In reality, Amulius had probably heard about the twins' growing influence and decided to remove them before they became a genuine threat to his rule. Arresting one twin, he reasoned, would either eliminate half the problem or draw the other into a trap. His reasoning was the kind of strategic thinking that explains why some people succeed in politics and others end up as cautionary tales in bedtime stories. Remus was brought before King Amulius in chains, which must have been quite a sight. A young man who'd been raised by wolves and trained by shepherds, standing in a palace throne room like a wild creature suddenly caged. But if Amulius expected intimidation or pleading, he'd seriously underestimated his prisoner. Remus stood straight, met the king's gaze without flinching, and answered questions with the kind of calm confidence that comes from knowing you've never done anything truly wrong. His bearing was so naturally regal that several courtiers later remarked they'd never seen anyone wear chains with such dignity. This was unfortunate for Amulius, because Numitor happened to be present at court that day, kept around as a sort of living reminder of conquered opposition, but still sharp enough to recognise something significant when he saw it. As Numitor watched this young prisoner, certain details began clicking into place like pieces of a puzzle he'd been trying to solve for 20 years. The timing was right, the age was right, and there was something about the young man's features, his bearing, and the way he held himself even in captivity that stirred memories of his daughter Rhea Silvia, and whispered possibilities that had been buried under years of grief and resignation. Meanwhile, Romulus was discovering that his brother's arrest had triggered something in him that felt less like worry and more like controlled fury. He began gathering allies with the focused intensity of someone who'd found his true calling, and it turned out that his true calling involved the kind of leadership that makes people willing to follow you into battle against overwhelming odds. Though none of the participants quite realised it yet, they set the stage for a family reunion that would change the course of history. Dramatic timing holds significance, and Numitor's extensive experience in politics enabled him to identify a crucial moment as it loomed across a throne room, while King Amulius was busy congratulating himself on capturing one of the troublesome shepherds. Numitor was conducting his own quiet investigation into questions that had haunted him for 2 decades. He began with discreet inquiries, the kind of careful questioning that comes naturally to deposed rulers who've learned that curiosity must be balanced with survival. He spoke with servants who remembered the night his grandsons had been taken, guards who recalled the orders they'd been given, and even tracked down the man who'd been commanded to drown the babies in the Tiber. What he discovered was the kind of story that explains why some people believe in divine intervention, and others start questioning the competence of their subordinates. The servant, it turned out, had possessed just enough conscience to make him terrible at infanticide. Instead of drowning the babies, he'd set them afloat in a basket, probably telling himself that such actions counted as following orders, while leaving room for the gods to intervene if they were so inclined. It was the kind of creative interpretation of instructions that either makes you a hero or gets you executed, depending on how things turn out. The timeline matched perfectly. The location where the twins had been found was exactly where a basket launched into the Tiber would have washed ashore. And there were physical resemblances that became more obvious once you knew what to look for. The set of the jaw, the way they carried themselves, certain gestures that echoed his murdered daughter. Numitor arranged a private meeting with Remus, using the kind of political manoeuvring that keeps deposed kings alive long enough to see their kingdoms restored. What passed between them in that conversation was probably one of those moments that feels like destiny clicking into place. A young man learning he was descended from gods and kings, and an old man discovering that his family line hadn't ended in the Tiber after all. However, understanding one's identity and taking action to change it present entirely different challenges. Remus was still in chains, Romulus still held the throne, and Romulus was somewhere in the hills gathering what amounted to a shepherd's army. The situation called for the kind of careful planning that balances justice with practical politics, except that none of the people involved were particularly known for their patience. Romulus, meanwhile, was discovering that leadership came to him as naturally as breathing. The local shepherds and farmers who'd benefited from the twins' bandit clearing activities were eager to help rescue Remus. But Romulus was thinking bigger than a simple jailbreak. He was beginning to envision the kind of solution that would ensure this problem never arose again. He sent messages to everyone who had reason to dislike Romulus's rule, which turned out to be a surprisingly large portion of the local population. Farmers tired of excessive taxation, merchants frustrated by arbitrary trade restrictions, and nobles who remembered when the kingdom had been governed with something approaching competence, all found themselves quietly invited to consider whether the current arrangement was really working for anyone except the king himself. The response was more enthusiastic than Romulus had dared hope. Apparently Romulus had been even less popular than anyone realised, ruling through fear and inertia rather than genuine support. When given an alternative, people were remarkably willing to consider change, especially when that change was being organised by young men who'd already proven their effectiveness at solving problems. The revolution, when it came, was almost anticlimactic. Romulus had spent so much energy watching for threats from established nobles that he'd completely missed the danger approaching from shepherds and farmers. By the time he realised what was happening, Romulus was already at the palace gates with enough supporters to make resistance pointless. What followed was the kind of regime change that historians later described as surprisingly bloodless, which is another way of saying that sometimes people are ready for change and just need someone competent to organise it. Romulus was removed from power with the same efficiency the twins had once applied to bandit problems, and Numitor found himself restored to a throne he'd never expected to see again. The family reunion that followed was probably worth the wait. 2 young men learning they were princes, a grandfather discovering his grandsons had not only survived but thrived, and a kingdom finally getting the kind of leadership it had been missing for 20 years. It was the sort of ending that would have been perfectly satisfying if this had been the end of the story. But this was really just the beginning. You might think that overthrowing a tyrant and restoring a beloved king would be the kind of achievement that leads to comfortable retirement and grateful citizens building statues in your honour, and for most people that would probably be enough excitement for one lifetime. But Romulus and Remus had been raised by wolves and trained by shepherds, who understood that standing still in dangerous territory is usually a mistake. The problem was that success had given them a taste for leadership, and leadership, once you've experienced it, tends to be addictive in the way that solving puzzles becomes compulsive for people who are good at it. They discovered they had a talent for organising people, settling disputes, and turning chaotic situations into functional communities. It was deeply satisfying work, the kind that makes you wonder what else you might accomplish with the right resources and enough time. But Numitor's kingdom, while grateful for their help, was already well established with its traditions, hierarchies and ways of doing things. The twins found themselves in the position of successful consultants who'd completed their project and weren't quite sure what to do with themselves next. They were too young to settle into comfortable advisory roles and too ambitious to be satisfied with the relatively quiet life of reformed princes. The solution, when it came to them, was both obvious and audacious. They would found their city. They aimed to establish a genuine city that had the potential to grow into something significant, not just a small settlement or an expanded village. It was the kind of project that appeals to people who've never been taught that certain things are impossible, which is either the advantage of a wolf-raised education or evidence that some kinds of ignorance are actually useful. They gathered their most loyal followers, the shepherds and farmers who'd supported their revolution, young men eager for adventure, and anyone else who found the idea of building something new more appealing than maintaining something old. It was the sort of group that forms naturally around ambitious projects, part idealists, part opportunists, and part people who simply couldn't imagine doing anything else. The first decision was where to build their city, which should have been a straightforward question of geography, water access, and defensive positioning. Instead, it became the kind of disagreement that reveals fundamental differences in personality and approach to problem solving. Romulus had a preference for the Palatine Hill, the location where their wolf mother had found them as babies and raised them. It had symbolic significance, excellent defensive potential, and the kind of commanding view that makes visitors take you seriously. From a practical standpoint, it was an excellent choice. High ground, access to the river, and room for expansion. Remus preferred the Aventine Hill, which offered different advantages, better trade routes, more accessibility to merchants, and a position to take advantage of river traffic that could bring prosperity along with strategic importance. His choice reflected a more commercial vision of their future city, one that would grow through trade and diplomacy rather than conquest and intimidation. Both locations had merit, which made the choice more difficult rather than easier. In a perfect world, they might have flipped a coin, built two cities, or found some other compromise that honoured both visions, but the twins had inherited their divine father's competitive nature, along with their human grandfather's political instincts, and neither was particularly inclined to defer to the other's judgment on such a crucial decision. They decided to settle the matter through divination, reading omens in the flight patterns of birds, which was the ancient Roman equivalent of consulting focus groups and market research. It seemed like a reasonable way to let the gods make the final decision, removing personal preference from the equation while maintaining the appearance of divine guidance. The contest was simple. Each brother would stand on his chosen hill and count the birds that flew overhead within a specified time. The brother who saw more birds would receive divine approval for his site selection, while the other brother would gracefully accept the decision. The solution was flawless until it came to reality. Remus saw 6 vultures circling over the Aventine Hill, which he took as a strong sign of divine favour. Vultures, after all, were associated with Mars, who was considered their divine father, and the number 6 was respectable, suggesting serious celestial attention. He was probably already planning the layout of streets and public buildings when messengers arrived with news from the Palatine Hill. Romulus had seen 12 vultures, which was either twice as good as his brother's result, or the kind of divine joke that gods find amusing and mortals consider troubling. The number 12 had significance in Roman religious thinking. It suggested completion, perfection, and the kind of cosmic approval that's hard to argue with mathematically. What should have settled the dispute instead intensified it, because now they were arguing not just about location, but about interpretation, timing, and whether the gods were speaking clearly or just enjoying themselves at mortal expense. The problem with divine signs is that they're remarkably open to interpretation, especially when the people reading them have strong opinions about what the gods ought to be saying. Until you started examining the details, Romulus's 12 vultures seemed decisive, and Remus was precisely the type of person who believed details mattered. Had Romulus actually seen 12 birds, or had he counted some of them twice as they circled? Were they all vultures, or had he included other species to reach his impressive total? And most importantly, who had seen their birds first? Because surely priority should count for something in divine mathematics. These were the kinds of questions that might have been resolved through calm discussion between brothers who trusted each other's honesty and shared a common goal. Unfortunately, the twins were discovering that wolf-raised confidence and divine heritage could combine in ways that made compromise feel less like wisdom and more like weakness. The argument escalated in the way that disagreements do when both parties are absolutely certain they're right, and neither is particularly skilled at backing down gracefully. What had started as a practical discussion about city planning was becoming a fundamental clash over leadership, authority, and who had the right to make decisions that would affect thousands of future citizens. Romulus initiated construction on the Palatine Hill, arguing that the superiority of 12 vultures over 6 was reasonable, and that taking action was preferable to an endless debate. He marked out the boundaries of his future city with a plough, creating the sacred furrow that would define the limits of what he was already calling Rome. It was the kind of bold move that either demonstrates decisive leadership or forces everyone else to choose sides. Remus, feeling his perfectly valid concerns ignored, watched his brother's preparations with growing frustration. The Aventine Hill remained unbroken ground, but more importantly, the principle of shared decision-making was being abandoned in favour of what looked suspiciously like dictatorship. The pivotal moment occurred when Remus chose to challenge the arbitrary nature of boundaries and the dubious legitimacy of his brother's authority. He jumped over the freshly ploughed furrow that marked Rome's border, probably intending it as a gesture of contempt, a way of demonstrating that imaginary lines in the dirt don't automatically deserve respect just because someone claims divine approval for drawing them. If the ancient world hadn't taken symbols so seriously, this symbolic protest could have been effective, but Romulus had just spent considerable effort establishing that this particular line in the dirt represented something sacred and inviolable, the boundary of a city blessed by the gods and protected by divine will. What happened next was the kind of moment that demonstrates why family disputes are often the most dangerous kind. Romulus killed his brother, either in a fit of rage or as a calculated decision to not allow a challenge to his authority. The exact details were probably lost in the shock and grief that followed, but the result was unmistakable. The twin who had shared everything from wolf's milk to revolution was dead by his brother's hand. The killing might have been impulsive, driven by anger and competitive pride rather than calculated malice. But intention mattered less than consequence, and the consequence was that Rome's foundation story would forever be marked by fratricide. Brother killing brother over questions of power and precedence. Romulus was left to found his city alone, carrying the weight of what he'd done along with the responsibility of leadership. He'd gotten his way about the location and the authority, but at a cost that would haunt him and define his city's character for centuries to come. Rome would grow to become the greatest city in the ancient world, the centre of an empire that stretched across continents and influenced civilization for millennia. But it would always bear the mark of its violent beginning, the knowledge that its first law had been written in a brother's blood, and its first lesson had been that power often comes through the elimination of those who challenge it. The tragic irony was that both brothers had been right about their visions for the city. Rome's success would ultimately depend on both military strength, Romulus's specialty, and commercial prosperity, Remus's preference. The city would need the defensive advantages of the Palatine Hill and the trade opportunities that connected it to the wider world. But that understanding would come later, built on the foundation of one brother's ambition and another's death. There's something particularly sobering about getting everything you thought you wanted and discovering it tastes like ashes in your mouth. Romulus stood on his chosen hill, surrounded by loyal followers and blessed by divine signs, with the authority to build whatever kind of city he could envision. He should have been triumphant. Instead, he was learning that some victories cost more than defeat ever could. The city that rose on the Palatine Hill grew with remarkable speed, as if Romulus was trying to build something large enough to contain his grief, or impressive enough to justify what he'd done to achieve it. His followers worked with the zeal of those who knew they were part of something historic, but also with the quiet efficiency of those who'd seen their leader's decisiveness and didn't want to test his patience. Rome attracted people the way successful projects always do: refugees seeking safety, traders drawn by opportunity, young men looking for adventure, and families hoping for a fresh start in a place that wasn't burdened by old grudges and established hierarchies. Romulus welcomed them all with the kind of inclusive policies that suggested he'd learned something from his brother's vision of a commercially successful city. But the rapid growth created new problems that required the kind of pragmatic solutions that don't appear in heroic songs or romantic histories. Most of the early settlers were men, which meant Rome had a promising economic future, but a questionable demographic one. You can't build a lasting civilization without families, and you can't have families without women willing to participate in the project. Romulus approached this challenge with the same systematic thinking he'd applied to bandit elimination and political revolution. He organised festivals and trade gatherings, invited neighbouring communities to participate in religious ceremonies, and generally did everything possible to create opportunities for social interaction between Rome's male-heavy population and the daughters of nearby settlements. The results were mixed. Some marriages occurred naturally through these events, creating the kind of alliances that strengthened Rome's position while addressing its population concerns. However, many neighbouring communities continued to harbour suspicions towards this rapidly expanding city, due to its reputation for drawing individuals who could be described as adventurous and, less charitably, as fugitives seeking justice elsewhere. The solution Romulus eventually implemented was the kind of strategy that works in the short term, while creating long-term complications that future generations have to manage. During a particularly well-attended festival, Roman men systematically abducted women from the visiting Sabine tribe. Not random violence, but organised recruitment that Rome's leaders presented as emergency matrimony, rather than kidnapping. This event, known to history as the rape of the Sabine women, was probably less brutal than the name suggests, but more coercive than modern sensibilities would tolerate. The Roman version emphasised that the women were treated with respect, offered genuine marriages rather than temporary arrangements, and given the opportunity to become founding mothers of a great city, rather than just wives in traditional communities. Whether the Sabine women saw it that way is a question that ancient historians didn't spend much time exploring, but the practical result was that Rome acquired both the population base it needed for long-term stability and a war with the Sabine tribe that tested every military and diplomatic skill Romulus had developed. The conflict that followed demonstrated that Romulus had learned more from his grandfather Numitor than just how to overthrow tyrants. He fought when fighting was necessary, but also negotiated when negotiation offered better outcomes. Eventually the war ended not with conquest, but with integration. The Sabines joining Rome as equal partners rather than defeated enemies, their king Titus Tatius ruling jointly with Romulus, in an arrangement that doubled the city's population and political complexity. This integration was probably the kind of outcome that Remus would have approved of. Growth through inclusion rather than just conquest. Prosperity through cooperation rather than simple domination. It suggested that Romulus had, in his own way, found room for his brother's vision within the city he'd built alone. The years that followed were marked by the kind of steady development that historians find less dramatic than wars and revolutions, but which actually determines whether civilizations thrive or merely survive. Rome grew into a genuine city with laws, institutions, and the kind of civic culture that attracts visitors and inspires imitators. It became the kind of place where people chose to live rather than just the place where they happened to end up. Romulus ruled for nearly 4 decades, long enough to see his experimental city become an established regional power. When he finally disappeared, the gods reclaiming him in a whirlwind, according to those who preferred dramatic endings, he left behind something that had grown far beyond one man's vision or ambition. Rome would continue for more than 1,000 years, growing from a single city to an empire that encompassed most of the known world. Its influence on law, language, architecture, and political thought would outlast the empire itself, shaping civilizations that arose centuries after the last Roman emperor had been forgotten. And through all of that history, Rome carried the memory of its beginning, twin brothers raised by wolves, saved by shepherds, and separated by a disagreement that ended in tragedy. It was a story that reminded every generation that greatness often comes at a price, that the most important battles are sometimes fought between people who love each other, and that cities, like people, are shaped as much by their sorrows as their triumphs. The Wolf twins had grown up to found the greatest city in the ancient world, but they'd also demonstrated that even the most extraordinary beginnings can't protect us from the ordinary tragedies that define human experience. In the end, that might be the most important lesson their story teaches. Not that we're destined for greatness, but that greatness itself is never quite what we expect it to be when we finally achieve it. Rome began with a brother's dream and a brother's death, and perhaps that's exactly the right foundation for a city that would teach the world both the possibilities and the costs of human ambition. Some stories end with everyone living happily ever after, but the best stories, the ones that stay with you long after the telling, end with the understanding that happiness and sorrow, triumph and tragedy, are often just different ways of describing the same complex experience of being human. And that really is why we still tell the story of Romulus and Remus after all these centuries. Not because it has a perfect ending, but because it has a true one. And just like that, the myth gives way to moonlight, and the brothers fade into legend. If your thoughts still wander along the Tiber or echo with the howls of a she-wolf, that's perfectly normal. We've got more tales and stories placed here, old and new, if this one didn't rock your cradle to sleep. But tonight we leave the twin founders to their fate and the 7 hills to their dreams. Sleep well, my sleepy friends, and as always, sleep tight, and good night. In the year 1325, a 21-year-old legal scholar from Tangier named Ibn Battuta mounted his horse to embark on the Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca. What distinguished this particular journey was not its beginning but its end, or rather, the absence of one. When Ibn Battuta finally returned home nearly 3 decades later, he had traversed approximately 75,000 miles, visiting territories equivalent to roughly 44 modern countries. Yet perhaps the most remarkable aspect of his story is that travelling was never his passion or intention. Unlike Marco Polo, whose mercantile family had prepared him for journeys abroad, or Zheng He, who commanded massive Chinese treasure fleets with imperial backing, Ibn Battuta stumbled into exploration almost accidentally. His contemporaries would have considered him bookish and conventional, a devout adherent to the Maliki school of Islamic jurisprudence who had memorized the Quran and studied legal precedents. His earliest writings reveal a young man more concerned with proper prayer techniques than with adventures in distant lands. I set out alone, having neither fellow traveller in whose companionship I might find cheer nor caravan whose party I might join, he wrote of his departure. His statement was not the romanticised declaration of an intrepid explorer, but the lament of a somewhat anxious young man. The solitude was not by choice. He had missed the pilgrim caravan while attending his sister's funeral. Ibn Battuta's first transformative experience came not from natural wonders or architectural marvels, but through an unexpected fever that struck him outside the town of Tunis. Delirious and alone, he fell from his horse and was discovered by a passing traveller who nursed him back to health. This stranger, a Tunisian poet returning from Al-Andalus, shared stories of courts he had visited while Ibn Battuta recuperated. The young jurist's world expanded through these second-hand tales before he had even left North Africa. Upon reaching Alexandria, Ibn Battuta encountered another pivotal figure, a mystic named Burhan al-Din, who lived in isolation in the city's lighthouse. During their meeting, the holy man made an astonishing prediction. "You will visit my brother Farid in India, my brother Rukn al-Din in Sind, and my brother Burhan al-Din in China. Convey my greetings to them." Ibn Battuta would later claim this prophecy guided his extended travels, though historians note these destinations weren't uncommon for medieval Muslim travellers. His early journey revealed a complex tension in his character. While he craved the prestige of scholarly appointments, he repeatedly abandoned secure positions after brief tenures. In Damascus, he secured a respectable judgeship but departed after just days. The same pattern occurred in Delhi years later. This behavioural inconsistency puzzled his contemporaries and continues to challenge modern biographers. The geographic scope of Ibn Battuta's travels exceeded even the expansive Muslim world of his time, yet he maintained a peculiar form of provincialism throughout, often rejecting local customs despite his exposure to them. He travelled through societies with dramatically different norms, but remained committed to judging them by the standards of his Maghrebi upbringing. Unlike many travellers whose horizons broadened through exposure to different cultures, Ibn Battuta frequently hardened his positions when confronted with alternative perspectives. What truly distinguished him was not his openness to new experiences, but his remarkable adaptability within his own rigid framework. He could navigate foreign courts, establish temporary households in distant cities, and integrate himself into trading networks without fundamentally changing his worldview. This paradoxical quality, being simultaneously adaptable and inflexible, defined both his travels and his written account. By the time Ibn Battuta completed his first Hajj in 1326, something had fundamentally shifted in his approach to life. Though he had fulfilled his religious obligation, he chose not to return home, but instead headed north toward Iraq. His explanation was characteristically straightforward. "I set out, not knowing to what land my journey would lead me." The reluctant traveller had discovered something unexpected, not a passion for exploration, but a curious restlessness that would propel him across continents for the next 24 years. The greatest misconception about Ibn Battuta's travels concerns the economics that supported his decades of movement across continents. Unlike state-sponsored explorers or wealthy merchants, he funded his extraordinary odyssey through a patchwork of what we might now call gig work, leveraging his credentials in a system that modern travellers would barely recognise. The medieval Islamic world operated on a sophisticated network of patronage that rewarded learned men who crossed borders. This system, known as the adab culture, valued the cross-pollination of ideas through travelling scholars. Ibn Battuta exploited this economy with remarkable skill, transforming his Maliki legal training into a portable career that functioned across cultural boundaries. In Cairo, he served briefly as an assistant qadi, judge, hearing minor cases relating to commercial disputes. In Damascus, he leveraged recommendations from previous hosts to secure temporary teaching appointments. These positions rarely lasted more than a few months, but they provided critical financial resources and enhanced his credentials for the next destination. When I arrived in any city, he noted, a particularly candid passage, the first places I visited were the mosques and madrasas, seeking out the renowned scholars of each town. These meetings were not merely scholarly exchanges, but calculated networking opportunities. A favourable impression might result in an invitation to dinner, temporary lodging, or, most valuable of all, a letter of introduction to influential figures in the next city on his route. His most lucrative opportunities came through the system of diplomatic gift exchange. When rulers dispatched envoys to foreign courts, they often included scholars in their delegations. Ibn Battuta secured these appointments multiple times. Most lucratively, when Sultan Muhammad bin Tughlaq of Delhi designated him as an envoy to the Yuan dynasty in China. Though the diplomatic mission ultimately failed, the appointment came with substantial compensation, including 13 bags of gold coins that financed his subsequent travels through Southeast Asia. Ibn Battuta's financial strategies occasionally bordered on exploitation. He became adept at what historians have termed credential inflation, gradually elevating his claimed expertise and authority as he moved farther from North Africa, where his actual qualifications might be verified. By the time he reached the Maldives, he presented himself as a chief legal authority despite having only modest training in his youth. His pattern of accumulating and abandoning wives reveals another dimension of his economic approach to travel. Throughout his journeys, he married at least 10 women across various regions, though some scholars suggest the actual number exceeded 15. These marriages offered him integration into local communities, household management during extended stays, and, crucially, access to dowries and matrimonial gifts. When departing a region, he typically divorced these women, sometimes leaving behind children as well. The material reality of long-distance travel in the 14th century imposed constraints that shaped Ibn Battuta's itinerary. He deliberately followed trade routes where caravanserais offered secure lodging, avoided territories without established Muslim communities, and timed his journeys to coincide with merchant caravans that provided safety in numbers. His account downplays the pragmatic considerations that determined his path, instead emphasizing religious motivations or pure wanderlust. Perhaps most remarkably, Ibn Battuta operated within an economic system that valued his very foreignness. As courts throughout the Islamic world sought to demonstrate their cosmopolitanism, hosting travellers from distant regions became a form of cultural capital. The Moroccan scholar could leverage his exotic background, increasingly embellished as he travelled, into opportunities that local scholars couldn't access. This created a self-reinforcing cycle. The farther he travelled, the more valuable his presence became to subsequent hosts. When resources failed, as they occasionally did, Ibn Battuta resorted to more desperate measures. In the steppes north of the Black Sea, he was robbed of nearly all possessions and survived by attaching himself to a passing caravan as an informal religious advisor. In the mountains of Turkey, he worked briefly as a copyist, producing manuscripts for a local madrasa. These episodes of vulnerability rarely appear in his polished narrative, but emerge through inconsistencies in his timeline and oblique references. By the time Ibn Battuta returned to Morocco in 1349, he had mastered the economic architecture of medieval travel, transforming his modest legal credentials into a career that spanned continents and cultures. The conventional narrative of Ibn Battuta portrays him as a solitary male traveller moving through a world dominated by men. Yet his own account, when read against the grain, reveals dozens of women who profoundly influenced his experiences, provided critical assistance, and occasionally redirected his journey entirely. Their stories, often reduced to brief mentions in his text, illuminate aspects of medieval Islamic society typically obscured in historical accounts. In Damascus, Ibn Battuta encountered Zainab bint Ahmad, a scholar who held the prized ijaza, teaching license, for the collected works of hadith scholar al-Bukhari. Despite his own legal training, Ibn Battuta lacked this prestigious credential. He studied under her for several months, joining classes that included both male and female students before receiving his own ijazah. That a male scholar from Morocco would seek instruction from a woman challenges simplified narratives about gender in medieval Islamic education. The most remarkable woman I met, Ibn Battuta wrote unexpectedly, was the Turkish princess Bayalun. This daughter of the Byzantine emperor had married the Mongol Khan Özbeg but maintained her Christian faith. When the Khan dispatched her to visit her father in Constantinople, Ibn Battuta secured permission to join her entourage, providing him rare access to Byzantine territories typically closed to Muslim travellers. Throughout this journey, Bayalun effectively served as his protector and guide, determining the itinerary and managing diplomatic interactions. In the Maldives, where Ibn Battuta served briefly as chief judge, he described a society with striking features of matriarchality, where husbands moved into the households of their wives and women maintained control over their residences even after divorce. He noted with evident discomfort, "No man would eat food except what has been prepared in his wife's house, and to eat in one's own house would bring great shame." His attempts to impose stricter gender segregation during his judgeship generated significant resistance from local women, ultimately contributing to his departure from the islands. His most consequential romance occurred in Bukhara with a merchant's daughter named Aisha. Though he mentions her only briefly, contextual evidence suggests she travelled with him for nearly 8 months, including through the dangerous mountain passes of Central Asia. When she fell ill in Samarkand, Ibn Battuta faced a pivotal choice: continue his journey or remain with her. He chose to proceed, a decision he later described with uncharacteristic regret. Of all the paths not taken, the road back to Isha remains most vivid in my memory. Ibn Battuta's account reveals a pattern in which female slaves frequently served as linguistic and cultural intermediaries. In Bengal, he purchased a slave girl who spoke both Persian and Bengali, relying on her translations during his 6-month stay. Similarly, in Constantinople, he employed a Greek-speaking slave who negotiated his access to various sites, including the Hagia Sophia. These women, unnamed in his text, performed critical functions that made his travel possible, yet received minimal acknowledgement. Perhaps most revealing is Ibn Battuta's interaction with Khadija, daughter of the ruler of Mali. During his West African travels, he committed a serious breach of protocol when addressing her father. Rather than having him punished, Khadija intervened, explaining to Ibn Battuta the proper court etiquette. She later granted him access to women's quarters of the palace, spaces entirely closed to most male visitors, where he observed and documented female political influence in the Mali Empire that would otherwise remain unrecorded. The pattern of Ibn Battuta's marriages reveals a calculated approach to intimacy, in regions where he planned extended stays. He typically married women from politically connected families, providing him with both domestic comfort and valuable social networks. When departing, he usually exercised the Islamic rite of unilateral divorce, though occasionally economic circumstances or family interventions complicated these separations. While his descriptions of women often reflect the prejudices of his time and background, they occasionally contain surprising insights. In describing female religious scholars in Damascus, he observed, "Their knowledge often exceeds that of men, for they devote themselves entirely to study while men are distracted by worldly pursuits." This recognition of how gendered expectations might actually advantage female scholars in specific contexts demonstrates an analytical depth rarely credited to him. Through these fragmentary references, a different understanding of Ibn Battuta's journey emerges, not as the adventure of an independent male traveller, but as a complex social endeavour shaped by numerous women whose assistance, knowledge, and relationships made his unprecedented travels possible. In 1335, somewhere between the cities of Astrakhan and Sarai along the Volga River, Ibn Battuta experienced what modern psychologists would likely classify as a severe mental health crisis. Though he never names it as such, lacking the vocabulary or conceptual framework, his writing from this period reveals profound psychological distress that nearly terminated his travels entirely. The episode began with physical symptoms, insomnia that lasted weeks, followed by what he described as a heaviness of spirit that prevented even the simplest decisions. He abandoned his planned eastward journey 3 times, each time returning to Astrakhan after travelling just a few miles. local merchants noted his erratic behaviour, particularly his sudden aversion to crowds and marketplaces that had previously been central to his daily routine. I found myself unable to recall the first lines of even the most familiar prayers, he wrote in a passage rarely highlighted by historians. Words I had known since childhood became foreign to me. This cognitive disruption coincided with an unusually harsh winter, during which Ibn Battuta remained largely confined to a small room provided by a sympathetic Iranian physician named Al-Tabari. Several factors likely contributed to this psychological collapse. Just months earlier, Ibn Battuta had received news of his father's death, delivered by a merchant from Tangier whom he encountered unexpectedly in Damascus. This loss coincided with the 10th anniversary of his departure from home, triggering what his writings suggest was an intense period of grief and regret over his absence during his father's final years. Compounding this emotional strain was a severe case of frostbite that damaged several toes on his right foot. The injury left him temporarily immobile and dependent on strangers for basic needs, a profound vulnerability for a man who had cultivated self-sufficiency throughout his travels. The physical pain, limited mobility and forced dependence created conditions ripe for psychological distress. Ibn Battuta's recovery came through an unexpected source, a Sufi sheikh named Noman al-Khawarizmi who practiced an unconventional form of therapy. Rather than offering religious counsel, the sheikh prescribed daily immersion in hot springs outside the city, followed by structured conversations focusing not on spiritual matters but on concrete memories. Each day he asked me to describe a single street or building from my hometown with complete precision, Ibn Battuta noted. Through these recollections, my mind began to clear. The crisis transformed Ibn Battuta's approach to his travels. Before this episode, his writing displays an almost clinical detachment when describing various cultures. Afterward, his observations become more empathetic, particularly regarding individuals experiencing forms of suffering or displacement. He began seeking hospitals and charitable institutions in each city he visited, spaces he had previously ignored. During this period, he also abandoned a project he had carried for years, an ambitious legal treatise comparing judicial systems across different Islamic territories. His notes for this work, which he occasionally references in his later travelogue, were left with a scholar in Sarai. This abandonment of scholarly ambition suggests a fundamental re-evaluation of priorities following his psychological crisis. Most significantly, Ibn Battuta emerged from this period with an altered relationship to home. Before his breakdown, his writings reveal an assumption that he would eventually return to Morocco to occupy a prestigious judicial position. Afterward, he began conceptualizing himself as permanently transient, an identity shift that allowed him to engage more deeply with each location, rather than viewing it instrumentally as material for future scholarly work. The psychological vulnerability Ibn Battuta experienced contrasts sharply with the confident persona he cultivates through most of his narrative. This tension between public performance and private struggle characterized much of his journey. In Delhi, Constantinople, and later in Mali, he presented himself as a composed, authoritative figure while privately grappling with recurring episodes of what he called the darkness of spirit. Ibn Battuta's mental health crisis provides a rare window into the psychological dimension of medieval travel, the cognitive and emotional toll of sustained displacement, identity disruption, and cultural dissonance. His experience challenges romanticized notions of pre-modern exploration, revealing the profound personal cost that accompanied his geographic mobility. By spring 1336, Ibn Battuta had recovered sufficiently to resume his eastward journey. Yet the psychological patterns established during this crisis, including periodic withdrawals into isolation and recurring battles with what appears to be situational depression, would resurface throughout his subsequent travels, particularly during his difficult final years in Mali and Spain. Among Ibn Battuta's most valuable contributions to historical knowledge is his detailed account of Kilwa, a prosperous East African coastal sultanate that dominated Indian Ocean trade networks for centuries yet remains largely absent from Western historical awareness. His documentation provides one of the few contemporary descriptions of this sophisticated commercial power before its eventual disruption by Portuguese forces in the early 16th century. Ibn Battuta arrived in Kilwa, in modern Tanzania, in 1331, having travelled down the East African coast from Mogadishu. What he encountered defied his expectations and challenges, persistent misconceptions about pre-colonial African states. "I have seen no more beautiful city in all my travels," he wrote with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. "Its buildings are constructed entirely of wood, expertly joined without nails or pegs, and roofed with panels of red mangrove that shine like polished metal under the sun." The Kilwa he described was the centre of a commercial network that stretched from the interior goldfields of Zimbabwe to the northern ports of India. Its harbour accommodated hundreds of vessels ranging from coastal dhows to deep-water merchant ships from Gujarat and China. Ibn Battuta noted with particular interest the standardised system of commercial documentation used in Kilwa's customs houses, a sophisticated predecessor to modern bills of lading that facilitated complex commercial arrangements across linguistic boundaries. The ruler Ibn Battuta encountered, Sultan al-Hassan ibn Sulaiman, represented the culmination of a dynastic tradition that traced its origins to Persian settlers who had intermarried with local Bantu populations. The resulting cultural synthesis had produced a distinctive Swahili civilization that Ibn Battuta recognised as neither purely African nor Middle Eastern, but something uniquely integrated. The Sultan himself maintained a court protocol that combined elements from Abbasid, Fatimid, and indigenous African traditions. Kilwa's economic foundation rested on its control of gold trade from the interior, particularly from what Ibn Battuta called the land of Yufi, likely the Zimbabwe Plateau. This gold travelled along protected trade routes maintained by the Sultanate, through a series of inland administrative centres. Ibn Battuta observed one caravan's arrival, noting the elaborate security measures that protected the precious cargo and the sophisticated weighing and assay techniques used to verify the gold's purity. The religious life of Kilwa particularly impressed Ibn Battuta, who counted more than 40 substantial mosques within the city walls. The Grand Mosque, portions of which still stand today, featured innovative architectural elements including sailing-derived tensioning systems that allowed its dome to span a greater distance than typical Islamic structures of the period. Ibn Battuta specifically commented on the mosque's distinctive octagonal minaret, which incorporated acoustic enhancements that carried the muezzin's call across the entire harbour. Most remarkable was Kilwa's monetary system, which utilised standardised gold coins known as mitkal that circulated alongside copper tokens for smaller transactions. Ibn Battuta noted that these coins were accepted without question throughout the trading networks extending to India, a testament to Kilwa's reputation for commercial integrity. He recorded watching court metallurgists testing incoming gold shipments and striking new coins under the Sultan's direct supervision. The social structure of Kilwa revealed complex stratifications that defied Ibn Battuta's attempts at simple categorization. The urban population included indigenous Africans, Arab and Persian descendants, and mixed heritage individuals who occupied various social positions without rigid racial boundaries. He observed that key administrative positions were filled based on merit and familial connections rather than ethnic background, creating a meritocratic system that contrasted with more hereditary structures he had encountered elsewhere. Women in Kilwa occupied positions of significant economic independence, particularly in the textile sector. Ibn Battuta described workshops where women controlled the production of the finely woven cotton cloth that served as a major export. The mistresses of these establishments, he noted, maintain their own accounts and negotiate directly with foreign merchants, requiring no male intermediaries. This economic autonomy extended to property ownership, with Ibn Battuta recording his surprise at learning that nearly a third of Kilwa's urban real estate was held by women. When Ibn Battuta departed Kilwa after a 3-month stay, he carried with him documentation that would later prove invaluable to historians, precise observations of a sophisticated African urban centre that operated as an equal participant in Indian Ocean trade networks. His account contradicts persistent narratives that portray pre-colonial African societies as isolated or technologically primitive, instead revealing Kilwa as an innovative commercial power that combined multiple cultural traditions into a distinctive and successful synthesis. The final destination in Ibn Battuta's epic journey, China during the Yuan dynasty, represents his most controversial claim and his most significant failure. Unlike his detailed accounts of other regions, his description of China contains geographical inconsistencies, implausible timelines, and passages that appear borrowed from other travellers' reports. For centuries, historians have debated whether Ibn Battuta actually reached China or fabricated this portion of his narrative. Recent scholarship suggests a more nuanced possibility, that Ibn Battuta did indeed enter UN territory but experienced a series of setbacks that prevented him from accessing the cultural and political centres he had intended to visit. His subsequent account represents an attempt to salvage reputation from failure through a combination of borrowed details and strategic omissions. Ibn Battuta's China troubles began before he even reached its borders. In 1345, while in Calicut, modern Kerala, India, he boarded a Chinese treasure ship bound for Quanzhou with most of his accumulated possessions, including gifts intended for the Yuan emperor. When a storm forced the ship to anchor near Calicut overnight, Ibn Battuta went ashore to attend prayers. During his absence, a violent storm drove the ship out to sea. "All my possessions remained on board," he wrote, "including the slave girls and gifts that the Sultan of Delhi had sent with me to the Emperor of China." This catastrophic loss left Ibn Battuta in a precarious position, expected to continue his diplomatic mission without the gifts that would secure proper reception. After several months attempting to rebuild his resources in southern India, he embarked again on a different vessel. This ship was attacked by pirates in the Strait of Malacca, and Ibn Battuta narrowly escaped with his life, losing what remained of his possessions. When he finally reached what appears to have been Fujian province in late 1346, Ibn Battuta encountered a political situation he was unprepared to navigate. The Yuan dynasty, established by Mongol conquerors, maintained a rigid classification system that placed foreign Muslims in specific administrative categories with limited privileges. Without proper diplomatic credentials and gifts, Ibn Battuta could not secure the status necessary to access the imperial court or major cultural centres. His writings suggest he spent approximately 4 months in Chinese territory, primarily in coastal regions with established Muslim merchant communities. These enclaves, while technically within China, functioned as cultural islands where Arabic and Persian were commonly spoken and Islamic customs maintained. From these limited vantage points, Ibn Battuta glimpsed Chinese society but never experienced the immersive engagement that characterized his travels elsewhere. The Yuan China section of his narrative contains telling gaps. Unlike his accounts of India or Mali, where he names specific individuals who hosted him, his Chinese interactions remain strikingly anonymous. He describes no extended conversations with Chinese scholars or officials, suggesting very limited contact beyond merchant intermediaries. His observations focus predominantly on material culture, ceramics, paper currency, shipbuilding techniques, rather than social or political systems he could only have understood through sustained interaction. Most revealing is Ibn Battuta's omission of any mention of the Grand Canal, China's most impressive infrastructure project that connected Beijing to Hangzhou. This absence is particularly striking given his pattern of documenting major engineering works throughout his travels. Similarly, he fails to mention the distinctive Chinese examination system for civil service, a unique administrative innovation that would have fascinated a trained jurist. These gaps strongly suggest limited access to China's interior regions and administrative centres. What Ibn Battuta experienced, essentially, was maritime China, the coastal interface where foreign merchants conducted heavily regulated trade under Yuan supervision. When he realised he could not penetrate beyond this periphery without proper credentials, he appears to have supplemented his limited first-hand observations with accounts from Persian and Arab merchants who had better access. This experience of failure was not unique to China in Ibn Battuta's travels. Throughout his nearly 3 decades of journeying, he experienced numerous setbacks, redirections, and outright disasters. What distinguishes the China episode is his unwillingness to acknowledge these limitations in his subsequent account, likely because China represented the easternmost extent of his travels and therefore held symbolic importance to his overall narrative. Ibn Battuta's partially invented China becomes a fascinating case study in travel literature's complex relationship with truth. Rather than viewing his account as either factual or fraudulent, we might understand it as a negotiation between experience, expectation, and reputation management. His China narrative reveals how medieval travellers constructed authoritative accounts, even when their actual experiences fell short of their ambitions. By early 1347, Ibn Battuta had abandoned his Chinese aspirations and begun the long journey that would eventually return him to Morocco. The China episode, with its blend of limited observation and borrowed detail, represents not just geographic terrain, but the boundaries of Ibn Battuta's remarkable adaptability as a traveller. The conventional narrative of Ibn Battuta concludes with his return to Morocco in 1349 and the subsequent dictation of his travels to Ibn Juzay, who compiled the famous Rihla journey that secured Ibn Battuta's historical legacy. Yet this account omits a significant final chapter, his journey through Muslim Spain and the North African interior, that occupied the last decade of his life and revealed a man transformed by his earlier travels in 1350. Just months after completing the initial dictation of his epic travelogue, Ibn Battuta embarked on a journey to the Kingdom of Granada, the last remaining Muslim state in Iberia. His motivations for this trip differed markedly from his earlier travels. Rather than seeking adventure or career advancement, he travelled as a cultural ambassador, concerned with the erosion of Islamic governance in territories being steadily reconquered by Christian kingdoms. I found in Granada a people clinging to traditions they scarcely remembered, he wrote in passages excluded from the standard Rihla. They maintain the forms of Muslim practice while forgetting their substance. This critical perspective reflects Ibn Battuta's evolution from an observer of cultural differences to an active advocate for religious authenticity as he defined it. The Granada journey initiated a period of what Ibn Battuta called purposeful travel, journeys undertaken not for exploration, but for specific cultural interventions. Between 1352 and 1355, he traversed the Middle Atlas Mountains of Morocco, visiting remote Berber communities where Islamic practices had blended with indigenous traditions. Unlike his earlier descriptive approach to cultural difference, these accounts reveal active efforts to modify local practices he deemed inconsistent with Orthodox Islam. This late-life transformation from traveller to reformer culminated in his most overlooked journey, an expedition to the Mali Empire in 1352. This West African kingdom had already embraced Islam, but Ibn Battuta approached it with missionary zeal nonetheless. His account of Mali differs strikingly from his earlier writings, focusing almost exclusively on religious practices, rather than the commercial and political systems that had previously captured his attention. In Mali, Ibn Battuta experienced his most significant rejection. After attempting to implement stricter religious interpretations at the court of Mansa Suleiman, he was effectively sidelined, assigned comfortable but inconsequential duties that limited his influence. After 6 months of frustration, he departed northward, leaving behind a rare written record of his failure. I found myself unable to bend this kingdom toward the practices I had witnessed in Mecca, for their Islam has taken root in forms adapted to their circumstances. The final years of Ibn Battuta's life reveal a pattern common to many long-term travellers: the complicated experience of returning home after transformative journeys. Following his Mali expedition, he accepted a modest judicial position in Fez, where colleagues regarded him with a mixture of respect for his travels and suspicion of the foreign influences he had absorbed. Court records from this period show him frequently being overruled in his legal opinions, especially when he referenced practices from distant Islamic territories. Ibn Battuta's last recorded journey came in 1359, when he travelled to Taflal in southeastern Morocco, a remote oasis region experiencing religious revival movements. His written observations from this period reveal a man attempting to reconcile his global experiences with local realities, seeking to apply lessons from distant Islamic societies to his home region. This final journey produced no spectacular discoveries but represented his mature integration of decades of cross-cultural experience. When Ibn Battuta died around 1368, the exact date remains uncertain, he had come full circle, from a young man embarking on a standard pilgrimage to a seasoned cultural intermediary attempting to connect disparate parts of the Islamic world he had experienced firsthand. Contemporary accounts of his funeral mention only a modest attendance, suggesting that despite his extraordinary travels, his immediate impact on Moroccan society remained limited. The enduring paradox of Ibn Battuta is that his most significant legacy came not through his intended religious and legal contributions, but through the travelogue he initially considered secondary. While his attempts at cultural reform faded quickly after his death, his geographic and ethnographic observations preserved in the Rihla provided invaluable documentation of societies across Africa and Asia during a pivotal historical period. In the centuries following his death, Ibn Battuta's accounts circulated primarily among scholars in North Africa, never achieving the wider recognition in the medieval period that it deserved. Only in the mid-19th century, when French colonial officials discovered manuscripts of the Rihla, did his extraordinary journey begin receiving global acknowledgement. The traveller, who once sought to change the world through religious reform, instead left his mark by simply bearing witness to the remarkable diversity of medieval civilization. When we think of kings, our minds conjure images of wise Solomon, brave Arthur, or noble Henry, the fifth leading charge at Agincourt. But for every ruler who earned their place in history's Hall of Fame, there's another who stumbled spectacularly into its Hall of Shame. These monarchs didn't just fail, they failed with such remarkable consistency that their reigns became cautionary tales whispered in palace corridors for centuries. The crown, that golden circle of ultimate authority, has adorned some truly unworthy heads throughout history. It's a peculiar irony that the symbol of divine right and earthly power often sat atop minds incapable of ruling a chicken coop, let alone vast kingdoms. Perhaps it's the very nature of hereditary monarchy that creates this problem. After all, leadership skills don't necessarily pass through bloodlines like blue eyes or prominent noses. Consider the fundamental challenge these men faced. Inheriting absolute power in their teens or 20s, surrounded by sycophants whose livelihoods depended on agreeing with every royal whim, no matter how catastrophically stupid. It's akin to entrusting a teenager with the keys to both a Ferrari and a nuclear reactor, then reacting with surprise when things go awry. The worst kings in history share certain characteristics that transcend times and cultures. They possessed an almost supernatural ability to make the wrong decision in any given situation, as if guided by some malevolent compass that always pointed toward disaster. They combined breathtaking arrogance with staggering incompetence, creating a perfect storm of royal dysfunction that left their subjects longing for the glorious old days of plague and famine. What makes these rulers particularly fascinating isn't just their individual failures, but how their collective incompetence shaped the very nature of monarchy itself. Each spectacular royal meltdown contributed to the gradual erosion of the divine right of kings, proving that perhaps God wasn't quite as involved in royal succession as previously advertised. Their reigns served as stark reminders of the corrupting nature of absolute power and the impracticality of having a single individual make all the decisions for millions of people. The stories of these monarchical disasters aren't just historical curiosities, they're mirrors reflecting fundamental truths about leadership, power, and human nature. They remind us that position doesn't create competence, that authority without wisdom is chaos with a crown, and that sometimes the most important service a ruler can provide their people is a swift abdication. From the decadent palaces of Rome to the drafty castles of medieval Europe, from the elaborate courts of France to the fog-shrouded fortresses of England, these kings managed to transform their realms into laboratories of misrule. They proved that it's entirely possible to inherit everything and achieve nothing, to possess unlimited power and accomplish unlimited damage. Their reigns weren't just political failures, they were comprehensive disasters that touched every aspect of their societies. They mismanaged economics with the enthusiasm of toddlers playing with matches, conducted diplomacy with all the subtlety of a bulldozer in a china shop, and approached military strategy with the tactical acumen of lemmings approaching a cliff. Yet perhaps there's something oddly comforting about these royal train wrecks. In an age where we're constantly told about the importance of leadership and excellence, these monarchs remind us that even people with every possible advantage can fail spectacularly. They serve as living examples of how incompetence can hire anyone regardless of their social status, inherited wealth, or divine mandate. As we embark on this journey through history's most magnificent failures, we'll discover that bad kingship is a unique art form, requiring a particular combination of ego, ignorance, and timing that few have mastered so completely. Nero Claudius Caesar, Augustus Germanicus, a name so grandiose it practically demanded disappointment, ruled Rome from 54 to 68 AD and managed to transform the mightiest empire in the world into his personal theatre of absurdity. History remembers him for allegedly fiddling while Rome burned, though historians now tell us he probably didn't own a fiddle and wasn't even in the city during the Great Fire of 64 AD. But when your reputation for catastrophic leadership runs so deep that people invent additional disasters to attribute to you, perhaps it's time for some serious self-reflection. Nero's path to power began with his mother, Agrippina, a woman whose ambition made Lady Macbeth look like a casual weekend warrior. She poisoned her husband, Emperor Claudius, to secure the throne for her 16-year-old son, apparently operating under the delusion that teenagers make excellent absolute rulers. It was rather like handing the controls of a jumbo jet to someone who'd just gotten their learner's permit. Initially, Nero showed promise, guided by the philosopher Seneca and the praetorian prefect Burrus. For 5 years, the Quinquennium Nerones represented competent governance, proving that even future disasters can occasionally stumble into success when surrounded by competent advisors. Unfortunately, like many teenagers who initially accept parental guidance, Nero eventually decided he knew better than everyone else in the room. The transformation began when Nero discovered his true passion, performing. His passion lay not in governing, nor in military strategy, nor in economic policy, but in performing. He fancied. He considered himself a great artist, musician and actor, apparently confusing the role of emperor with that of an entertainer. He began appearing on the stage, competing in chariot races, and hosting elaborate artistic competitions where he invariably won every prize, because nothing says fair competition like having the power to execute the judges. His artistic pretensions might have been merely embarrassing if they hadn't come at the expense of actual leadership. While Nero practiced his lyre and rehearsed tragic soliloquies, the empire's borders faced increasing pressure from Germanic tribes, British rebels and Parthian conflicts. It was rather like a ship's captain deciding to take up interpretive dance while his vessel sailed through a hurricane. The domestic situation proved equally disastrous. Nero's paranoia reached spectacular heights when he ordered the murder of his mother in 59 AD. Agrippina had become inconveniently critical of her son's policies, apparently forgetting that criticism and absolute monarchy mix about as well as gasoline and lit matches. Nero's solution demonstrated the kind of problem-solving skills that would make a medieval surgeon look sophisticated. His relationship with his wives proved equally catastrophic. He divorced and later executed his first wife Octavia, then literally kicked his second wife Poppaea to death while she was pregnant. These actions were calculated and not motivated by passion, indicating a level of domestic dysfunction that would challenge even the most experienced marriage counsellors. The Great Fire of Rome in 64 AD, whether Nero caused it or not, provided the perfect opportunity to showcase his unique approach to crisis management. Rather than focusing solely on relief efforts, he used the destruction as an excuse to build his enormous palace, the Domus Aurea, complete with a 120-foot statue of himself. This was urban planning executed by a narcissist, as if someone had granted Donald Trump absolute power along with a blank canvas the size of a city. Nero's financial management followed similar principles of spectacular irresponsibility. His building projects, games, and artistic competitions drained the imperial treasury faster than a teenager with their first credit card. He responded to budget shortfalls by debasing the currency and confiscating property from wealthy citizens, economic policies that would make modern politicians blush. The end came swiftly when his praetorian guard abandoned him in 68 AD. Facing rebellion from his generals and certain death or exile, Nero committed suicide, reportedly lamenting, "What an artist dies in me." Even in his final moments, he remained committed to the delusion that his primary contribution to human civilization was artistic rather than administrative. Nero's reign demonstrated that absolute power in the hands of someone who confuses governance with performance art creates a particularly devastating form of chaos. He proved that it's entirely possible to possess unlimited authority over millions of people while remaining fundamentally unsuited for any form of responsibility more complex than choosing breakfast cereal. King John of England, reigning from 1199 to 1216, holds the unique distinction of being the only English monarch to never have another king named after him, a historical rejection that amply demonstrates his enduring legacy. If royal names were performance reviews, John received the equivalent of "please don't apply here again." He managed to lose an empire, bankrupt a kingdom, and accidentally create one of history's most important constitutional documents, all while maintaining the kind of spectacular incompetence that makes you wonder if failure was actually his secret talent. John inherited the Angevin Empire from his brother Richard the Lionheart, a collection of territories stretching from Scotland to the Pyrenees that represented the pinnacle of medieval English power. It was rather like inheriting a successful family business and immediately deciding to use it as kindling. Within 15 years, John had lost most of these continental possessions to Philip Augustus of France, earning himself the nickname Lackland, though couldn't keep land might have been more accurate. Not only was the loss of Normandy in 1284 a military defeat, but it also served as a lesson in the art of conducting medieval warfare. Despite having superior resources, experienced commanders, and defensive advantages, John managed to snatch defeat from the brink of victory through a combination of strategic incompetence and tactical cowardice. His approach to military leadership resembled someone trying to win chess by eating the pieces. John's domestic policies proved equally disastrous. He demanded excessive taxes to fund his unsuccessful attempts to reclaim his French territories, essentially asking his subjects to finance their oppression. His tax collectors became as popular as plague carriers and about as welcome in English villages. The king seemed to operate under the revolutionary economic theory that money grows on trees, and those trees belonged exclusively to him. His relationship with the church provided another avenue for spectacular failure. John's dispute with Pope Innocent III over the appointment of the Archbishop of Canterbury resulted in England being placed under papal interdict from 1208 to 1214. This process meant no religious services, no church weddings, and no proper burials, essentially turning England into a spiritual wasteland. It was ecclesiastical warfare, with John playing the role of the person who brings a water pistol to a gunfight. The interdict wasn't just spiritually devastating, it was politically catastrophic. Medieval people took their religion seriously, and a king who couldn't maintain proper relations with God's representative on earth was clearly unsuited for earthly leadership. John had managed to make himself persona non grata with both heaven and earth simultaneously, an achievement that required genuine dedication to incompetence. John's judicial system operated on principles that would make modern autocrats blush. He sold justice to the highest bidder, imprisoned nobles without trial, and seized property on whims that would make a toddler's decision-making process look measured and thoughtful. His courts became marketplaces where justice was auctioned to the highest bidder, creating a legal system that combined the fairness of a rigged casino with the efficiency of medieval bureaucracy. The baronial revolt that produced Magna Carta in 1215 wasn't a sudden explosion of democratic idealism. It was the inevitable result of years of accumulated grievances against a king who treated his realm like his personal piggy bank. The barons were not revolutionary democrats, but rather, they were aristocrats who had grown weary of their supposed leaders' systematic robbery and humiliation. The Magna Carta itself represented less a triumph of John's wisdom than a testament to his failure. The document essentially forced the king to promise to stop behaving like a complete tyrant, which tells you everything you need to know about his previous conduct. It was the medieval equivalent of making someone sign a contract promising not to steal your lunch money. Even after agreeing to the Magna Carta, John immediately began scheming to overturn it, proving that his signature was worth approximately as much as Confederate currency. He appealed to Pope Innocent III, who obligingly declared the charter null and void because apparently both king and pope had missed the point entirely. These events led to the First Barons' War, which was still ongoing when John conveniently died in 1216, possibly from dysentery, a fitting end for a reign that had been largely consistent from a constitutional perspective. John's legacy proves that sometimes the most important historical contributions come from people who fail so spectacularly that they force everyone else to create safeguards against future similar disasters. He didn't create Magna Carta through wisdom or foresight. He created it through being so comprehensively awful that his subjects had no choice but to invent constitutional monarchy as an alternative to royal tyranny. In 1774, Louis XVI of France ascended to the throne with the same enthusiasm as someone asked to defuse a bomb while blindfolded. At 20 years old, he inherited a kingdom drowning in debt, seething with social tension, and groaning under the weight of an outdated feudal system that had outlived its usefulness by about 3 centuries. It was rather like being handed the captain's wheel of the Titanic just as the lookout spotted the iceberg, except the iceberg had been visible for decades and everyone had been politely pretending it wasn't there. The young king possessed many admirable personal qualities. He was kind, well-intentioned, and genuinely concerned about his subjects' welfare. Unfortunately, he also possessed the decisive leadership abilities of a confused deer caught in headlights, which proved somewhat problematic when governing a nation on the brink of revolution. Louis XVI wasn't evil or malicious, he was simply catastrophically unsuited for the job, like appointing a talented musician to perform brain surgery. France's financial crisis had been building for generations, fueled by expensive wars, an inefficient tax system, and the kind of court spending that would make modern celebrities look frugal. The monarchy had borrowed money with the same casual enthusiasm that teenagers use credit cards, apparently operating under the assumption that debt was something that happened to other people. By the time Louis XVI inherited the throne, France was spending more on debt service than on the entire military, which created the kind of fiscal situation that would make bankruptcy attorneys salivate. The king's attempts at financial reform demonstrated his fundamental misunderstanding of both economics and politics. He appointed competent finance ministers like Jacques Necker and Charles-Alexandre de Calonne, then systematically undermined their efforts whenever they threatened the privileges of the nobility or clergy. It was rather like hiring a personal trainer and then refusing to exercise or change your diet, while wondering why you weren't getting healthier. Louis XVI's indecisiveness became legendary among his contemporaries. He would agree to reforms in the morning, reconsider them by afternoon, and reverse them entirely by evening, creating a governmental process that resembled a political weather vane in a hurricane. His council meetings became exercises in elaborate procrastination, where every decision was discussed, debated, postponed, and ultimately abandoned in favour of discussing the same issues again next week. Louis XVI demonstrated his exceptional political acumen at the Assembly of Notables in 1787. Faced with a financial crisis that threatened the monarchy's existence, he convened a gathering of nobles and clergy to discuss tax reform, apparently expecting them to voluntarily surrender their tax exemptions out of patriotic spirit. It was roughly equivalent to asking wolves to babysit sheep, while expecting them to resist temptation out of professional courtesy. When that predictably failed, Louis XVI made the fateful decision to convene the Estates General for the first time since 1614, apparently not realising that 3 centuries of accumulated grievances might produce some awkward conversations. The Estates General had been dormant for so long that nobody even remembered the proper procedures, which should have been a warning sign that perhaps this wasn't the ideal moment for constitutional innovation. Louis XVI was completely unprepared for the transformation of the Estates General into the National Assembly, as if he had anticipated a small dinner party but inadvertently invited the entire neighbourhood. His response to this constitutional revolution demonstrated the kind of crisis management skills that would make the captain of the Hindenburg look competent. He vacillated between accepting the new reality and attempting to resist it, satisfying nobody and convincing everyone that he was either duplicitous or incompetent. Louis XVI's flight to Varennes in 1791 represented perhaps the most poorly planned escape attempt in royal history. The royal family's journey to the Austrian border involved a conspicuous carriage, multiple stops, and the kind of operational security that would embarrass amateur shoplifters. They were recognised, captured and returned to Paris, where any remaining illusions about the king's commitment to constitutional monarchy evaporated faster than morning dew in August. The king's trial and execution in 1793 marked the end of more than a millennium of French monarchy, though Louis XVI seemed genuinely surprised that years of indecision and apparent duplicity might have consequences. His final speech from the scaffold demonstrated the same disconnection from reality that had characterised his entire reign, as he continued to believe that divine right trumped revolutionary fervour. Louis XVI's tragedy wasn't that he was evil, but that he was fundamentally inadequate for the challenges he faced. He possessed the political instincts of a librarian thrust into a cage match with professional wrestlers, and the results were precisely what you'd expect. His reign proved that good intentions without competent execution can be more destructive than malicious competence, and that sometimes the road to revolution is paved with royal indecision. Richard III of England ruled for barely 2 years, from 1483 to 1485, yet managed to pack more controversy, alleged villainy and historical debate into that brief period than most monarchs accumulate in decades. Thanks largely to William Shakespeare's masterful character assassination, Richard has come down to us as the archetypal evil king, a hunchbacked schemer who murdered his way to the throne and terrorised his subjects until divine justice finally caught up with him at Bosworth Field. Historians have discovered that the reality of Richard's reign is considerably more complex, and it may have been worse than Shakespeare's portrayal, albeit in different ways. Richard began his royal career as the loyal younger brother of Edward IV, earning a reputation as a competent military commander and administrator in the north of England. He seemed destined for the kind of supporting role that history barely remembers, the capable royal sibling who holds down the provinces while his brother handles the glamorous business of actually being king. Unfortunately for everyone involved, Edward IV had the poor timing to die young, leaving behind 2 minor sons and a realm that was about as politically stable as a house of cards in a windstorm. The succession crisis that followed Edward IV's death in 1483 showcased medieval politics at its most brutally efficient. Richard, as Lord Protector for his 12-year-old nephew Edward V, faced the challenge of maintaining royal authority while various factions manoeuvred for control. His solution showcased a direct approach that would astonish modern politicians. He declared his nephews illegitimate and asserted his own claim to the throne. With just one well-timed announcement, he masterfully transformed a family dispute into a constitutional crisis. The infamous disappearance of the princes in the Tower, Edward V and his younger brother Richard, remains one of history's most enduring mysteries, though contemporary opinion held Richard responsible with the kind of certainty usually reserved for mathematical theorems. Whether he actually ordered their deaths or simply failed to prevent them, the political damage was immediate and catastrophic. A king who couldn't protect children in his care wasn't likely to inspire confidence in his ability to protect an entire kingdom. Richard's attempts to legitimise his reign were steeped in the time-honoured tradition of royal propaganda, albeit with the subtlety of a medieval siege engine. He claimed divine approval, noble blood, and popular support while simultaneously dealing with rebellions, defections, and the kind of general unrest that suggested his subjects weren't entirely convinced by his arguments. His coronation was magnificent, his public relations were enthusiastic, and his actual support base was shrinking faster than his list of living relatives. The Buckingham Rebellion in 1483, led by one of Richard's former supporters, demonstrated how quickly political allegiances could shift in late medieval England. Henry Stafford, Duke of Buckingham, went from enthusiastic supporter to armed rebel in the space of months, apparently deciding that Richard's leadership style was less strong and decisive and more terrifying and unstable. The rebellion ultimately failed, demonstrating the fragility of Richard's hold on power. Richard's administrative policies showed genuine competence, which makes his political failures all the more remarkable. He implemented legal reforms, encouraged trade, and attempted to address some of the social issues that had plagued previous reigns. It was rather like watching someone efficiently organise their desk while their house burned down around them. Technically impressive, but missing the larger point about priorities and crisis management. The invasion of Henry Tudor in 1485 caught Richard in a classic medieval dilemma. He could fight and risk everything in a single battle, or he could negotiate and risk appearing weak to supporters who expected their king to solve problems with sharp objects. Richard chose to fight, demonstrating either admirable courage or catastrophic misjudgment, depending on your perspective on the virtues of tactical retreat versus glorious death. The Battle of Bosworth Field became Richard's final performance review, and the results were decisively negative. His death in battle, reportedly fighting bravely to the end, at least provided him with the kind of dramatic conclusion that Shakespeare would later appreciate. Richard died as he had ruled, dramatically, controversially, and with enough ambiguity to keep historians arguing for centuries. The discovery of Richard's remains in 2012 under a Leicester parking lot provided a fitting metaphor for his historical reputation. Buried, forgotten, and covered over by the mundane concerns of daily life. The forensic evidence verified that Richard possessed a curved spine, albeit not the dramatic hunchback portrayed in Shakespearean legends. It was a final reminder that the truth about Richard III lies somewhere between the monster of popular imagination and the competent administrator of revisionist history. Richard III's reign proves that in politics, perception often matters more than reality, and that a brief but dramatic failure can overshadow decades of competent service. He remains history's most famous two-year disaster, a king whose reign was so brief and troubled that it became a cautionary tale about the dangers of combining ambition with poor judgment and worse timing. The discovery of Richard's remains in 2012 under a Leicester parking lot provided a fitting metaphor for his historical reputation. Buried, forgotten, and covered over by the mundane concerns of daily life. The forensic evidence verified that Richard possessed a curved spine, albeit not the dramatic hunchback portrayed in Shakespearean legends. It was a final reminder that the truth about Richard III lies somewhere between the monster of popular imagination and the competent administrator of revisionist history. Richard III's reign proves that in politics, perception often matters more than reality, and that a brief but dramatic failure can overshadow decades of competent service. He remains history's most famous two-year disaster, a king whose reign was so brief and troubled that it became a cautionary tale about the dangers of combining ambition with poor judgment and worse timing. During this period, the king's financial strategies demonstrated a level of fiscal creativity that would leave modern tax authorities in awe. Originally an emergency naval tax for coastal counties, the reasoning behind the extension of ship money to inland areas would challenge the flexibility of Olympic gymnasts. Charles apparently discovered that if you squinted hard enough at legal precedents while ignoring common sense entirely, you could justify almost any form of taxation. Religious policy provided another avenue for Charles to demonstrate his talent for turning manageable problems into catastrophic crises. His attempts to impose uniformity on the Church of England, influenced by Archbishop Laud's high church preferences, managed to alienate both Puritans who thought he was too Catholic and Catholics who knew he wasn't Catholic enough. This approach was ecumenical diplomacy executed with a sledgehammer, achieving the remarkable feat of uniting his religious subjects against his policies. The Scottish crisis from 1639 to 1640 perfectly illustrated Charles's approach to international relations. His attempt to impose the English Book of Common Prayer on Presbyterian Scotland produced the Bishops' Wars, conflicts that combined the military effectiveness of a church social with the theological intensity of the Crusades. The Scots' armed resistance to Charles's religious innovations forced him to recall Parliament, ending his 11-year experiment in personal rule with all the success of the Hindenburg's landing strategy. The Long Parliament, summoned in 1640, approached its relationship with Charles rather like divorce attorneys negotiating with a spouse who'd been hiding assets. Years of accumulated grievances, illegal taxation, and religious controversy had created a constitutional crisis that required either genuine compromise or complete capitulation. Charles, characteristically, opted for a third course of action, disguising the crisis as non-existent while clandestinely strategizing its resolution through coercion. The King's attempt to arrest 5 members of Parliament in 1642 represented perhaps the most catastrophic miscalculation in English constitutional history. His personal invasion of the House of Commons, demanding the surrender of his political opponents, violated parliamentary privilege so flagrantly that it made previous constitutional disputes look like minor etiquette disagreements. This situation was politically equivalent to bringing a gun to a chess match, and it was just as ineffective. The English Civil War that followed from 1642 to 1651 showcased Charles's military leadership skills, which proved to be roughly equivalent to his political acumen. Despite initial advantages in resources and experienced commanders, the Royalist cause gradually collapsed under the weight of parliamentary determination, Puritan fervour, and Oliver Cromwell's increasingly professional New Model army. Charles managed to lose a civil war while possessing most of the traditional advantages of established authority, which required genuine dedication to strategic incompetence. Charles's trial and execution in 1649 marked the first time in European history that a reigning monarch was formally tried and executed by his subjects. Even his enemies were impressed by his dignity during the proceedings, despite it being a late attempt to salvage his political reputation. Even as the executioner prepared to provide a definitive counter-argument to that constitutional theory, the king maintained his belief in divine right in his final speech. Charles I's reign demonstrated that sincerely held beliefs about royal authority, when combined with complete inflexibility and poor political judgment, can transform a constitutional monarchy into a republic faster than anyone thought possible. He proved that divine right is only as strong as earthly support, and that sometimes the most devout believers in absolute monarchy are the ones who do the most to discredit it. The rogues gallery of royal disasters we've examined, from Nero's theatrical delusions to Charles I's divine miscalculations, reveals patterns of failure that transcend centuries and cultures. These weren't random accidents of heredity or cruel twists of historical fate. They were systematic demonstrations of how absolute power, when combined with inadequate wisdom, creates a perfect storm of governmental dysfunction. Their collective reigns read like a medieval instruction manual titled How Not to Rule, a Comprehensive Guide to Royal Failure. Perhaps the most striking common thread among these monarchical disasters was their profound disconnection from reality. Each king seemed to inhabit a parallel universe where their subjects existed primarily to fund their fantasies, where criticism was treason, and where the normal laws of cause and effect somehow didn't apply to royal decisions. Nero believed he was an artist first and emperor second. John thought taxation was a renewable resource. Louis XVI imagined that ignoring problems would make them disappear. Richard III assumed loyalty was transferable, and Charles I was convinced that God would override Parliament if necessary. This reality gap wasn't just a personal failing, it was a systemic feature of absolute monarchy itself. When you surround someone with courtiers whose survival depends on agreeing with everything they say, when you insulate them from the consequences of their decisions, and when you tell them from birth that they're divinely appointed to rule over others, perhaps it shouldn't surprise us that they occasionally lose touch with the practical world where the rest of us live. The economic illiteracy displayed by these kings would be amusing if it weren't so consistently catastrophic. These kings approached royal finances with a level of sophistication akin to children playing Monopoly with real money, seemingly assuming that kingdoms were equipped with limitless credit cards and that bankruptcy was a phenomenon exclusive to their subjects. Their collective fiscal policies could serve as a masterclass in how to transform prosperous realms into economic basket cases through sheer determination and creative accounting. Yet their failures weren't entirely without benefit to human civilization. Each spectacular royal meltdown contributed to the gradual evolution of constitutional government, proving through negative example that perhaps concentrating all power in a single person wasn't the most reliable system of governance. Magna Carta emerged from John's tyranny, the English Civil War produced modern parliamentary democracy, and the French Revolution launched the age of popular sovereignty. These kings didn't intend to advance human freedom, but their incompetence accomplished what generations of political philosophers had only dreamed about. Their military disasters followed similar patterns of overconfidence meeting reality with predictably painful results. Each king seemed to believe that royal blood somehow conferred tactical genius, that loyalty could substitute for competence, and that divine favour was more reliable than adequate logistics. Their battlefields became laboratories for testing whether wishful thinking could overcome superior strategy, and the results were remarkably consistent across centuries and cultures. The personal lives of these rulers revealed another consistent theme: the inability to distinguish between loyalty and fear, between respect and subservience, between love and intimidation. Their courts became theatres of performed devotion, where genuine relationships withered under the pressure of absolute power and existential insecurity. It's rather telling that so many died alone, abandoned by subjects who had spent years pretending to adore them. Perhaps most notably, these kings managed to fail upward for remarkable lengths of time, maintaining power long after their incompetence had become obvious to everyone except themselves. The ability of medieval institutions to withstand years or even decades of catastrophically poor leadership is testament to their resilience. Yet even the most durable systems eventually reach their limits. Their collective legacy reminds us that leadership is a skill, not a birthright, that power without accountability inevitably corrupts, and that sometimes the most important service a ruler can provide is serving as a cautionary tale for future generations. These kings didn't set out to become historical laughingstocks, but they approached their responsibilities with such consistent incompetence that failure became their most lasting contribution to human knowledge. In our modern age of democratic government and constitutional limitations, these royal disasters serve as reminders of why we developed checks and balances, term limits, and the radical idea that perhaps leaders should be chosen for their competence rather than their heredity. They prove that while power may corrupt, absolute power corrupts with remarkable efficiency and often spectacular entertainment value. The worst kings in history ultimately taught us that the divine right of kings is only as strong as the earthly competence of the person wearing the crown, and that sometimes the best thing an absolute monarch can do for their subjects is provide them with compelling reasons to abolish absolute monarchy entirely. Their failures became humanity's gain, though it took centuries and countless lives to learn these lessons. Perhaps that's the ultimate irony of their reigns. In trying to establish their greatness, they established instead the greatness of the systems that replaced them. Picture yourself standing in the shadow of the Parthenon, the Mediterranean sun beating down on marble columns that have witnessed 25 centuries of human folly. You're about to embark on a journey through ancient Greece's most peculiar judicial practices, a world where justice wasn't just blind, but occasionally completely unhinged. Before we embark on this journey of strangeness, keep in mind that the Greeks who devised these ancient punishments believed they were perfectly reasonable. After all, when your civilization invented democracy, philosophy and theatre, why not get creative with criminal justice too? The ancient Greeks didn't mess around when it came to maintaining order. Their approach to punishment was like their approach to everything else: dramatic, philosophical, and occasionally bordering on the theatrical. They believed that punishment should fit not just the crime, but also serve as a spectacular lesson for society. Think of it as ancient reality television, except the consequences were decidedly more permanent. You might assume that ancient punishments were simply brutal affairs involving dungeons and executioners. While the Greeks certainly had their share of harsh sentences, they also possessed an almost artistic flair for crafting punishments that were psychologically sophisticated, symbolically rich, and sometimes downright bizarre. They understood that true justice required more than mere physical suffering. It demanded a kind of poetic appropriateness that would resonate through the ages. Take the concept of hubris, for instance. The crime wasn't just excessive pride, it was a cosmic offence against the natural order. When someone committed hubris, the punishment had to match the grandiosity of the transgression. The situation led to some remarkably creative judicial solutions that would make modern legal scholars scratch their heads in bewilderment. The Greek city-states each developed their own flavour of justice. Athens, with its democratic ideals, favoured punishments that involved public humiliation and civic exile. Sparta, ever practical, preferred methods that were both efficient and educational. The island communities developed their own maritime-themed penalties that reflected their seafaring culture. What's particularly fascinating is how these punishments reflected Greek values and worldview. They believed in the interconnectedness of all things, that a person's actions rippled outward to affect the entire community. Therefore, punishment wasn't just about deterrence or retribution, it was about restoring cosmic balance. When someone disrupted the social fabric, the punishment had to be equally disruptive, but in a way that ultimately reinforced societal norms. You'll notice as we explore these tales that the Greeks had a particular genius for matching the punishment to the personality of the offender. They studied human nature with the same intensity they applied to mathematics and astronomy. This psychological sophistication meant that punishments were often tailored to exploit the specific weaknesses or character flaws that led to the original crime. The role of shame in Greek society cannot be overstated. While many ancient cultures relied primarily on physical pain or death as deterrents, the Greeks understood that social ostracism could be far more devastating than any bodily harm. They weaponized embarrassment with surgical precision, creating punishments that would haunt offenders long after any physical wounds had healed. Religious considerations also played a crucial role. The Greeks lived in a world populated by capricious gods who demanded respect and proper ritual observance. Many punishments had religious dimensions, designed to appease divine wrath or demonstrate piety to the community. This spiritual element added layers of meaning that transformed simple legal consequences into profound moral statements. As we journey through these 7 tales of Greek judicial creativity, you'll encounter punishments that range from the ingeniously appropriate to the utterly mystifying. Some will make you laugh at their absurdity, others will make you wince at their cleverness, and a few might make you wonder if the ancients were right. Each story reveals not just how the Greeks dealt with lawbreakers, but also how they understood human nature, social responsibility, and the delicate balance between individual freedom and collective welfare. These were not merely punitive measures, they were tangible manifestations of philosophical ideas, akin to theatrical performances on the public stage. This grand tour of Greek judicial creativity begins in classical Athens, the birthplace of democracy, where a citizen's social reputation could quickly determine their fate. The Athenians had elevated public shaming to an art form that would make modern social media pile-ons look like gentle suggestions. Imagine being an Athenian citizen in the 5th century BC, when your reputation was literally your most valuable possession. The Athenians understood something that modern psychologists are only now rediscovering. Social exile can be more devastating than physical punishment. They developed a sophisticated system of shame-based penalties that targeted the very core of Greek identity, one standing in the community. Ostracism was the most famous, but it may not be what you think. Every year, Athenian citizens could vote to temporarily exile one prominent person for 10 years, not because they'd committed a specific crime, but because they'd become too powerful or influential. Picture the ultimate democratic timeout, where success itself became grounds for punishment. The person could return after a decade with full rights restored, but their political career was effectively ruined. The experience was akin to losing a beloved job, with the entire city functioning as your human resources department. But ostracism was just the beginning. The Athenians developed an entire spectrum of shame-based punishments that demonstrated their profound understanding of human psychology. Take the practice of atimia, literally meaning dishonour. At stake wasn't just losing face, though. It was a legal status that stripped away citizenship rights while leaving the person physically present in the community. You could walk the streets of Athens, but you couldn't vote, hold office, or even speak in court to defend yourself. You became a ghost haunting your life. The genius of Artemia lay in its graduated nature. Different crimes resulted in different levels of dishonour. A tax evader might lose the right to hold office, but could still participate in religious festivals. Someone who shirked military duty might be barred from the agora, the bustling marketplace that was the heart of Athenian social life. The punishment was precisely calibrated to the offence, like a master craftsman adjusting the tension on a lyre string. One particularly creative form of Athenian justice involved the use of public monuments to shame. When someone committed fraud or betrayed the city, their punishment might include having their crime literally carved in stone and displayed in a prominent location. Unlike modern criminal records that gather dust in filing cabinets, these marble testimonials to poor judgment stood in the busiest parts of the city for generations. Imagine having your worst moment chiselled in granite and placed where everyone you know would see it daily. The Athenians also pioneered the concept of financial punishment as social surgery. They didn't just fine people, they structured fines to maximise social impact. A wealthy merchant caught cheating might have to pay not just compensation to his victims, but also fund a public festival or donate a warship to the navy. The punishment transformed private wrongdoing into public spectacle, forcing the offender to buy their way back into society's good graces through conspicuous generosity. Perhaps most ingeniously, Athens developed punishments that turned social connections into instruments of justice. If you were found guilty of certain crimes, your philetae, your tribal kinsmen, would collectively bear some responsibility for your actions. These individuals created an entire network of social surveillance and intervention. If your cousin knew he might share in the consequences of your failure, he would reconsider lending you money for a questionable business venture. The Athenian approach to punishment reflected their belief that crime was primarily a social disease rather than individual moral failure. They treated criminals like patients who needed to be reintegrated into the community rather than simply eliminated from it. Their approach required a surgical precision in their penalties. Cut too little, and the offence would fester. Cut too much, and you'd destroy the patient along with the disease. Women faced their own unique forms of social punishment in Athens. Since they were already excluded from most public life, traditional forms of civic dishonour were ineffective. Instead, Athenian law developed elaborate systems of domestic shame. An adulteress might be barred from participating in religious festivals, the one area of public life where women could shine. She would become invisible at the very moments when her community gathered to celebrate their shared identity. The Athenians understood that effective punishment required an audience. Many of their penalties were designed to be witnessed and discussed, turning the entire city into a theatre of justice where every citizen was both spectator and potential performer. Such an approach wasn't cruelty for its own sake. It was recognition that social bonds require constant maintenance, and occasionally that maintenance required public demonstrations of what happened when those bonds were broken. Now shift your perspective from the bustling democracy of Athens to the stark military efficiency of Sparta, where punishment wasn't just about justice, it was about forging the perfect warrior society. If Athens was a theatre of social drama, Sparta was a laboratory of human endurance, and their punishments reflected this fundamental difference in values. You've probably heard about Spartan military training, bullying, but you might not realise how their approach to criminal justice was simply an extension of their educational philosophy. The Spartans believed that every experience, pleasant or painful, should serve to strengthen the individual and the state. Their punishments weren't just penalties, they were lessons disguised as suffering, designed to create better citizens through carefully calibrated adversity. Consider the fate of Spartan cowards, perhaps the most despised criminals in this warrior society. Rather than execution or exile, which would simply remove the problem, Spartans subjected cowards to a fate worse than death. They were required to live among their fellow citizens while bearing visible marks of their shame. They were required to shave half their beards, don distinctive clothing, and refrain from taking part in communal meals or exercises. Imagine being permanently labelled as the only person who failed while everyone else succeeded. Constant reminder of what not to become. Such behaviour wasn't random cruelty. The Spartans understood that courage was contagious, but so was cowardice. By keeping cowards visible but dishonoured, they created living examples that reinforced brave behaviour in everyone else. The punishment served multiple functions simultaneously. It deterred future cowardice, provided ongoing education for young Spartans, and offered the remote possibility of redemption for the offender. Theft in Sparta received perhaps the most paradoxical punishment in ancient Greece. Instead of punishing the act of stealing, they punished individuals for being caught while stealing. Their decision wasn't because Spartans encouraged theft, but because they valued cunning and stealth as military virtues. A successful thief demonstrated skills that could be useful in warfare or espionage. However, catching them revealed either poor planning or inadequate execution, flaws that could prove fatal in battle. The punishment for caught thieves was brilliant in its educational value. The public flogging they endured was not merely a form of retribution. Peers administered the beating in front of the entire community, transforming punishment into a performance. Young Spartans learned about both the acceptable limits of cunning and the consequences of failure. Some historians record that particularly stoic thieves who endured their punishment without crying out were eventually praised for their endurance, transforming shame into honour through sheer toughness. Spartan women, who enjoyed far more freedom than their Athenian counterparts, faced correspondingly unique punishments. A woman who failed in her duties as a mother might be required to participate in public ceremonies where her shortcomings were ritually acknowledged. But true to Spartan efficiency, these ceremonies were designed to be educational rather than merely humiliating. Other women learned from observing both the punishment and the offender's response to it. Perhaps the most psychologically sophisticated Spartan punishment involved the practice of perio-esai degradation. Citizens who violated certain laws might be reduced to the status of perioko, free residents who lacked full citizenship rights. This punishment was particularly devastating because it was hereditary. Your crime wouldn't just affect you, it would impact your children and their children. The Spartans understood that the threat of generational consequences was a powerful deterrent, especially in a society that prized family honour above individual achievement. The Spartans also developed unique punishments for military failures that went beyond individual cowardice. If a unit underperformed, the Spartans might assign them to domestic duties normally reserved for their enslaved population, known as helots. Warriors would find themselves cooking, cleaning, and maintaining equipment instead of training for battle. They intended the role reversal to be so psychologically uncomfortable that it would motivate better performance in the future. What made Spartan punishment particularly effective was its integration into their broader social system. Unlike other Greek cities where punishment was often an interruption of normal life, in Sparta it was woven into the fabric of daily existence. Training exercises regularly included elements of controlled suffering, making the transition from education to punishment almost seamless. The Spartans recognized that their society's survival depended on everyone understanding and accepting their role in the collective defense of the state. Punishments were therefore designed to reinforce social hierarchy and shared values, rather than simply deter specific behaviors. Every penalty served as a reminder of what the community expected and what happened when those expectations weren't met. Their approach was remarkably forward-thinking, in its recognition that punishment should serve multiple purposes simultaneously. Modern criminologists still struggle to balance deterrence, rehabilitation, and social cohesion in their recommendations for criminal justice reform. The Spartans integrated all three goals into a system that, while harsh by modern standards, was internally consistent and remarkably effective at maintaining social stability. Your journey through Greek judicial creativity now takes you to the scattered islands of the Aegean, where communities surrounded by endless blue develop their own distinctive approaches to punishment. When you're living on a small island where everyone knows everyone else's business, and escape is only possible by boat, traditional forms of justice require some serious adaptation. Island communities faced unique challenges that shaped their approach to criminal justice. You couldn't simply exile someone to another city-state when the nearest land might be days away by sail. Similarly, maintaining prisons was impractical when every resource had to be imported or carefully conserved. This geographic reality forced Greek islanders to develop some of the most creative punishments in the ancient world. Take the island of Chios, famous for what you might call democratic suicide. When someone committed a serious crime that disrupted community harmony, they were given a choice: face trial with potential execution or drink hemlock voluntarily in a public ceremony. The twist was that the community would gather to witness the event, and the condemned person was expected to give a speech explaining their actions and accepting responsibility. The speech wasn't just punishment, It was therapy for the entire community, allowing them to process the crime and its consequences collectively. The genius of this system was that it transformed the most serious punishment into an act of personal choice rather than community violence. The criminal maintained some dignity while still paying the ultimate price, and the community avoided the psychological burden of executing one of their own. It was like a tragic play performed for an audience of friends and neighbours, with real stakes but a cathartic resolution. Maritime crimes received particularly inventive punishments that reflected the islanders' relationship with the sea. Pirates caught in island waters might be sentenced to sea walking, essentially an early form of keel hauling, where the offender was dragged behind a ship through rough waters. But the creative part wasn't the physical punishment, it was the symbolic element. The condemned pirate would be dressed in the finest clothes stolen from their victims, transforming them into a grotesque parody of wealth before the sea reclaimed, both criminal and treasure. Some islands developed elaborate rituals around the punishment of theft, particularly theft of fishing equipment or boats, crimes that could threaten the survival of the entire community. The thief might be required to fast for several days, then swim to a designated rock formation offshore, while the community watched from the beach. If the thief successfully completed the swim, the community considered their punishment complete and welcomed them back. If they failed, well, the sea had rendered its verdict. This trial by ordeal wasn't arbitrary cruelty. It served multiple psychological and social functions. The physical challenge tested the offender's commitment to redemption, while the community's witness meant everyone participated in the resolution of the crime. The successful completion of the trial demonstrated both divine approval and personal transformation, making reintegration into society psychologically easier for everyone involved. Island communities also refined their methods of punishment by using isolation instead of exile. On larger islands, criminals might be required to live alone on the uninhabited portions of the land for specified periods. They would be provided with minimal supplies and tools, forcing them to survive through their skills while remaining technically within the community's territory. Villagers would check on them periodically, creating a system of monitored solitude that combined punishment with rehabilitation. This form of punishment was particularly effective because it addressed one of the root causes of many crimes: the inability to function independently within social constraints. By forcing criminals to survive alone, the community was essentially providing intensive training in self-reliance and resource management. When the punishment period ended, the offender often returned with enhanced skills and a deeper appreciation for community support. The islands also developed unique approaches to dealing with adultery and other sexual crimes. Rather than the violent punishments common in mainland Greece, island communities often employed ritualized humiliation that involved the entire population. The guilty parties might be required to walk through the village wearing distinctive garments that identified their offence, while the community sang traditional songs that told stories of similar transgressions and their consequences. These musical punishments served multiple purposes. They provided emotional release for the community, educated young people about sexual mores, and gave the offenders a structured way to acknowledge their wrongdoing. The songs often included verses about redemption and forgiveness, creating a pathway back to respectability that was both public and personal. Perhaps most remarkably, some islands developed seasonal punishments that aligned with their agricultural and fishing cycles. Some islands banned serious offenders from participating in specific seasonal activities, such as the olive harvest, fishing seasons, or religious festivals which defined community life. These restrictions created a rhythm of punishment and reintegration that matched the natural cycles of island life. The effectiveness of island justice lay in its recognition that small communities couldn't afford to lose members permanently, but they also couldn't tolerate behaviour that threatened group survival. Your exploration of Greek punishment now leads you into the realm where justice meets divine will, where the gods themselves were believed to participate in the judicial process. At places like Delphi, where the famous oracle delivered cryptic prophecies, the lines between earthly law and heavenly judgment became beautifully, bizarrely blurred. You need to understand that for the ancient Greeks, crime wasn't just a violation of human law, it was a disruption of cosmic order that demanded divine attention. This belief led to some of the most psychologically sophisticated punishments in the ancient world, where offenders faced not just human consequences, but the perceived wrath of immortal beings with very long memories and creative approaches to vengeance. The oracle at Delphi occasionally prescribed punishments that were as enigmatic as her prophecies. When someone committed sacrilege or violated religious law, they might be told to carry water to the dry place, or feed the hungry stones. These weren't random instructions, they were elaborate metaphorical punishments that required interpretation and often years to complete properly. Consider the case of a merchant who cheated temple pilgrims. Rather than simple restitution, the oracle commanded him to count every grain of sand on the sacred beach and return when the number matches the stars. This wasn't literally possible, of course, but the merchant spent 3 years attempting the task, during which time he experienced profound personal transformation. He learned humility, developed patience, and became more familiar with the infinite nature of divine justice. When he finally returned to ask for clarification, the priest declared his punishment complete, not because he'd finished the impossible task, but because he'd become someone who would never commit the original crime again. Religious punishments often involved what you might call divine comedy, situations where the punishment was so perfectly matched to the crime that it revealed a kind of cosmic humour. A priest who had been selling false blessings was required to tend a garden where nothing would grow, spending each day caring for barren soil while contemplating the difference between genuine and counterfeit spiritual nourishment. After months of fruitless labour, he finally understood that his fraudulent blessings had been equally barren, and genuine remorse led to his eventual forgiveness. Some punishments required offenders to reenact mythological scenes, turning classical literature into rehabilitation therapy. An individual guilty of hubris might be required to spend time each day recreating Sisyphus's eternal task of rolling a boulder up a hill, but their version would be temporary and educational rather than eternal and torturous. The physical labour was less important than the symbolic understanding, learning through repetition what it meant to struggle against impossible odds and find meaning in the effort itself. The Greeks also developed elaborate purification rituals that served as both punishment and redemption. These weren't simple religious ceremonies, but complex psychological processes that could take years to complete. An offender might be required to visit specific sacred sites throughout Greece, performing designated tasks at each location while following strict behavioural guidelines. These ritual journeys were brilliant in their psychological sophistication. They removed criminals from their familiar environment, forced them to interact with strangers who knew nothing of their crimes, and provided structured opportunities for reflection and personal growth. Many offenders reported that the journey changed them more profoundly than any conventional punishment could have. Temple punishments often involved service to the gods, specifically designed to address the spiritual dimension of the crime. Someone who had broken an oath might be required to serve as a temple messenger, carrying sacred communications between different religious sites. These conditions forced them to repeatedly handle and deliver messages of truth and commitment, literally surrounding themselves with the values they had violated. The genius of religious punishment lay in its recognition that many crimes stemmed from spiritual emptiness or disconnection from community values. Rather than simply inflicting suffering, these punishments provided opportunities for genuine transformation. Offenders were given the chance to rebuild their relationship with the divine, while also serving their human community. Most remarkably, the design of some religious punishments made them impossible to complete without divine intervention. Such an approach wasn't cruelty. It was recognition that some offences were so serious that human effort alone couldn't provide adequate redemption. The punishment became a form of extended prayer, where the offender had to genuinely seek divine forgiveness to achieve resolution. Often, these impossible punishments entailed paradoxical tasks that defied conventional solutions. An offender might be told to find the beginning of a circle, or speak a word that has never been spoken. The resolution came not through completing the task, but through understanding its impossibility and accepting the need for grace beyond human achievement. What made divine punishment particularly effective was its integration of personal transformation with community healing. Religious offences harm not just individuals, but the entire community's relationship with the walls. The elaborate punishments demonstrated to everyone that the offence was being taken seriously, while providing a pathway for restoring cosmic balance. Now, as you continue your journey through Greek justice, you will enter the realm of philosophical punishment, where thinkers such as Plato and Aristotle theorized about justice and completely redesigned it. In this intellectual landscape, punishment became an opportunity to explore the deepest questions of human nature, moral responsibility, and the purpose of society itself. Picture yourself in ancient Athens, where philosophy wasn't an abstract academic discipline, but a practical tool for creating better human beings and more just communities. The great philosophers approached criminal justice with the same analytical rigour they applied to mathematics and ethics, producing punishments that were as intellectually sophisticated as they were practically effective. Plato's Republic outlined punishments that were essentially educational programs designed to cure the soul rather than simply inflict suffering. He believed that crime resulted from ignorance, not factual ignorance, but a fundamental misunderstanding of what would truly make a person happy and fulfilled. Therefore, punishment should be therapeutic, helping criminals discover the error in their thinking and choose better paths forward. Consider how this philosophy translated into practice. A thief in Plato's ideal city wouldn't just return stolen goods and pay a fine. They would be assigned to study with philosophers who would help them understand why they believed stealing would improve their lives. They would engage in structured dialogues designed to reveal the contradictions in their reasoning and guide them toward more productive ways of meeting their needs. This wasn't soft treatment, it was incredibly demanding. Imagine being required to examine every assumption you've ever made about right and wrong, to defend your choices in front of brilliant thinkers who could expose every flaw in your logic. Many criminals found this intellectual punishment more challenging than physical suffering because it required them to confront the reality of their own poor judgment. Aristotle took a different but equally sophisticated approach. He believed that virtue was a habit developed through practice and that criminal behaviour resulted from bad habits that could be corrected through proper training. His punishments were like moral exercise programs, designed to strengthen the ethical muscles that had grown weak through misuse. An Aristotelian punishment might require a dishonest merchant to spend time each day practicing small acts of honesty, gradually building up to more significant challenges. The merchant would start by accurately describing the quality of goods to customers, then progress to admitting mistakes or offering fair prices without negotiation. Each day would bring new opportunities to practice virtue until honest behaviour became as natural as the original dishonesty had been. The Stoic philosophers contributed their own unique perspective on punishment. They held the belief that external circumstances could not truly harm a person unless they actively chose to do so. This belief led to punishments that focused on internal transformation rather than external suffering. A Stoic judge might sentence someone to spend time each day contemplating their crime and writing about what they learned from the experience. These written reflections weren't just busy work. They were sophisticated psychological exercises designed to help offenders develop emotional resilience and moral clarity. The daily practice of examining their thoughts and motivations gradually built the inner strength needed to resist future temptations. Many of these philosophical journals survived and offer intriguing details about the criminal mind's journey toward redemption. Through the development of group punishment schemes, certain philosophical schools transformed criminal justice into a form of community education. When someone committed a crime, they would be assigned to participate in philosophical discussions with other offenders, exploring questions related to their specific types of wrongdoing. These weren't support groups in the modern sense, but rigorous intellectual workshops where participants had to defend their ideas and examine their beliefs under scrutiny. The cynics, known for their rejection of social conventions, created punishments that challenged offenders to question the assumptions underlying their crimes. Someone caught cheating in business might be required to live as a beggar for several months, experiencing firsthand the insecurity and desperation that drove many people to dishonesty. The outcome wasn't just punishment, it was immersive education in the social conditions that contributed to crime. Most remarkably, some philosophers designed their punishments to be voluntary and self-administered. Offenders would be given detailed instructions for programs of self-examination and moral development, then trusted to carry them out without supervision. The community would check their progress periodically, but the real accountability came from the offender's own conscience and commitment to improvement. This approach recognised that lasting change had to come from within rather than being imposed from outside. External punishment might deter future crimes through fear, but only internal transformation could eliminate the desire to commit crimes in the first place. The philosophers understood that true justice required changing hearts and minds, not just behaviour. The effectiveness of philosophical punishment lay in its recognition that crime was often a symptom of deeper problems, confusion about values, poor reasoning skills, or lack of purpose and direction. By addressing these root causes, philosophical punishments offered genuine solutions rather than temporary deterrents. Modern cognitive behavioural therapy owes much to these ancient Greek innovations in using intellectual exercises to change destructive patterns of thinking and behaviour. As your journey through the bizarre punishments of ancient Greece draws to a close, you find yourself standing once again in the shadow of the Parthenon, but now with a deeper appreciation for the complex civilization that created both architectural marvels and judicial innovations that continue to influence our understanding of justice today. The ancient Greeks bequeathed us something far more valuable than simply colourful stories of unusual punishments. They demonstrated that justice could be creative, therapeutic and transformative rather than merely retributive. Their approach to criminal justice was fundamentally optimistic. They believed people could change, communities could heal, and society could improve through thoughtful application of consequences that served multiple purposes simultaneously. You've seen how different Greek communities adapted their approach to punishment based on their unique circumstances and values. Athens emphasized social reintegration through controlled shame. Sparta focused on strengthening both individual character and collective defense. Island communities developed solutions appropriate to their geographic isolation. Religious authorities integrated divine will with human judgment, and philosophers treated crime as an educational opportunity. This diversity wasn't accidental. It reflected the Greek understanding that justice must be tailored to specific contexts rather than applied uniformly regardless of circumstances. They recognized that what worked in a military society, like Sparta, might be counterproductive in a commercial democracy like Athens. This flexibility and willingness to experiment with different approaches provides helpful lessons for modern criminal justice systems struggling with similar challenges. Consider how Greek innovations anticipate modern developments in criminology and psychology. Their recognition that shame could be more powerful than physical punishment predated our understanding of social psychology by millennia. Their use of community involvement in the justice process foreshadowed restorative justice programs. Their emphasis on rehabilitation and transformation anticipated the therapeutic model of criminal justice that emerged in the 20th century. The Greek insight that punishment should serve education rather than mere deterrence remains revolutionary even today. Most modern criminal justice systems still struggle to balance punishment with rehabilitation, often emphasizing one at the expense of the other. The Greeks demonstrated that this was a false choice. Punishment could be educational, and education could be punitive if properly designed and implemented. Perhaps most importantly, the Greeks understood that effective justice required community participation. Crime wasn't just a matter between offender and victim, but a disruption of social fabric that required collective healing. Their punishments were designed to engage the entire community in the process of restoration, ensuring that everyone learned from each instance of wrongdoing. This communal approach to justice offers a stark contrast to the increasingly impersonal nature of modern legal systems, where justice is administered by professional bureaucrats with little connection to the communities affected by crime. The Greek model suggests that justice is too important to be left entirely to specialists. It requires the active participation of ordinary citizens who understand local conditions and relationships. The creativity of Greek punishment also challenges our assumptions about the purposes of criminal justice. Rather than focusing primarily on deterrence or retribution, they emphasize transformation and education. They ask not just how can we prevent this crime from happening again, but also, how can we use this opportunity to create better people and stronger communities? Their willingness to experiment with different approaches, from the theatrical humiliation of Athens to the military discipline of Sparta to the philosophical dialogue of the academies, demonstrates the value of treating justice as an ongoing experiment rather than a fixed system. They were constantly learning from their experiences and adapting their methods based on what worked and what didn't. Modern criminal justice reformers are rediscovering many Greek innovations: therapeutic courts that address underlying causes of criminal behaviour, community service programs that connect offenders with the people they've harmed, and restorative justice processes that emphasize healing over punishment. These contemporary developments suggest that the Greeks were onto something profound in their approach to justice. As you reflect on these ancient stories, consider how they challenge contemporary assumptions about crime and punishment. The Greeks remind us that justice is not a natural phenomenon with fixed laws, but a human creation that reflects our values, priorities, and understanding of human nature. Their bizarre punishments were actually sophisticated attempts to solve timeless problems. How do we maintain social order while preserving individual dignity? How do we deter crime while offering opportunities for redemption? How do we balance the needs of victims, offenders, and the broader community? The Greek legacy in criminal justice is not a set of specific practices to be copied. but an approach to thinking about justice that remains relevant across cultures and centuries. They taught us that punishment can be art, justice can be creative, and even serious crimes can be learning opportunities. Their most important lesson may be that justice, like democracy and philosophy, requires active participation from thoughtful citizens willing to experiment with new approaches and learn from both successes and failures. The bizarre punishments of ancient Greece were not the products of primitive brutality, but sophisticated attempts by civilized people to create a more just society, an aspiration that remains as relevant today as it was 25 centuries ago. Known to history as Musa I of Mali, came to power under circumstances that were both intriguing and obscured by time. Born around the late 13th century, he belonged to a lineage of rulers who guided the Mali Empire, a realm spanning parts of modern-day Guinea, Senegal, Mauritania and Mali. Although tales often highlight his legendary wealth, Musa's rise rested on a political context shaped by earlier sovereigns, most notably his predecessor, Abubakar II. Oral traditions hint that Abubakar ventured west across the Atlantic, entrusting the throne to Musa as deputy. When the predecessor did not return, Musa ascended to rule. At that moment in West Africa's history, the Mali Empire thrived by controlling critical trade routes. Caravans carried gold, salt, ivory, and other goods across the Sahara, linking sub-Saharan societies with North African ports. Musa inherited an economic apparatus that already possessed riches, but his strategic leadership pushed that wealth and influence to unprecedented heights. Diplomatic ties with Berber traders in the north and with local chieftains to the south formed the scaffolding upon which his reign prospered. Yet Mansa Musa did not simply rely on inherited resources. Evidence suggests he restructured tax collection, ensuring caravans crossing his lands contributed fees. He appointed local governors, termed farbus, to maintain order, standardise trade practices, and quell rebellions. These farbus reported directly to the crown. While some African polities operated via loose confederations of tribes, Musa strove for a more centralised administration. The impetus for unity was both political and religious. By the early 14th century, Islam had become a unifying thread among the empire's elites, with mosques and Quranic schools growing in major towns like Timbuktu and Gao. Intriguingly, Mansa Musa's childhood rarely appears in official records. Griots, or court bards, mention him as a diligent youth who studied theology and statesmanship from travelling clerics. Possibly, he absorbed knowledge from trans-Saharan traders who recounted stories of Maghrebi courts and Middle Eastern wonders. This worldview expansion might have sparked his determination to place Mali on par with famed Islamic centres such as Cairo or Mecca. Later, his philanthropic acts would hint at an enduring desire to earn respect among the broader Islamic sphere. During Musa's early years as Mansa, he faced local errors near the fringes of the empire. Some provinces tested his authority, hoping he might prove less formidable than past kings. Instead, he dispatched well-trained cavalry to reaffirm Mali's dominance. The empire's cavalry, famed for their agility, utilised horses bred in the savannas. Coupled with archers who fired poison-tipped arrows, they efficiently subdued rebellious enclaves. Such campaigns, while overshadowed by later peaceful achievements, set the stage for a stable realm. Timbuktu, a small but strategically situated settlement, benefited from Musa's consolidation efforts. He recognised that controlling Timbuktu meant controlling a confluence of river transport, desert caravans, and fishing communities. Over time, the city would bloom into a learning centre, with an influx of scholars and artisans. Early in his reign, Musa allocated funds to fortify the town's walls, establish improved storage for trade goods, and encourage visiting scholars from across North Africa. This policy laid the groundwork for Timbuktu's future golden era. Though rarely described in immediate detail, Mansa Musa's personal style likely displayed both regal bearing and approachability. Unlike some rulers who cloistered themselves in grand palaces, he purportedly listened to grievances from merchants, travellers, and local notables. Diplomatic sources from North Africa record how visiting envoys found Mali's court refreshingly open, though still anchored in an elaborate protocol. Musa's readiness to incorporate outside ideas, especially from the Islamic heartlands, broadened the empire's cultural horizon. However, Musa's greatest fame had not yet blossomed. Musa's greatest fame was yet to blossom. While local West African circles recognised Musa's leadership, the broader Islamic world and, in time, even distant Europe would only learn his name after his spectacular pilgrimage to Mecca. That journey, or Hajj, showcased both the empire's wealth and Musa's personal devotion. It would transform him into a near legendary figure whose gold-laden caravans dazzled every city along the route. This pilgrimage provided glimpses of a man who balanced religious piety with an almost theatrical display of power. Thus, by the early 1320s, Mansa Musa had established a stable domain, subdued pockets of resistance, invested in commerce, and forged diplomatic ties. Mansa Musa set the stage for an event that would firmly establish him on the map of the medieval world. Neither Mali nor the Islamic realms would be quite the same after his caravans traversed the sands, sowing tales of a West African empire brimming with gold and governed by a ruler whose name would echo through centuries. Historians debate the exact date Mansa Musa embarked on his renowned pilgrimage, but a commonly cited time frame is the early 1320s to somewhere between 1324 and 25. This journey was far from spontaneous. Preparations likely spanned months, if not years, given the massive scale of his entourage. Musa intended not just to fulfill a religious obligation, but to make a statement. Mali was no mere frontier kingdom, and its ruler possessed the means to rank among the wealthiest, most pious monarchs of the Islamic world. Contemporary chronicles, notably those by North African scholar Ibn Khaldun and traveller Ibn Battuta, though Battuta himself visited Mali after Musa's reign, describe the pilgrimage in sensational terms. They mention caravans with thousands of attendants. Some accounts claim as many as 60,000. Camels laden with gold dust, embroidered fabrics, and provisions for the trek snaked across the Sahel. Sub-Saharan Africa had long provided a major chunk of the global gold supply, and Mansa Musa's baggage train exemplified that wealth. He brought not only lumps of raw gold but also minted gold coins, an unusual measure since the region often traded in dust and ingots. Additionally, Mansa Musa's travelling retinue included slaves dressed in fine silks, scribes to document events, reciters of the Quran for spiritual ambiance, and a range of advisors. Some historians caution that the numbers might be inflated by storytellers, yet even if the actual group was smaller, the effect on onlookers would have been overwhelming. The pilgrimage route took them northward through the Sahara, passing through famed salt mines around Takaza, then pivoting east to reach the bustling city of Tuat, or perhaps the legendary Sijil Massa oasis. In each settlement, rumours spread of the Malian monarch dispensing gold with an almost casual generosity. Crucially, Mansa Musa's distribution of wealth was part religious almsgiving, part diplomatic manoeuvre. Almsgiving, zakat, was a pillar of Islam, and Musa's piety motivated lavish gifts to local mosques and the needy. Yet distributing gold also garnered awe, forging ties with local rulers who might reciprocate with safe passage or future alliances. Unsurprisingly, this sudden influx of gold depressed local gold values in places like Cairo for years, an unintended consequence of a philanthropic spree. Egyptian records note how Mansa Musa's arrival in 24 caused gold's price to plummet, prompting economic ripples that historians still marvel at. Upon reaching Cairo, Musa's presence turned heads at the court of Sultan al-Malik al-Nasir. The initial protocol demanded that a visiting monarch greet the Sultan in a manner reflecting subservience. Some accounts claim Musa initially refused to bow, insisting that only to God would he prostrate. In the end, a diplomatic compromise was reached, perhaps involving a respectful but not fully subservient gesture. This minor standoff underscores Musa's pride in Mali's sovereignty, an approach that still balanced courtesy and tradition. While in Cairo, Musa's spending soared. He commissioned architectural help, hired skilled artisans, and purchased books. He conversed with leading Islamic scholars, reflecting a keen interest in theology and jurisprudence. Some Egyptian scribes chronicled the moment: a black African king, regal in bearing, engaged in deep religious discourse, all while dispensing gold coins to beggars outside. Word of his generosity quickly spread, captivating the imagination of distant courts. Europe, though largely ignorant of sub-Saharan polities, would soon learn of an African monarch with legendary fortunes. Resuming the pilgrimage, Mansa Musa continued on toward the Hejaz region of Arabia. In Mecca, the central holy city, he joined countless worshippers for the Hajj rituals, circling the Kaaba, praying on the plains of Arafat, and partaking in the symbolic stoning of the devil. The distance to Mecca was nearly insurmountable for many West Africans. Musa's success in completing the journey signalled extraordinary resolve and resources. He also spent time in Medina, paying respects at the Prophet's mosque. On the return leg, the caravans again wove across North Africa. This time the Malian treasury's gold reserves had thinned somewhat, owing to continuous largesse. Legend has it that to stabilise local markets, Mansa Musa borrowed gold from moneylenders in Cairo at interest rates. These actions ironically introduced him to the concept of currency manipulation. The transaction highlights that, for all his generosity, the intricacies of Mediterranean economics demanded caution. He never wavered in bestowing lavish gifts to those who hosted him along the route. By the time Mansa Musa reappeared in Mali, an aura of near-mythic grandeur surrounded him. The pilgrimage had rebranded the empire from a peripheral kingdom to a recognised node in the Islamic world. He brought back not only architectural knowledge, but also new legal insights and spiritual fervour. Foreign scribes recounted tales of an African monarchy able to shape gold markets. That singular journey would define Musa's reign in global memory, overshadowing other facets of his long rule. After completing his pilgrimage, Mansa Musa returned to his homeland, where people were enthralled with his stories of his exploits. However, he didn't stop there. Rather, he funneled fresh inspiration, architectural styles, theological discourses, scholarly connections, into a grand vision for transforming key cities in the empire. The lessons gleaned in Cairo and Mecca spurred him to commission new buildings, especially mosques, to reinforce Mali's Islamic identity and elevate its cultural standing. At the same time, he recognised that religious centres could anchor trade networks, enticing merchants and scholars to settle. Timbuktu, long a commercial hub, now received particular focus. Musa brought along architects from North Africa, such as Abu Ishaq es-Saheli, who guided local masons in constructing structures that blended Sahelian earthen techniques with Maghrebi motifs. The Sankore Mosque, in particular, blossomed into a campus of learning. Over time, Sankore and other Timbuktu institutions housed thousands of manuscripts on theology, law, astronomy, and more. Timbuktu's libraries, spurred by Musa's initiative, became a beacon for scholars across West Africa and beyond. While earlier Mansas had built in Timbuktu, Musa's efforts catapulted it toward prominence as a recognised seat of learning. Elsewhere, he sponsored the expansion of the Jingweraba Mosque. Using mud brick, timber, and intricate stucco, local artisans fused aesthetic flair with practical design for the hot climate. Musa's appetite for architecture also extended to Gao, Walata, and other strategic towns. The new or renovated mosques signified loyalty to Islam while showcasing the empire's affluence. Some foreign visitors described these earthen edifices as luminous under the Sahel sun, crowned by timber stakes that could be used as scaffolding for periodic replastering. Musa's push for Islamic scholarship drew in more than just architects. He invited ulama, religious scholars, qadis, judges, and scribes from across the Islamic world. These learned individuals introduced refined administrative methods and jurisprudence. Under their guidance, Mali's legal system took shape around Islamic norms, though older customs still thrived in rural enclaves. The official court increasingly used Arabic for record-keeping, complementing local languages for everyday discourse. This bilingual synergy let Mali engage with trans-Saharan trade partners on equal footing. Alongside these intellectual pursuits, Mansa Musa never neglected the empire's economic sinews. He maintained a keen interest in gold mines near Bambouk and Bure, ensuring they were managed efficiently. Additional caravans carried salt from Takaza, exchanging it for cereals, textiles and horses. In one sense, the empire's commercial backbone preceded Musa, but his reign stamped it with organisational vigour. By standardising weights, measures and trade protocols, he cut down disputes, facilitating smoother commerce. Customs officers at city gates or river crossings enforced fees that fed the royal treasury, which in turn funded public works. As for governance, Mansa Musa employed a multi-tiered approach. He left local chiefs in place where loyalty was assured but inserted trusted courtiers where rebellion threatened. From the capital, Nyani, though some debate exactly which city served as the prime seat, he dispatched messengers to check on provinces. The empire's scale made direct micromanagement impossible, but well-placed loyalists ensured his edicts carried weight. This decentralised yet cohesive model thrived when anchored by a charismatic ruler. That said, some interior clans harboured resentment, preferring older animist traditions or less tribute. Meanwhile, news of his generosity on the pilgrimage had inadvertently changed external perceptions. North African historians documented how merchants from the Maghreb or the Levant now looked to Mali for profitable exchange. Some arrived in caravans seeking gold and ostrich feathers while bringing silks, beads or cowrie shells. Mansa Musa welcomed these interactions, though he also insisted on regulated prices, warding off unscrupulous profiteers. The empire's wealth soared, but so did the complexities of balancing local production with foreign demand. In personal terms, Mansa Musa's family life remains a patchwork of hints. Griots mention multiple wives, children groomed for leadership roles, and court intrigues, typical of a grand monarchy. Musa's personality is said to have fused devotion with indulgence in the finer things, music, dance, and well-brewed beverages. He championed moral behaviour under Islam, yet seemed untroubled by the pageantry of a royal court. He strolled the palace in fine robes, received envoys with lavish banquets, and still prayed fervently in the newly built mosques. Such was the duality of Mansa Musa's reign. Pious yet splendid, Islamic yet reliant on older Malian customs, practical in economics yet prone to flamboyant generosity. This synergy established the empire at a pivotal cultural intersection, uniting sub-Saharan heritage with North African sophistication. By the mid-14th century, the synergy reached its zenith, forging a powerful realm that beckoned travellers from across Africa and beyond. Still, every peak holds seeds of future transitions, and for Musa, the twilight of his rule would see shifts that tested the empire's toughness. As the 1330s approached, Mansa Musa's authority remained largely unchallenged, but natural challenges and changing trade patterns hinted at potential strains. The vast domain, knit together by his vigour, demanded constant oversight. Musa strove to ensure that each border region complied with tribute obligations and respected the empire's religious orientation. Meanwhile, the Niger River's seasonal floods shaped agricultural cycles, some years bountiful, others prone to drought. The delicate balance between good harvests, stable trade, and local loyalties meant that a single upheaval could ripple widely. In this period, historical glimpses of Mansa Musa's final years become hazy. Some sources claim he briefly abdicated in favour of his son, Mansa Maga, only to resume power later. Others suggest he remained on the throne until his death. The multiplicity of oral traditions complicates any strict timeline. Still, it's clear he focused on two enduring priorities: strengthening Islamic scholarship and fostering prosperity. He invited additional jurists from Fes and Tunis, expanding Timbuktu's academies. Diplomatic relations with Morocco and Egypt stayed cordial, with scribes at Musa's court producing letters in refined Arabic, praising cultural ties. One lesser-known aspect of Musa's reign was the forging of local alliances through intermarriage. Princes of subjugated regions sometimes wed relatives of the royal family, creating a patchwork of dynastic bonds. This practice tempered rebellious impulses, as each clan now had a stake in preserving peace. In day-to-day rule, Musa relied on a cadre of advisors. Some were devout clerics, others savvy administrators who understood the empire's trade-based wealth. The interplay between religious counsel and economic strategy shaped the empire's direction. The empire also felt the weight of potential competition from emerging powers. Farther east, the Hausa city-states gained momentum, while to the west, coastal polities engaged with Atlantic trade. Although these developments wouldn't immediately topple Mali's dominance, they foreshadowed a shifting frontier in African commerce. The centuries-old reliance on trans-Saharan caravans faced subtle challenges from evolving sea routes. Mansa Musa, however, remained confident that Mali's gold resources and central position would endure. He might not have foreseen how future generations would grapple with the new maritime corridors introduced by European explorers. Meanwhile, Timbuktu's intellectual bloom continued. Scholars from the Arab world praised its manuscripts. Cadiz presided over local courts, melding Sharia law with customary resolutions. This synergy made Timbuktu a magnet for intellectuals seeking quiet study among the city's sun-dried brick homes. Mansa Musa occasionally commissioned new volumes of hadith or historical genealogies, rewarding scribes with gold. Over time, a robust tradition of calligraphy took root, with intricate lettering reflecting North African influences. Students recited texts under open-air courtyards, weaving knowledge with local languages. In the capital, Niamey, the royal palace presumably boasted a mix of clay architecture and stone embellishments, though few remain survive. Chronicles mention grand reception halls where the Mansa offered visitors an audience. Gift exchanges were integral. Envoys from distant lands arrived with spices or glass beads, receiving in return gold dust or lavish robes. Musa's personal routine likely balanced daily prayer, the supervision of farbas, and public appearances that showcased his approachability. He recognised that ruling a culturally diverse empire required more than force. It needed a unifying aura of generosity and moral leadership. Amid all these successes, one senses the ephemeral nature of empire. Overextension lurked as a silent hazard. Some outlying provinces had grown used to direct oversight from the Mansa's central officials. Any prolonged royal absence might sow confusion. Furthermore, rumours of salt caravans taking alternate routes could shift wealth distribution. Mansa Musa's solution was typically to dispatch trusted lieutenants with tokens of the monarchy, perhaps a gold staff or a special garment, symbolising delegated authority. So long as loyalty endured, this system held. By the mid-30s, accounts suggest Mansa Musa's health began to decline. He might have endured the effects of age, or the repeated fevers common in the region's climate. The exact date of his death is disputed, typically placed around 1337. In some traditions, he died soon after concluding the building projects in Gao. Others say he passed quietly in his capital, surrounded by family. Whatever the details, the empire mourned him as a cultural and spiritual beacon. The fabled Mansa who had brought renown to Mali across continents. The stage was then left to his successors, faced with preserving the world he had shaped. While Mansa Musa's personal generosity and cunning had made Mali a name recognised from Cairo to Venice, the looming question was how robust that legacy would remain in his absence. For now, though, the empire could still recall the wondrous days of gold-laden caravans and a Mansa whose devotion and spectacle etched themselves into global lore. After Mansa Musa's death, the mantle fell to his descendants, notably Mansa Maga and later Mansa Suleiman. These rulers inherited a realm at the zenith of its influence. However, the aura of Musa's personal magnetism was difficult to replicate. His successors tried to maintain the elaborate administrative framework, the emphasis on religious scholarship, and the trading networks that underpinned Mali's fortunes. For a time, the empire remained stable, continuing to draw caravans from North Africa. Scholars still travelled to Timbuktu. The glow of Musa's pilgrimage lingered in foreign memories, but cracks emerged. Some outlying tributaries tested the new Mansas, doubting their ability to impose discipline. Regions near the Niger Bend, or along the forest-savanna boundary, required gentle but firm control. Mansa Musa's approach of personal oversight and reward-laden visits had kept them in line. Now, lesser envoys struggled to command the same respect. Occasionally minor rebellions flared. Even though none threatened the core of Mali for decades, they signalled a gradual erosion of central authority. Simultaneously, the natural environment shaped the empire's trajectory. The cyclical dryness of the Sahel sometimes forced pastoralists to shift grazing zones. If desert encroachment worsened, caravans had to alter routes, bypassing certain towns that once thrived on trade taxes. The empire had a reservoir of wealth from gold mines, but changing climate patterns could hamper agriculture near the river, straining local economies. Mansa Musa, in his prime, had addressed such challenges with bold infrastructure or diplomacy, but the subsequent leadership, while competent, lacked his visionary spark. Another dimension was the global context. The 14th century inflicted hardships across many regions. The Black Death ravaged Europe and parts of the Mediterranean, altering trade demands. Although sub-Saharan Africa escaped the worst of that pandemic, the aftershocks in North Africa impacted trade flows as some cities lost large portions of their population. The interplay of fewer caravans, disrupted markets, and shifting alliances chipped away at Mali's prime position. The gold was still there, but the channels to export it might fluctuate. Over time, new powers in West Africa, like the Songhai, took advantage of any vacuum. Nevertheless, the memory of Mansa Musa lived on in Mali's lore. Griots continued to recite epic praises of his generosity. They recounted the shimmering caravans, the pilgrims' endless lines stretching across the dunes, and the mosques he raised with foreign architects. This legacy both inspired and burdened the subsequent Mansas, who struggled to match such an iconic figure. Diplomatically, the empire enjoyed residual goodwill from North African courts thanks to Mansa Musa's famed piety. Delegations from Mali could still negotiate favourable deals in Moroccan or Egyptian markets. Yet as new sultans rose in these realms, personal ties to Musa's era waned. In Europe, albeit indirectly, Mansa Musa's legend trickled into cartographic representations. The Catalan Atlas of 1375, for instance, depicted a crowned African king holding a golden nugget, referencing the Melian ruler's famed riches. This image bolstered a European myth of rivers of gold in Africa, a notion that later centuries of explorers and colonizers would chase. Ironically, the lavish portrayal overshadowed the nuance of Musa's intellect, governance, and religious devotion, reducing him to a mere emblem of extraordinary wealth. Within Mali, religious scholarship advanced for some time. The libraries of Timbuktu, Gao, and Djenné expanded their collections. Scribes and jurists reinterpreted Islamic texts in local contexts, forging a rich blend of African culture and Islamic law. The traditions Mansa Musa championed did not vanish with his death. They enriched local life for generations. The city of Timbuktu in particular stood as a testament to that era's intellectual blossoming. Mali's social fabric seamlessly merged clan-based traditions with the universalist principles of Islam, carrying on the delicate balance that Mansa Musa had established. Eventually, by the 15th century, the Songhai Empire under Sunni Ali and later Askia Muhammad rose to eclipse Mali's dominion, seizing major centres. Mali receded, losing some gold-rich territories and vital trade corridors. Yet the echoes of Mansa Musa's brilliant rule lingered. Even as Songhai expanded, the memory of Mali's pinnacle remained deeply etched in oral histories. Observers realised that Mansa Musa's achievements were not just about ephemeral gold showers. They had forged a cultural and political framework that shaped West African civilization well beyond his lifetime. The empire's eventual decline underscored how pivotal leadership can be. Mansa Musa had harnessed wealth, religion, and political savvy to unify a sprawling region. Once that synergy loosened, fragmentation crept in. Still, centuries after the empire's contraction, the name Mansa Musa resonates globally, an African monarch famed for overshadowing kings and sultans in wealth, for bridging sub-Saharan and Islamic worlds, and for exemplifying how a single visionary reign can elevate an entire civilization onto the historical stage. For centuries, the Western world largely overlooked Mansa Musa, overshadowed by narratives centred on Mediterranean or European affairs. However, in the modern era, interest in Africa's pre-colonial empires revived. Scholars sought to reclaim the achievements of societies like Mali, Songhai, and Ghana. Mansa Musa's story emerged as a standout example of African leadership, advanced trade systems, and dynamic cultural fusion. Researchers combed through Arabic chronicles, like those of Al-Umari or Ibn Khaldun, for glimpses of his reign. Griot's oral traditions offered complementary insights, though they sometimes embroidered details for dramatic effect. In the 20th century, Mansa Musa's name surfaced in debates about the African diaspora's heritage. As African nations gained independence from colonial rule, national historians highlighted figures like Musa to illustrate indigenous African states that prospered long before European influence. School textbooks in places like Mali and Senegal began devoting sections to the Mali Empire, showcasing it as a sophisticated polity. The imagery of Mansa Musa showering gold upon the poor while building mosques became a powerful symbol of African accomplishment. Yet pop culture often reduced him to the richest man who ever lived, focusing on an astronomical net worth in gold. Internet articles brandished headlines about his supposed trillions in today's currency. This oversimplification risked flattening his legacy into mere flamboyance. In reality, Musa's wealth was entangled in communal structures, trade cycles, and moral obligations shaped by Islamic teachings. He was less a solitary billionaire and more a steward of an empire's resources, dispensing them for religious and diplomatic ends. Historians caution that pegging his fortune to the modern standards distorts the medieval context. Meanwhile, academic interest turned to the intricacies of governance. Documents suggest that under Musa, Mali's legal frameworks advanced, bridging indigenous norms with Sharia-based statutes. Judges in Timbuktu or Jenne sometimes cited both local tradition and Quranic sources, forging unique rulings. Scholars in the past acknowledged Mansa Musa's ability to strike a balance between upholding Islamic orthodoxy among elites and honouring the animist customs of rural communities. This nuance fosters a deeper appreciation of his statesmanship, overshadowed in many popular accounts by tales of gold-laden caravans. Archaeology also contributed. Excavations near ancient towns in Mali uncovered remnants of fortifications or palatial complexes, though direct evidence of Musa's building projects remains sparse. The scale of urban centres suggests a well-structured realm. The design of certain mosques, featuring distinctive Sudano-Sahelian motifs and perhaps influence from Andalusian or Maghrebi styles, points to that era's architectural cross-pollination. Fragments of imported ceramics or glass from North Africa confirm robust commerce. By synthesizing textual sources with material finds, researchers sketch a more vibrant portrait of Mansa Musa's empire than older stereotypes of a dark continent. Ironically, in the 21st century, Mansa Musa's memory thrives on digital platforms. His name surfaces in social media memes or videos, claiming to unravel the secrets of the richest king. While some content oversimplifies, others use the curiosity to delve deeper, explaining the empire's trade networks or Timbuktu's scholarly heritage. In African diaspora communities, references to Mansa Musa convey pride in African intellectual and economic history. He emerges as a counterbalance to narratives that historically depicted Africa as a monolithic region of underdevelopment. Yet the real Mansa Musa remains elusive in certain regards. We lack direct diaries, and no contemporary portraits show his face. Instead, we rely on stylized images from European cartographers or rhetorical descriptions by Arab historians. He emerges as a figure of layered myth and partial documentation, someone whose actual day-to-day persona remains partly concealed. The glimpses we do have highlight a thoughtful, strategic monarch, propelled by both faith and pragmatism. His significance endures not just for the spectacle of his pilgrimage, but for how he integrated diverse societies under a unified banner. Advanced Islamic scholarship in West Africa, and influenced global perceptions of Africa's potential. Within the context of medieval globalization, he stands as an early example of how commerce, faith, and leadership can unify a wide territory. In an era typically overshadowed by European narratives, Mansa Musa's accomplishments underscore the richness of African history and the universal complexity of statecraft. Thus, the modern reappraisal of Mansa Musa blends both awe and historical caution, acknowledging the grandeur of his empire while sifting myth from fact. He was neither a simplistic figure of infinite gold nor a purely saintly monarch. Rather, he was an adept leader in a dynamic environment, harnessing commerce, religion, and diplomacy to forge a realm that resonates through the centuries, an enduring testament to Africa's storied past. Today, Mansa Musa stands among Africa's most iconic historical figures. His legacy transcends time and place, weaving into discussions of leadership, wealth, spirituality, and identity. He embodies not just a legendary monarch, but a reminder that even centuries ago, global interconnectedness shaped destinies. His empire's prosperity, gleaned from a trans-Saharan trade, offers insights into how commerce forges links across vast distances. His dedication to Islam and scholarship underscores the potency of faith in unifying diverse peoples under a cultural and ethical framework. One might ask, what can we learn from Mansa Musa's reign beyond the gold-studded anecdote? Firstly, his story highlights the value of strategic vision. He inherited a robust empire but catapulted it to new heights through conscientious policies, from codifying taxes on caravans to commissioning educational hubs. He recognised that harnessing wealth isn't solely about accumulation. Distributing it effectively, whether in philanthropic gestures or infrastructure, can amplify a leader's influence. This approach resonates in modern governance discussions, where wise resource allocation sets outstanding administrators apart from mere hoarders. Secondly, Mansa Musa's architectural and scholarly investments exemplify how cultural achievements bolster an empire's legacy. The mosques and libraries of Timbuktu, Gao and beyond, which blossomed under his patronage, endured even after Mali's political decline. They catalysed centuries of learning, preserving texts that remain significant historical sources. This enduring dimension of cultural capital suggests that fostering education and the arts can surpass ephemeral political wins. In a world rife with ephemeral trend-chasing, Mansa Musa's example underscores the intangible dividends of intellectual stewardship. Moreover, his experience with gold-based economics prompts reflection on the complexities of global finance. Though medieval markets differ from modern ones, Mansa Musa's distribution of gold that depressed local currencies exemplifies how large infusions of wealth can distort economies. Today's parallels might involve monetary policies, foreign direct investment, or resource booms that upend local markets. The lesson is timeless. Even generosity can have unintended consequences if not carefully calibrated to the broader economic milieu. On a more personal level, Mansa Musa illustrates how piety and power can intersect. By presenting himself as a devout Muslim, he earned credibility among Islamic polities. His approach highlights the power of genuine religious conviction, when combined with benevolence, to foster diplomatic relations. Yet, it also raises questions. To what extent did he wield religion as a political tool? We might glean that authenticity and canny statecraft can coexist, each fueling the other toward mutual benefit. For an audience grappling with modern complexities of church-state relations, Mansa Musa's example suggests nuance. Faith-based values can unify communities, but realpolitik remains essential for large-scale governance. In terms of Africa's historical narrative, Mansa Musa dispels outdated stereotypes of a continent absent of complexity. The Mali Empire's advanced administration, trading acumen, and cultural vibrancy in the 14th century counter any notion that sophisticated statecraft was exclusive to Europe or Asia. By acknowledging Mansa Musa's place in the grand tapestry of medieval history, we appreciate that Africa was fully engaged in trans-regional dialogues, its gold fueling global economies, its scholars contributing to the Islamic intellectual tradition. Lastly, the ephemeral nature of power emerges in his story. Even a realm as wealthy as Mali faced eventual decline. Mansa Musa's leadership soared, but no empire remains unchallenged forever. Subsequent shifts in trade routes, internal strife, and external expansions by Songhai underlined how reliant Mali's empire was on sustained, adept rulership. For those analysing present-day geopolitics, the lesson is that resilience hinges on structural stability, not just a single charismatic era. Legacy is shaped by continuity of governance, not a lone golden moment. In sum, Mansa Musa's tale glistens with more than gold. It resonates through layered truths, the interplay of devotion and diplomacy, the forging of alliances across desert expanses, and the enduring imprint of knowledge institutions. His memory, once overshadowed, now re-emerges in scholarly works and public fascination, signifying a broader revaluation of Africa's historical prominence. For anyone who may be mind-seeking both reflection and novelty, his saga offers a vantage point on leadership's timeless challenges. Rich in paradox, Mansa Musa's reign reveals that wealth, no matter how immense, serves best when funneled into communal uplift, melding prestige with purpose, and that perhaps is the truest legacy of the man known as Mansa Musa. Its roots lie in the escalating tensions between the United States and Japan. In the early 20th century, Japan emerged as a dominant power in East Asia. Through rapid industrialization and military expansion, it asserted its influence. By the 1930s, Japan's imperial ambitions clashed with the interests of Western powers. Among these, the United States sought to maintain its influence in the Pacific. In 1937, Japan's invasion of China began its aggressive campaign for territorial control. This conflict brought atrocities, including the infamous Nanking Massacre. The international community condemned Japan's actions. In response, the United States imposed economic sanctions. Vital resources like oil and steel were cut off. For Japan, these sanctions were crippling. Its military and industrial capabilities were under threat. The Japanese government saw the sanctions as an existential crisis, and so they began to prepare for war. On December the 7th, 1941, Japan launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. This devastating strike crippled the US Pacific Fleet in Hawaii. The goal? Eliminate American naval power in the Pacific. This would give Japan free rein to expand its empire. While the attack dealt a significant blow, it galvanized the United States. Within days, America declared war on Japan. This marked the nation's full entry into World War II. After Pearl Harbor, Japan's military advanced rapidly. Territories like the Philippines, Singapore, and parts of Indonesia fell to their forces. The Japanese seemed unstoppable, dominating the Pacific with unrelenting campaigns. But in May 1942, cracks began to show. The Battle of the Coral Sea became a turning point. This costly engagement marked the first time Japan's expansion was checked. The United States stopped Japan from capturing Port Moresby in New Guinea. This preserved a critical Allied position. Despite this setback, Japan remained confident. Its military leaders, particularly Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, planned a decisive battle. Yamamoto's strategy was ambitious. He aimed to lure the US fleet into a trap by attacking Midway Atoll. Midway was remote but strategically vital. Its proximity to Hawaii made it a key target. If captured, Midway would allow Japan to extend its defensive perimeter. It might even threaten the American mainland. Unbeknownst to the Japanese, the United States had a crucial advantage. American cryptographers, led by Lieutenant Commander Joseph Rochefort, had broken Japan's naval codes. Through intercepted communications, US intelligence uncovered the plan. The attack on Midway, codenamed Operation MI, was no longer a secret. Armed with this knowledge, Admiral Chester W. Nimitz took action. As commander of the US Pacific Fleet, he devised a bold counter-strategy. Rather than falling into Yamamoto's trap, Nimitz planned to ambush the Japanese fleet. In preparation, Nimitz assembled his forces. The US Navy had 3 carriers available: USS Enterprise, USS Hornet, and USS Yorktown. The Yorktown, damaged during the Battle of the Coral Sea, was a critical piece. Repaired in record time, it returned to action just in time for the fight. These carriers, along with their escorts and aircraft, represented America's best hope. This was their chance to turn the tide in the Pacific. On the morning of June 4th, 1942, the battle began. Japanese aircraft launched waves of attacks on Midway Atoll. Bombs rained down, targeting airstrips and defences. The defenders, though heavily outnumbered, fought valiantly. Anti-aircraft fire and fighter planes took a toll on the attackers. Yet Midway suffered significant damage. Even so, the Japanese failed to achieve their primary goal, neutralising Midway's air power. As the Japanese prepared for a second wave, the Americans struck back. Carrier-based aircraft launched a bold counterattack. The first waves of US torpedo bombers faced devastating losses. Their slow, outdated planes were no match for the agile Japanese Zero fighters. Many brave crews were lost, but their sacrifice distracted the Japanese defences. This left the enemy fleet vulnerable. At a critical moment, American dive bombers arrived. They found the Japanese carriers, Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu, completely exposed. The ships were refueling and rearming planes. Their decks were crowded with explosives. The American bombers struck with devastating precision. Direct hits ignited explosions and fires. Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu were consumed by flames. This was a catastrophic blow to Japan's naval power. The 4th Japanese carrier, Hiryu, launched a counterstrike. It managed to severely damage the USS Yorktown, but the Americans regrouped quickly. They launched a final attack, sinking Hiryu by the end of the day. All 4 Japanese carriers were destroyed. This marked a turning point, not just in the battle, but in the war itself. The fighting continued for several days. The Japanese attempted to regroup and retreat. By June 7th, it was over. The United States had achieved a decisive victory. Japan's primary carriers were sunk. Their ability to project power in the Pacific was crippled. The loss was catastrophic for Japan. Over 3,000 sailors and airmen were killed. Their fleet suffered irreparable damage. The Battle of Midway marked a turning point. Japan, once seemingly invincible, was now on the defensive. The United States began a bold campaign of island hopping. Strategic locations were captured one by one. Step by step, they pushed closer to Japan. Midway reshaped the nature of naval warfare. The battle proved the central role of aircraft carriers. It signaled the end of the battleship era. Beyond its strategic significance, Midway is remembered for its human cost. The courage of American pilots was extraordinary. They faced overwhelming odds with determination. The resilience of sailors aboard the Yorktown and other ships was inspiring. Their sacrifices showed the strength of the human spirit, even in the face of adversity. Today, Midway Atoll is a wildlife refuge. Its calm waters and quiet shores stand in contrast to the chaos it once endured. This peaceful place is a testament to those sacrifices. It reminds us of the price paid for peace. The story of Midway teaches us many things: the power of strategy, the importance of intelligence, and the unity needed to overcome the greatest challenges. As you rest tonight, reflect on this story. Picture the vast Pacific Ocean. Imagine its waves, now peaceful and still. Think of the bravery of those who fought for a brighter future. Let their sacrifices bring you calm and hope. The impact of Midway did not end with the sinking of Japan's carriers. Its effects echoed across the Pacific and beyond. For Japan, the loss was a strategic disaster. 4 carriers were destroyed: Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, and Hiryu. These ships were the core of the Imperial Japanese Navy's striking force. Their destruction ended Japan's ability to conduct large-scale offensives. The loss of experienced pilots and aircrew was another blow. Unlike the United States, Japan struggled to replace its forces. Its industrial capacity and training programs were limited. The expertise of the aviators lost at Midway was irreplaceable. This left the Japanese fleet at a growing disadvantage in later battles. For the United States, Midway was a game-changer. Victory allowed the US to shift from defense to offense. The Pacific, once dominated by Japan, began to change. American morale soared. The victory proved Japan's expansion could be halted and reversed. For the first time, the Allies had a clear path forward. The island-hopping strategy followed soon after. Allied forces targeted key Japanese-held islands. They bypassed heavily fortified positions, choosing strategic locations instead. Each island captured brought the Allies closer to Japan's home islands. Japanese supply lines were cut off, isolating their forces. One of the first campaigns to build on Midway's success was the Battle for Guadalcanal, which began in August 1942. This grueling 6-month campaign saw the United States gain its first major foothold in the Pacific. It marked the beginning of Japan's long retreat. The lessons learned at Midway, particularly the importance of air superiority in carrier-based operations, were applied repeatedly in the battles that followed. The psychological impact of Midway was equally profound. For Japan, the defeat shattered the aura of invincibility that had surrounded its navy. The loss of the carriers that had spearheaded the attack on Pearl Harbor was a blow. It was a blow not only to Japan's military capabilities, but also to its national pride. The morale of Japanese troops and citizens began to waver. The realization set in: victory might not be achievable. For the United States and its allies, Midway was a source of inspiration and determination. The victory demonstrated that careful planning, intelligence, and courage could overcome even the most formidable adversaries. It strengthened the resolve of Allied forces and galvanized the American public, who now saw a path to ultimate victory in the Pacific. The Battle of Midway also highlighted the evolving nature of naval warfare. The era of the battleship, long considered the dominant force in naval strategy, was over. Midway confirmed that aircraft carriers and their air groups were the new kings of the sea. Control of the skies became the determining factor in naval engagements. This shift would influence military doctrine for decades to come. The role of intelligence in the battle cannot be overstated. The work of American codebreakers, who deciphered Japan's naval plans, provided a critical advantage. This allowed the United States to prepare and execute its ambush. This achievement underscored the importance of information and communication in modern warfare. It set the stage for the development of sophisticated intelligence operations in future conflicts. As the war progressed, the impact of Midway became increasingly evident. The Japanese Navy, once a dominant force, found itself unable to mount large-scale operations. Meanwhile, the United States, with its unmatched industrial capacity, continued to build and deploy new carriers, planes, and ships. By 1944, the balance of power in the Pacific had shifted decisively in favour of the Allies. Today, the story of Midway is remembered not just as a battle. It is a testament to the resilience, ingenuity, and bravery of those who fought there. It serves as a reminder of the sacrifices made by the greatest generation, and the lessons of courage, strategy, and unity that shaped the outcome of the war. The site of the battle, Midway Atoll, is now a place of peace and reflection. Designated as a national wildlife refuge, it is home to a rich diversity of marine and bird life. A far cry from the chaos of war that once engulfed its waters, the atoll stands as a symbol of renewal and a tribute to the resilience of nature and humanity alike. As you reflect on the events of the Battle of Midway, imagine the vast, quiet expanse of the Pacific, its waters calm and still under a starry sky. Let the courage and determination of those who fought fill you with a sense of gratitude and inspiration. Their sacrifices remind us of the strength and resilience within each of us and the enduring hope for peace. After the decisive American victory at Midway, the Imperial Japanese Navy found itself in a precarious position. With the loss of 4 carriers, over 300 aircraft, and their experienced crews, Japan's ability to project power across the Pacific was irreparably weakened. The battle also exposed critical flaws in Japan's strategic planning and overconfidence. Despite early successes in the war, the Japanese High Command underestimated the United States' industrial capacity, intelligence capabilities, and the sheer determination of its forces. Midway was a psychological blow to Japan. The once dominant Japanese Navy now faced a growing and increasingly confident American fleet. This loss of momentum had a cascading effect on Japanese strategy. Without the naval supremacy they had relied upon, Japan was forced into a defensive posture, scrambling to protect its remaining territories and resources. Meanwhile, the United States capitalized on its victory to push forward with its island-hopping campaign. This strategy involved bypassing heavily fortified Japanese strongholds in favor of capturing strategically significant islands. Each island seized became a stepping stone toward Japan itself, providing bases for air operations, supply lines, and staging areas for future assaults. One of the first major campaigns following Midway was the Battle for Guadalcanal, which began in August 1942. Guadalcanal was a grueling and protracted campaign, lasting 6 months and testing the endurance of both American and Japanese forces. The lessons learned at Midway played a crucial role in this battle, particularly the importance of air superiority and naval coordination. Guadalcanal marked the first significant offensive by Allied forces in the Pacific and further demonstrated Japan's inability to sustain its initial advances. The importance of logistics and industrial capacity, highlighted by Midway, became even more apparent as the war progressed. The United States, with its vast industrial resources, was able to replace ships, aircraft, and personnel at a pace that Japan could not match. For every carrier Japan lost at Midway, the US was building multiple new carriers, along with the planes and crews needed to operate them. This overwhelming production capacity allowed the Allies to maintain pressure on Japan across multiple fronts. The Battle of Midway also influenced the development of naval warfare tactics and technology. The battle demonstrated the importance of aircraft carriers as the centerpiece of naval strategy, relegating battleships to a secondary role. The lessons learned at Midway shaped the way future naval engagements were fought, with an emphasis on air power, intelligence, and mobility. Intelligence gathering, which had played such a pivotal role at Midway, continued to be a critical factor in the Allied war effort. The success of American cryptographers in breaking Japanese codes allowed the US to anticipate and counter Japanese moves throughout the war. This advantage helped secure victories in battles such as the Philippine Sea and Leyte Gulf, further eroding Japan's ability to wage war. As the war drew closer to Japan's home islands, the effects of Midway became even more pronounced. The loss of carriers and pilots at Midway created a gap in Japan's naval and air capabilities that it could never fully close. By the time of the Battle of the Philippine Sea in 1944, often referred to as the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot, Japanese pilots were so inexperienced that American forces decimated them with relative ease. This imbalance in skill and resources can be traced back to the setbacks Japan suffered at Midway. The legacy of Midway extends beyond its military and strategic implications. It became a symbol of resilience, ingenuity, and the importance of unity in the face of adversity. For the United States, the victory at Midway represented a turning point in a war that had begun with the devastating losses at Pearl Harbor. It demonstrated that the American spirit, coupled with innovation and strategy, could overcome even the most formidable challenges. The men who fought at Midway left a lasting impact on history. Their courage and sacrifice are remembered not just in the annals of military history, but also in the hearts of those who understand the profound cost of war. Many of the pilots, sailors, and officers who served in the battle went on to play key roles in subsequent campaigns, carrying with them the lessons and experiences of Midway. Today, the site of the battle remains a place of quiet reflection. Midway Atoll, now a national wildlife refuge, is home to diverse marine and bird life, a stark contrast to the chaos that once engulfed its waters. The peaceful serenity of the atoll serves as a poignant reminder of the cost of war and the enduring hope for peace. The story of Midway is one of triumph and tragedy, of strategy and sacrifice. It is a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit and the importance of standing firm in the face of adversity. As we reflect on this pivotal moment in history, let us remember the bravery of those who fought, the lessons they taught us, and the enduring legacy of their actions. Picture the calm waters of the Pacific, the waves gently lapping against the shores of the atoll. Imagine the bravery of those who took to the skies and seas, their sacrifices shaping the course of history. Let their legacy remind you of the strength and resilience within us all. Thank you for joining us tonight on History and Sleep. May the story of the Battle of Midway bring you reflection, perspective, and a deep sense of gratitude. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with the quiet strength of those who came before us, and the enduring hope for a better world. Sweet dreams, and drift off to sleep with rain. Nikola Tesla's boyhood in the small village of Smiljan, nestled in the rural reaches of the Austrian Empire, now Croatia, was as far removed from the noise of modern contraptions as one might imagine. Yet even amid this pastoral backdrop, Tesla found ways to indulge his curiosity. His father, Milutin, was an Orthodox priest often occupied by religious duties, but he also possessed a serious library where young Nikola snuck away to read. In fact, Tesla frequently credited these secretive explorations for sparking his fascination with science. Meanwhile, his mother, Juka, a resourceful and gifted woman, crafted household tools with her hands, granting Tesla a first-hand look at the interplay between imagination and utility. One story that rarely gets retold, overshadowed perhaps by grander anecdotes, involved a small wooden water wheel he built at age 9. Determined to harness the churning stream that ran behind his home, Tesla carved rough paddles from scavenged driftwood and improvised an axle from a broken cart part. While the contrivance was crude, it worked, sort of. It sputtered and jammed more often than it spun, but this half-success taught him the power of redirecting natural forces. Even as a child, he recognized that nature housed tremendous energy, just waiting to be tapped. It was also during these early years that Tesla started experiencing acute visualizations. Later, he described how bright flashes before his eyes would conjure vivid images of objects he hadn't even witnessed before. This phenomenon, which he called his mind's eye, sometimes unsettled people around him, but it had a silver lining. Whenever an idea flickered through his consciousness, he could examine its details in these mental pictures, rotating and refining them before he ever set pen to paper. This unique ability, often minimized in popular accounts, shaped his inventive process. Of course, not all was idyllic. As a schoolboy, Tesla nursed a rebellious streak and loathed rote memorization. His teacher once scolded him for insisting that the Earth was a giant magnet, telling the class that Tesla was letting his imagination run wild. The teacher was unaware of how close Tesla was to the truth, nor how that minor humiliation inspired him to study magnetism more thoroughly. Some say the seeds of his future AC motor began here, in the tension between authority and Tesla's unwavering self-belief. In spare moments, the young Tesla found camaraderie with friends who joined in his experiments, like building hand-cranked contraptions or trying to talk through tin can telephones. Yet, if a contraption failed, Tesla vanished into introspection, recalculating every step in his mind. In those hours, no one could pry him away from his reflections. It was as if he was lost in that luminous inner workshop. Despite bouts of quiet withdrawal, Tesla still lived in a household that valued performance, especially rhetorical flair. His father believed in the power of eloquence and would often deliver stirring orations. Perhaps this is how Tesla learned to present radical ideas with poise. He also gleaned from his mother the virtue of patient tinkering, an aspect overshadowed by stories of his brilliant flashes of insight. Though untrained formally, Duca's improvisational skill showed him that great inventions need not come from grand laboratories. They could begin at a humble table or by the riverside, as long as one had the drive to see them through. By the time he reached adolescence, Tesla had devoured nearly every science book in his father's library. He immersed himself in electricity, magnetism, and mechanical wonders, his fascination growing with each page. Late at night, when the household slept and a single kerosene lamp flickered in the corridor, Tesla mulled over new concepts, making mental notes on how to apply them. He never just read, he scouted for clues, each bit of knowledge layering onto his mental designs. These experiences in Smiljan formed the bedrock of a lifetime of invention. While the world would one day witness Tesla's theatrical experiments and transformative discoveries, it all began beside a murmuring creek and within the hush of a modest library. There, free from urban clamour, Tesla learned the value of curiosity, observation, and sustained determination. It was in this unassuming domain, where wooden water wheels sputtered and a boy's imagination soared, that the seeds of an extraordinary destiny first took root. Perhaps most telling, these formative years cemented in Tesla a lifelong pattern of introspection and experimentation. The young inventor not only absorbed knowledge, he reinvented it in his imagination. For him, Smiljan was not a backwater. It was a secluded incubator for unexplored possibilities. Tesla's departure from home was spurred by academic pursuits that beckoned him to larger arenas, eventually landing him at the Austrian Polytechnic in Graz. The environment there demanded rigour, which suited Tesla's capacity for total immersion. He sank his teeth into mathematics, physics, and mechanics with a feverish intensity. Professors noted his uncanny ability to answer complex theoretical questions without referencing textbooks, a result of his extraordinary mental visualization. However, the spark that truly lit his imagination was the direct current, DC, electrical machinery in the school's labs. Conventional wisdom suggested DC was the future of power, but Tesla found its inefficiencies maddening. Observing how DC motors generated sparks and wasted energy, he questioned how nobody noticed a better pathway. When one professor pronounced that harnessing alternating current, AC, at scale, was an impossibility, Tesla resisted the urge to argue. Instead, he spent late nights in his boarding room, sketching out rotating magnetic fields in his head. If he dozed off at all, it was with diagrams dancing across his eyelids. Despite his academic prowess, Tesla's stint in Graz did not end smoothly. Exhaustion, and perhaps an underlying rebellious streak. contributed to friction with university administrators. He once rigged an experiment to demonstrate a refined method for measuring electric resistance. When the apparatus short-circuited, Tesla found himself facing the wrath of a professor outraged by unorthodox experimentation. Feeling unwelcome, Tesla walked out, leaving conventional academia behind. From grads, Tesla moved to other opportunities, including a brief and often overlooked period in Marburg, now Maribor, Slovenia. There, a shadow seemed to fall over him. Separated from the camaraderie of classmates, he grappled with bouts of anxiety. Without structured lab access, Tesla turned to solitary experiments, tinkering with leftover scraps of metal and wire. Yet the gloom of isolation gnawed at him, and he eventually returned home for a spell. His confidence rattled, but not shattered. It was in Budapest, while working at the Budapest Telephone Exchange, that Tesla began to regain his footing. In that frenetic workspace, he was tasked with improving the nascent telephone system's design. One lesser circulated story details how Tesla once clambered onto a rooftop to adjust overhead lines, the lightning flashes giving him new ideas about high-frequency current. Colleagues regarded him as eccentric competent. Crucially, it was during a routine walk through Budapest's city park that the notion of the rotating magnetic field crystallized in his mind. Inspired by a poem he recited aloud, Tesla abruptly stopped, drew a stick from the ground, and began tracing swirling diagrams in the dirt. He explained to his companion how two or more alternating currents, out of phase, could induce a rotating field capable of spinning a motor. That eureka moment set the course for his next inventions. It was an unveiling of practical AC concepts in the most unassuming of settings, far from any official laboratory. Shortly after, Tesla found himself with an opportunity in Paris, working for the Continental Edison Company. His tasks involved troubleshooting installations of Edison's DC systems, the very technology that had vexed him back at grads. Even so, the job introduced him to real-world engineering challenges, from power outages to generator malfunctions. By day, Tesla tackled these issues, becoming something of a specialist in diagnosing electrical breakdowns. By night, he refined sketches of his AC motor, desperately wishing for the chance to build a prototype. The interplay between the daily grind of DC hardware maintenance and the nightly pursuit of AC innovation lent Tesla's life a peculiar duality, an unresolved tension between the present and what he believed the future should be, although overshadowed by the high drama of later years. These formative experiences taught Tesla resilience. He learned how to negotiate limited resources, how to observe the smallest anomalies in mechanical performance, and how to coax visions from his mind into workable sketches. More importantly, his confidence in the feasibility of AC power solidified, even as he undertook the tedium of DC-based assignments. The world around him might have regarded AC as a flight of fancy, but in his eyes it was the rightful heir to the electrical throne, waiting for its moment to shine. Tesla's fateful journey to the United States in 1884 has often been romanticized, yet a host of lesser-known details enrich that narrative. He arrived in New York with next to nothing, carrying a letter of introduction to Thomas Edison from his former employer in Paris. The letter supposedly claimed Tesla was an exceptional engineer who would produce wonders. In popular retellings, this encounter frames Tesla and Edison as instant rivals. But in truth, their relationship began with cautious respect. Edison recognized Tesla's competence right away and put him to work on projects deemed too intricate or menial for others. There's a story, one not widely circulated, that Tesla fixed a defective shipboard lighting system, saving Edison's company from contract penalties. Tesla never used it as leverage. Still, Edison noticed. Intrigued by Tesla's meticulous approach, he assigned him to redesign DC generators. Tesla toiled day and night, confident his improvements would prove their worth. And they did, but when he sought remuneration, misunderstandings piled up. It wasn't a single dispute over a massive bonus, more a pattern of unkept promises and blurred expectations. By early 1885, the veneer of cordiality evaporated, and Tesla left Edison's employ. That was the genesis of a rivalry later amplified by newspapers, driven more by conflicting technologies than personal hatred. Financial troubles beset Tesla almost immediately. With few acquaintances in New York, he found himself digging ditches for $2 a day. Yet it might have been that physical labour, under a harsh sun, that sharpened his resolve. He told a friend that while his body dug ditches, his mind was far away, describing elliptical arcs of thought. Where some might have fallen into despair, Tesla saw an interval to refine his intended path. That path led to the formation of Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing, his first entrepreneurial venture in America. He secured backers who, at first, promised to let him develop arc lighting systems and eventually his prized AC motors. However, once Tesla delivered an efficient arc lighting solution, those investors showed no interest in AC. Capital wanted quick returns, not imaginative leaps. Frustrated, Tesla found himself pushed out of the very company bearing his name. This episode left him wary of business partnerships and taught him that investors valued immediate profit over long-term vision. Undeterred, Tesla began to demonstrate his AC motor concept in small lecture halls around the city. One venue, the back room of a modest Manhattan building, had an audience of barely 20 people. But among them was Alfred S. Brown, a Western Union superintendent who recognized Tesla's potential. Another backer, Charles Peck, also attended. Together, they formed a partnership with Tesla, pledging to support his AC technology. These unglamorous sessions laid vital groundwork for Tesla's next breakthrough. Soon, with newfound supporters, Tesla established a laboratory at 89 Liberty Street, Manhattan. Amid coils of wire and improvised setups, he tinkered relentlessly. The space was cramped but offered freedom. He constructed prototypes of the polyphase AC motor, painstakingly refining them until they could run smoothly under load. Maintaining a consistent rotating magnetic field was one challenge. Ensuring it didn't damage the apparatus over time was another. Tesla tackled each obstacle systematically, relying on mental simulations before any real-world tests. One anecdote from this period recounts Tesla experimenting with high-speed turbines that let out unnerving whines. Passers-by grew wary, prompting multiple visits from the local fire brigade after neighbours complained of sparks. Tesla, oblivious to the fuss, would apologise earnestly, then resume his adjustments the moment they left. Such episodes highlight his tendency to live almost entirely in his realm of ideas, paying little heed to outside alarm. While public fascination with electricity was on the rise, spurred by the novelty of electric lights, most industrialists still viewed AC with caution. Tesla's goal was not simply to make AC motors feasible, but to persuade key players that this technology was reliable, safe, and profitable. Each small success in his lab bolstered his resolve, inching him closer to a grand future shaped by alternating current, truly unstoppable. By 1888, Tesla was ready to unveil his AC motor to the world, and the venue was the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. While typical accounts highlight the significance of this event, few explore the hushed excitement that filled that lecture hall. Attendees included professors, journalists, and industrial titans, all abuzz with talk of a new era in electrical distribution. Some were openly sceptical, others arrived hoping to witness the demise of what they considered an impossible dream. Tesla walked onto the stage with a calm demeanour, unveiling his motor and discussing its principles with methodical precision. Crucially in the audience sat George Westinghouse, who had embraced AC for power transmission. Impressed by Tesla's clarity and the elegant simplicity of his motor, Westinghouse quickly reached out. In negotiations, he purchased Tesla's patents for a substantial sum and promised royalties for every horsepower generated by his inventions. While mainstream retellings mention the deal, the nuance of their discussions, shaped by Tesla's vision for future expansions of AC, often remains overlooked. With Westinghouse's backing, Tesla moved into a well-resourced facility in Pittsburgh to refine his designs for commercial production. The cultural shift from his Liberty Street lab to an industrial setting was stark. Tesla sought perfect synergy of frequency and voltage, while corporate engineers focused on the standardized parts. Despite tension, seeing his motors mass-produced thrilled him. He was elated when AC Systems lit parts of the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, showcasing a cityscape aglow with alternating current, courtesy of Westinghouse and Tesla. A lesser-known interlude occurred when Tesla visited Niagara Falls to survey the planned hydroelectric station. Standing at the brink of the thundering cascade, he reportedly mused that harnessing such power would reflect humanity's harmony with nature. When it went online, delivering electricity as far as Buffalo, it proved AC's potency. Yet the war of the currents, fueled by Edison's campaign labelling AC dangerous, cast shadows on these achievements. Edison's allies staged gruesome demonstrations, electrocuting animals to highlight AC's hazards. Tesla, though offended, avoided direct public attacks. Instead, he showcased AC's safety in flamboyant ways, passing high-frequency currents through himself to light lamps. Newspapers seized on these spectacles. Tesla disliked theatrics for mere hype, but saw them as necessary to shift perception. Tesla's finances briefly soared. His arrangement with Westinghouse promised substantial gains as AC spread. However, Westinghouse soon faced financial strain from the Niagara project and market fluctuations. When bankers threatened the Westinghouse company, Tesla made a dramatic choice. He released Westinghouse from the heavy royalty agreement. Some see it as altruism. Others suspect that he believed broader AC adoption would bring even greater wealth down the line. Either way, this decision cost him millions. That shift altered Tesla's partnership with Westinghouse. Meanwhile, his growing celebrity pushed him to chase new ideas. Fascinated by high-frequency currents and wireless power, he figured out that AC power distribution was only a starting point. His pivot from engineer to visionary signalled the dawn of a new phase. Yet the transition was uneasy. Industry leaders wanted market-ready products, not grand experiments. Tesla, ever the dreamer, yearned to break boundaries. This clash set the stage for his most audacious projects, some of which risked isolating him from commercial backers. Even so, as AC quietly became the worldwide standard, Tesla's decisive role could not be denied. He had toppled the seemingly immovable DC regime and paved the road for an era defined by alternating current, a feat that left him eager to explore even more uncharted terrain. These wins fueled Tesla's restless imagination, propelling further innovation. By the mid-1890s, Tesla had garnered a reputation as an inventor who might rewrite the laws of nature with each new contrivance. In truth, his methods combined meticulous trial and error with nights of solitary reflection. He fashioned advanced coils to produce high-voltage, high-frequency alternating currents, creating dramatic arcs of artificial lightning. While crowds flocked to watch his public lectures in Manhattan, Tesla was growing restless, longing for a place where he could attempt even bigger experiments unencumbered by city constraints. That desire took him to Colorado Springs in 1899. Perched at a higher altitude where thinner air helped facilitate certain high-voltage tests, the remote location was an ideal laboratory. He set up shop at the edge of town, building a structure equipped with a tall mast jutting above the roofline. Locals spoke in hushed tones about lightning machines and eerie after-dark glows. Some worried about potential catastrophe, while others were simply curious about the lanky figure who wandered fields at odd hours, studying the interplay of natural lightning. Inside that workshop, Tesla probed frontiers that mainstream scientists had scarcely imagined. He fixated on the resonance of Earth's ionosphere, believing signals could be beamed wirelessly across vast distances if properly tuned. According to diary entries, he meticulously recorded every spark, every flash, every ear-splitting crack of artificial thunder. On occasion, he produced such intense discharges that the crackle could be heard for miles. One account claims that he caused the local power station's generator to overheat, prompting a short-lived blackout. Ever the polite guest, Tesla apologized, then resumed tinkering. In Colorado, Tesla crystallized his grand vision, a system of global wireless communication and power distribution. The townspeople, hearing rumors of free electricity, speculated he might supply power at no cost. Tesla's goals, however, were subtler. He pictured networks of towers resonating with the Earth's natural electrical charge, carrying voice or energy anywhere. This concept was a precursor to technologies that would surface decades later, from radio transmissions to radar and beyond. Yet life in Colorado was more than just experiments and thunderous arcs. Tesla occasionally mingled with the locals, regaling them with tales of Europe and his earlier exploits in New York. Despite his eccentric schedule, he possessed impeccable manners. One story recounts how he gave a personal demo of wireless lamps to a bewildered blacksmith, who later insisted Tesla was pulling electricity from thin air. Such encounters spurred legends of Tesla as a wizard, blending science with something like sorcery. Still, financing these colossal tests drained Tesla's resources. His main backer, J.P. Morgan, had initially supported the wireless project, likely anticipating a monopoly on global information. But once Morgan realised Tesla's schemes were far more ambitious and riskier than mere wireless telegraphy, his enthusiasm cooled. Tesla pressed on, convinced one decisive demonstration would open funding floodgates. That breakthrough, however, remained elusive. Newspapers amplified rumours about Tesla's activities, some claiming he was attempting to signal distant planets. Though Tesla did speculate about extraterrestrial intelligence, his real focus lay on terrestrial wireless. The lurid headlines, while fueling his legend, did little to alleviate his financial pressures. Eventually, funds ran low, forcing Tesla to close the Colorado lab in 1900. He left with crates of notes and undiminished zeal, convinced he could still bring wireless power to the masses. For townspeople left behind, the memory of glowing skies and roiling static lingered, a testament to the spectacular possibilities that science could conjure. For Tesla, Colorado Springs became a pivotal chapter, a proving ground that fortified his belief in the limitless potential of electrical resonance. It was there he most clearly foresaw a connected world, bound less by wires than by the atmospheric and earth-circling energies he aimed to harness. In hindsight, Colorado was the overture to his next attempt at global electrification, an attempt that would manifest in the towering outline of Wardenclyffe on Long Island's shores. Upon returning to New York, Tesla consolidated his findings from Colorado Springs into an audacious new venture, the Wardenclyffe Tower Project. With financing from J.P. Morgan, initially obtained under the premise of groundbreaking wireless telegraphy, Tesla purchased land in Shoreham, Long Island, overlooking the Atlantic. Construction began in 1901. The looming structure stood nearly 187 feet high, topped by a bulbous metal dome, and extended deep below ground through a network of iron rods. Many observers had no idea what to make of it. Tesla, ever enigmatic, preferred sweeping claims about sending both signals and energy across continents. What often goes unappreciated is how deeply Tesla believed in the underlying physics. His notes show that Wardenclyffe wasn't limited to broadcasting telegraph signals. He intended it as the first of many transmitters, all resonating with Earth's natural electrical cavities to convey messages or even power to any matching receiver worldwide. In his mind, it wasn't fantasy. It was a logical leap from the high-voltage experiments he had run in Colorado Springs. However, the timing was not in his favour. In the same year that Wardenclyffe's skeletal form emerged from the treetops, Guglielmo Marconi successfully conducted the first transatlantic radio transmission. Reporters hailed Marconi as a giant in wireless communication. Tesla, outraged, pointed out that his own patents on alternating current and related technologies predated Marconi's work. Nevertheless, the public and financiers were smitten with Marconi's simpler, more immediately marketable setup. Morgan's patience wore thin. Why bankroll Tesla's massive tower if Marconi's apparatus sufficed for long-distance signalling? Wardenclyffe, still incomplete, hemorrhaged money. The crew building it dwindled, salaries went unpaid, and Tesla found himself pleading for fresh capital. Each conversation with Morgan ended in terse demands for tangible proof, which Tesla couldn't produce fast enough. Desperate for funds, Tesla tried licensing auxiliary inventions, turbines, pumps, and even a plan to harness geothermal heat. But investors questioned his broader intentions, wary he might pivot their money into the tower. As financial constraints tightened, Wardenclyffe remained a half-realised vision. By 1905, the site was effectively deserted, the tower a silent monument to Tesla's ambitions and the shifting tides of investor faith. During these bleak years, Tesla's public persona grew more eccentric. Journalists occasionally interviewed him, only to hear about proposals for death rays or atmospheric power. Rumours circulated that he was becoming a recluse. Yet his mind stayed agile, continuing to churn out possibilities. He foresaw solar energy as a future mainstay, though few listened. The industrial world seemed enthralled by oil and coal, while Tesla's musings about sun-powered engines drew smirks. Wardenclyffe was never fully operational, and the newspapers offered little sympathy. Some newspapers ridiculed him, portraying him as an unrealistic idealist. Others barely mentioned his name, focusing instead on Marconi's ongoing successes. The sting of being overshadowed was palpable. Tesla clung to the belief that one day the world would recognize the practicality of wireless power. Indeed, later generations would adapt many of his principles for radio and beyond. But in his time, the tower's failure left him saddled with debt and weighed down by public skepticism. Even so, Tesla didn't abandon optimism. He often spoke as if Wardenclyffe had simply been delayed, not cancelled. In private, he refined sketches of improved transmitters, reimagined the tower's design, and kept dreaming of a worldwide grid of resonant stations. He believed that the planet itself, with its vast electrical potential, could be turned into a conduit of universal energy. The fact that society wasn't ready did little to dampen his conviction. Despite setbacks, fragments of Tesla's vision crept into later technological revolutions. Wireless communication would evolve in leaps and bounds, though powered by the more conventional means. Concepts like global connectivity and broadcast energy, dismissed in Tesla's day, surfaced decades afterward in varying forms. Yet at the dawn of the 20th century, Tesla faced only mounting bills, evaporating capital, and a tower rusting away on Long Island. The heartbreak of Wardenclyffe marked a turning point, leaving Tesla to operate mostly on the margins of an industry he had once revolutionized. As the 20th century marched on, the world Tesla had done so much to illuminate surged ahead. The AC systems he championed became the backbone of modern infrastructure, yet Tesla himself slipped from the spotlight. He moved between New York hotels, sometimes leaving unpaid bills behind. Public interviews grew sparse. When he did speak, he mentioned theories of beam weapons, weather manipulation, and advanced propulsion, sowing intrigue even as some questioned his grasp on reality. But his notebooks, to the extent they survive, reveal how these ideas built on earlier experiments rather than mere whimsy. A lesser-known facet of Tesla's later life was his nightly ritual of feeding pigeons in Bryant Park. Observers saw a solitary figure scattering seeds by lamplight, but Tesla found solace in caring for those birds, claiming a special bond with one white pigeon in particular. It may have seemed an odd pastime for a renowned inventor, yet it reflected a familiar pattern. Tesla's deep empathy for natural phenomena, creatures included. Meanwhile, patent disputes raged over the origins of radio. Tesla had filed patents before Marconi's breakthroughs, yet Marconi was lauded for bringing wireless transmission into the mainstream. The legal entanglements dragged on for years. In 1943, the US Supreme Court finally recognized Tesla's priority for certain critical radio patents, though this vindication arrived too late to alter his financial straits. He was never able to capitalize on the official ruling, nor did it quell the public's association of radio primarily with Marconi. Tesla spent his final stretch of life at the New Yorker hotel. Though short on funds, he still scrawled ideas on scraps of paper, proposing cosmic ray engines and new power methods. Visitors who managed to see him might find him animated and eloquent, speaking in polished tones about harnessing the energy of the sun or channeling power from the Earth's magnetic field. He believed that a teleforce beam could end war by making national borders impenetrable. To many, these notions sounded impossible, yet Tesla's track record left room to wonder. When he passed away on January 7, 1943, in room 3227, he left behind boxes of documents that soon became the subject of intense scrutiny. Authorities seized some of his papers, fueling rumours of hidden innovations or weapons too dangerous for public consumption. Conspiracy theories flourished. While the reality likely involved routine security concerns, the secrecy lent mystique to Tesla's legacy. It became hard to disentangle fact from folklore over the decades. Tesla's standing in popular consciousness swung wildly. Edison's name overshadowed his for a time, especially in school textbooks. Only later did movements rise to credit Tesla for his revolutionary contributions to AC power, radio technology, and more. Modern engineers, scientists, and curious laypeople uncovered his patents and writings, marvelling at how he'd anticipated entire fields of inquiry, from robotics to wireless communication. His pioneering theories on resonance and frequency also informed aspects of modern electronics, though that debt was seldom acknowledged until much later, in daily life. Tesla's true genius shines in the simplest of ways. Flick a light switch, and you reap the benefits of alternating current. Use wireless devices, and you operate on a principle Tesla believed could reach across the planet. The synergy he envisioned, between inventor, nature, and the unstoppable march of progress, remains a potent reminder of how one brilliant mind can shape whole eras. Tesla's story is, above all, a study in perseverance and paradox. He shunned the pursuit of wealth yet needed capital to materialize his dreams. He relished public demonstrations yet often worked alone, lost in interior worlds. He was both lauded and dismissed, recognized as a key figure in electrifying the modern world, yet branded at times as an eccentric on the fringes of acceptable science. Even so, he left an imprint rivaled by few. Long after his death, the hum of AC power lines, the glow of electric lamps, and the chirp of wireless signals echo Tesla's influence. He never saw the breadth of his triumph in person, yet the future he glimpsed was not mere fantasy. It was an inevitable extension of the forces he harnessed so elegantly. And though the man himself passed in relative obscurity, his ideas still crackle with a vitality that defies the boundaries of time and imagination. Jeanne-Antoinette Poisson, destined to become the immortal Madame de Pompadour, arrived in a Paris that was both glittering and precarious. Born on December the 29th, 1721, she occupied a curious social limbo. Her father, François Poisson, drifted in and out of business success, while her mother, Louise Madeleine de la Motte, cultivated ties among bankers and courtiers. Rumours insinuated that Jeanne's true father might be a wealthy financier, le Normand de Tournehem. Whispers aside, from infancy, she received an education far above what most middle-class girls could dream of, learning not only to read and write, but also to dance, sing, and appreciate the subtlety of wit, skills that would later prove invaluable. Her mother cherished a prophecy from a fortune-teller who claimed Jeanne would someday rule the heart of a king. This prophecy, half in jest, guided her mother's ambitions. She introduced Jeanne to private tutors who immersed the girl in the nuances of theatre, music, and the refined manners of Parisian salons. The child became adept at reciting verses by Racine or playing harpsichord preludes. People teased that she might become a minor actress in the city's comedic troupes. Instead, fate had something grander in store. At age 9, Jeanne was placed briefly in the Ursuline convent to polish her moral upbringing, though the real impetus behind this stay was to shield her from a smallpox outbreak. There, in a stark room with stone floors, she first confronted the gulf between the cheer of drawing-room society and the bleak realities of illness and mortality. She survived with her health intact, returning to secular forestall life with a renewed sense of carpe diem. Her mother's circle had not diminished. On the contrary, they believed Jeanne's brush with potential tragedy demanded that she enjoy the world's pleasures with heightened urgency. By adolescence, she graced the occasional soiree. Her presence glowed, large, expressive eyes, a lively intelligence, and a measured confidence that belied her youth. One had to be careful, though ambition in a woman could be ridiculed or scorned. So Jeanne cultivated an outward modesty, letting her talents speak softly. Through the dynamic swirl of Paris's haute bourgeois gatherings, she eventually met Charles Guillaume Le Normand d'Etiolles, a relative of her rumoured patron father. This connection sparked talk of a suitable marriage. The match appealed to her mother, who hoped it would secure Jeanne's future. For her part, Jeanne saw in Charles a kind soul, if not a blazing passion. The union in 1741 launched her into a comfortable life of receptions and mild amusements on their estate near Paris. Yet the city's gravitational pull was strong. Jeanne received numerous invitations to select aristocratic salons, as people quickly noticed her wit in conversation. She did not shy it from discussing art or drama, nor from gently critiquing certain aspects of courtly extravagance. That slight dash of candour, balanced by charm, distinguished her from the endless parade of stiff, self-conscious ladies. Within months, word spread, there is a Madame d'Etiolles whose presence lights up any gathering. The Comtesse de Fouquier introduced her to more exclusive circles, culminating in an opportunity to attend a masked ball at Versailles in 1745, celebrating the marriage of the Dauphin. There, among a crush of masked revellers, she caught the eye of King Louis XV. The king, reticent by nature, found in her a refreshing mixture of grace and candour. While elaborate intrigues swirled around him, this newcomer radiated sincerity. Their brief conversation that evening was filled with an electricity that neither of them could forget. Court watchers speculated, but none predicted how swift the next moves would be. Madame d'Etiolles was no naive maiden. She recognised the risk of courting royal attention. The previous royal favourite, the Duchesse de Châteauroux, had recently died, leaving an emotional gap in the king's life. Yet stepping into that void threatened scandal, especially for a woman not of noble birth. Still, from behind her modulated smiles, Jeanne sensed destiny aligning. The prophecy her mother once whispered returned to mind. She would rule the heart of a king. She recognised that in a rigidly stratified society, becoming the king's confidant might be her only path to real influence. By the year's end, a plan was set in motion. The king's valet discreetly arranged a meeting. Under the veil of secrecy, they exchanged letters. Her husband, outraged, found himself powerless. The monarchy overshadowed personal protest. In March 1745, Louis XV arranged for her to be presented at court formally. The once lower bourgeois Jeanne Antoinette was granted a title, Marquise de Pompadour. It was a moment of metamorphosis. The fatherless child, the teased girl who studied the great playwrights, now stepped onto the grand stage of Versailles. The next decade would see her orchestrate art patronage, political alliances, and shape the monarchy's image. Yet behind the gilded exteriors, a swirl of jealousy, rumour, and heartbreak would dog her steps. For now, though, she embraced her new name, Madame de Pompadour, and prepared to navigate the labyrinth of royal favour. In 1745, when Jeanne Antoinette Poisson made her debut as the newly minted Marquise de Pompadour at Versailles, the gilded corridors were filled with admiration. She became the first bourgeois mistress to receive open recognition from a French king. Elegant but not aristocratic, her every move drew scrutiny. Enemies whispered that she had bewitched Louis XV. Others admired her graceful bearing, praising her flawless manners and a cultivated charm that overshadowed even established duchesses. The king himself displayed uncharacteristic devotion, summoning her for private suppers, parading her at formal events, and awarding her lavish apartments in the palace. Versailles was a realm of illusions. Behind mirrored halls and polished marbles lay cutthroat rivalries. The courtiers, ephemeral in their silks and powdered wigs, circled Madame de Pompadour like vultures. Some attempted flattery, showering her with compliments in hopes of winning her intercession with the king. Others plotted to dethrone her, fearing that her influence might reshape politics. Among these conspirators was the Dauphin's circle, along with older aristocratic families who scorned a mere commoner overshadowing them. Yet Madame de Pompadour remained unfazed. She had honed her social instincts in the bourgeois salons, and her intellect soared beyond mere coquetry. She recognised that the surest path to security was to make herself indispensable to Louis XV, not merely as a bedfellow but as a confidant, counsellor and orchestrator of cultural life. She set about renovating her living quarters, appointing them with sumptuous tapestries, elegant furniture, and curated artworks. The effort wasn't mere self-indulgence. It mirrored her ambition to make Versailles a beacon of refined taste. She championed the Rococo aesthetic, a style that favoured playful curves, pastel hues, and whimsical motifs. Under her patronage, artists like Boucher and Van Loo gained commissions for witty, light-hearted paintings. Porcelain from the Sèvres factory, which she helped develop, became a symbol of French craftsmanship, prized across Europe. The synergy of her aesthetic sense with the monarchy's resources birthed an era in which the French court style reigned supreme among Europe's elites. But Madame de Pompadour did not confine herself to the arts. She also recognised the intricacies of diplomacy. France teetered between alliances with Spain, Austria, and other powers. Meanwhile, rival Britain loomed across the Channel, its navy menacing French colonial interests. Louis XV, though well-intentioned, often avoided direct policy-making, retreating to hunting or private amusements. Pompadour stepped into that vacuum, forging ties with ministers and ambassadors. She guided the choice of the foreign minister, favoured certain generals, and mediated tensions at home. Critics scorned the idea of a woman controlling foreign policy. She brushed aside their derision, focusing on forging alliances that might bring stability. The 1756 diplomatic revolution, aligning France with Austria, bore her fingerprints. Although the subsequent 7 Years' War turned disastrous for France, one cannot dismiss her attempt to recalibrate alliances in a fracturing Europe. As mistress, she also faced the vulnerability that her bedroom role might wane. Louis XV, known for a roving eye, could have set her aside once novelty faded. She addressed that possibility head-on by establishing a deeper emotional bond with him. She cultivated a warm companionship, shared intellectual pursuits, and even managed his anxiety or indecision in state matters. Aware that physical intimacy might recede, she pivoted to become his loyal friend, advising on matters ranging from building projects to royal ceremonies. Over time, though the romantic spark diminished, the emotional closeness lingered. If gossip circulated that her sexual influence had ended, she retained the king's trust, ensuring her place as a fixture at her court. Amid the court's swirling intrigues, Pompadour also championed philosophers and writers. Voltaire, previously scorned at Versailles, found in her a rare ally. She admired his wit, and though cautious about overtly challenging the church or censorship, she quietly facilitated his projects. Diderot's Encyclopédie, a compendium that threatened the old guard with new ideas, also benefited indirectly from her protective stance. She believed that the monarchy could remain stable while fostering progressive thought. An irony, perhaps, given that future revolutionaries drew on such Enlightenment works to question royal authority. For her part, Pompadour saw no contradiction. She wanted a monarchy polished by reason and aesthetic brilliance, not a stagnant relic. In the shadows, health concerns began plaguing her. She suffered from bouts of illness, likely exacerbated by stress. The palace doctors, incompetent by the modern standards, offered only bleedings or tonics. She pressed on, orchestrating plays, hosting literary salons, and continuing to counsel the king. The year 1757 brought a narrow brush with death for Louis XV, which consisted of an assassination attempt by Damiens, which rattled the monarchy. Pompadour's unwavering presence, urging calm and punishing conspirators, further solidified her position. She had become more than a mistress or a decorative figure. She was the monarchy's anchor of continuity, bridging personal comfort for the king and the broader cultural identity of the era. Despite swirling rumour and envy, she pressed on, aware that her star might dim at any moment, but determined to leave a luminous mark on France's cultural and political landscape. As the 1750s advanced, Madame de Pompadour's role in Versailles crystallised. She reigned as an unmatched patroness of the arts, ensuring that the palace no longer served solely as a symbol of absolute monarchy, but also as a stage for creative brilliance. She championed painters like François Boucher, whose pastoral scenes and playful mythologies perfectly suited the Rococo style Pompadour adored. Through her influence, tapestry workshops in Beauvais and Gobelins reached new heights, weaving dreamlike landscapes that graced royal salons. Yet her artistry extended beyond commissions. She personally oversaw colour schemes, interior decorations, and table settings for state banquets. In an age when women's influence was often restricted to the domestic sphere, Pompadour turned domestic aesthetics into a grand cultural statement. Simultaneously, she strengthened ties with intellectuals. Her secret exchanges of letters with Voltaire stand out, though she never fully endorsed his more radical critiques of religion or monarchy. She appreciated his wit and recognised the advantage of having a famous pen on her side. The philosopher envied her proximity to power, while she admired his intellectual boldness. Tales say she even facilitated Voltaire's appointment as historiographer to Louis XV, though discreetly to avoid conservatives accusing her of promoting subversive ideas. She tread more carefully when dealing with Diderot. The Encyclopédie tested the monarchy's tolerance, so Pompadour approached its controversies with caution, ensuring that, while censors barked, they rarely bit too deep. She saw France's future in a delicate balance. Enlightened thinking might modernise the monarchy, but unbridled criticism could incite rebellion. Her relationship with the king evolved in tandem. The early romantic fervour had cooled, replaced by an affectionate friendship. Some courtiers quietly mocked that she no longer shared the royal bed, but had become headmistress of culture. Others believed she retained intangible intimacy, beyond the physical realm, that anchored the king's trust. She became the caretaker of his emotional well-being, scheduling amusements to lighten his melancholic moods. She also shielded him from certain noble factions who stoked conflict for personal gain. If the king found more fleeting conquests, Madame de Pompadour rarely intervened, focusing on preserving her unique bond. She possessed a surprising serenity, underpinned by the conviction that her mastery of conversation, taste, and sincerity kept her indispensable. However, the 7 Years' War, erupting in 1756, tested her position. The war pitted France against Britain, Prussia and other shifting alliances. Many pointed at her for the diplomatic revolution, alliances that had France supporting Austria. The war's initial campaigns went poorly for France, especially overseas, where British fleets seized French colonies. At home, taxes soared to fund failing armies, and the populace grew restive. Rival courtiers pinned blame on Pompadour, accusing her of amateurish interference in grand strategy. Pamphleteers circulated nasty caricatures depicting her enthroned, pulling puppet strings while generals kowtowed. She responded calmly, urging the king to replace incompetent ministers and reorganise finances, but morale was low. The humiliations on the battlefield tarnished both the monarchy's image and her own. In this crisis, she allied with the Duc de Choiseul, a capable statesman who shared her vision of stabilising foreign policy. Together, they reformed the navy, tried to unify command, and pursued new loans. Though results took time, these measures slowed the hemorrhage of French fortunes. Meanwhile, she commissioned elaborate stage entertainments within Versailles to maintain a veneer of opulence, hoping that even as the war raged, the court's sense of refinement might soothe the king's anxieties. Critics referred to her as frivolous, yet she steadfastly maintained that if the monarchy seemed to crumble from within, the entire nation could become disheartened. Rumours swirled that she occasionally wept in private at the war's mounting casualties, feeling guilt for the diplomatic shifts that had set off the conflict's chain of events. Others insisted her tears were for the loss of her own political clout. The truth likely combined these facets. As a woman possessing more influence than many statesmen, she carried a heavy burden of accountability. Nonetheless, she pressed on with unwavering composure, greeting ambassadors politely, offering them the best French wines, and deflecting barbs about lost battles with the impeccable politeness of a hostess who would not let gloom overshadow the monarchy's majesty. All the while, her health frayed. She suffered from frequent migraines, respiratory infections, and perhaps the early signs of tuberculosis. Versailles' damp corridors and unpredictable weather hardly helped. Yet to preserve her image, she rarely admitted weakness, continuing to preside over official gatherings in sumptuous gowns, a faint smile on her lips. She confided in a small circle, noting that though her body felt battered, her spirit remained fiery. She was no naive ingenue. She recognised that if her health collapsed, her enemies would swoop in, reconfiguring the monarchy's circle of favourites. She needed to maintain her integrity, at least in public, to prevent the flame of her ambitions from fading. As the war continued into the early 1760s, the reputation of Madame de Pompadour began to fade due to her numerous defeats. Many corners of Versailles whispered that the monarchy needed a scapegoat for the lost battles in distant lands, like the humiliations in India and Canada, and who better to blame than the bourgeois mistress turned stateswoman? Meanwhile, King Louis XV had grown more taciturn, burdened by gloom as reports from the front lines showcased fiasco after fiasco. Pompadour, though, refused to retreat into obscurity. She believed her cultural legacy, if not her foreign policies, might yet salvage her name in history. She threw herself into grand architectural projects. The Petit Trianon, for instance, took shape as a small chateau in the palace's grounds. Officially, it was an expression of refined tastes, an embodiment of the new neoclassical style that was edging out Rococo flamboyance. Pompadour championed this shift, instructing architects to favour clarity, proportion, and a gentle grandeur. She oversaw landscaping, ensuring the gardens offered a tranquil retreat from Versailles' stifling pomp. Though some courtiers mocked the expense amid a draining war, she defended it as fostering national artistry and craftsmanship. Indeed, her unwavering support for Sèvres porcelain, tapestry weavers, and furniture makers kept them afloat despite war-induced financial crises. These actions ironically preserved France's global reputation for luxury goods, even as military fortunes waned. A more private pastime was her encouragement of scientific curiosity. She facilitated gatherings where mathematicians and natural philosophers demonstrated the latest theories on electricity or the cosmos. On rare nights, the king himself might wander in, feigning mild interest, while she asked pointed questions about planetary orbits or experimental contraptions. If some at court found it absurd for a mistress to delve into science, she responded with an elegant shrug. Beauty, she believed, encompassed knowledge too. Though never an Enlightenment radical, she saw no harm in letting conversation roam beyond strict orthodoxy, provided it didn't undermine monarchy or faith. At her private dinners, one might overhear discussions of Newton, echoes of Voltaire's praise for Newtonian physics, and speculations about whether the cosmos reflected God's grandeur or reason's supremacy. Despite this glow of intellectual patronage, the war pounded on, culminating in the Treaty of Paris 1763, which sealed France's losses overseas. The king's morale sank further, as did public opinion of the monarchy. Exchequer coffers had been gutted, complicating the monarchy's ability to placate unrest at home. The Marquise faced renewed calls from influential dukes and princes to step aside. But each time, Louis XV reaffirmed her presence, telling critics quietly that her loyalty and counsel were more precious than ephemeral scapegoats. Even so, her influence on foreign or economic policy receded somewhat, ceding space to ministers like the Duc de Choiseul. She recognised that sometimes stepping back could preserve her position in a monarchy grown suspicious of overreach. Her personal life took a bittersweet turn as well. While she and Louis XV parted physically, their emotional bond endured. She oversaw some discreet new favourites for the king, ensuring they remained overshadowed by her serial and emotional role. This arrangement caused outward scandal, like a mistress who arranged lesser mistresses for the king. To her, it was a strategy to maintain unity. She avoided illusions about romance. She valued the monarchy's stability, her safety, and the king's contentment. Courtiers who smelled hypocrisy could do little but whisper. Meanwhile, exhaustion gnawed at her. Her health demands soared. She sought cures in mineral baths, sojourns to fresh country air, or quackish potions. At times, she coughed blood, a dire sign. Doctors pleaded with her to relinquish intense court duties. She demurred, worried the vacuum might invite her enemies to corner the king. On good days, she could host a modest dinner, entertaining ambassadors with wry anecdotes about cultural trifles. On terrible days, she lay bedridden, instructing maids to deliver urgent messages to or from the king's cabinet. Rumours circulated that she might not outlive the decade. Some courtiers rejoiced in that possibility. One morning in 1764, she travelled to Paris for a medical consultation. The city, abuzz with new philosophic clubs, briefly reminded her of simpler times, long before she was Madame de Pompadour, when she was just Jeanne d'Etiole, enthralled by the capital's vibrancy. Nostalgia mingled with anxiety about her fate. The doctor's diagnosis was grim: advanced pulmonary disease. She still resolved to return to Versailles, determined not to show mortal frailty in front of her detractors. The monarchy demanded the facade of unchanging grace. In April 1764, her condition deteriorated sharply. Her final days saw her writing letters to loyal friends, expressing regret not for her climb, but for the heartbreak inflicted, and the war's tragedies. The king, uncharacteristically emotional, visited her bedside offering comfort. On April 15th, 1764, Madame de Pompadour died at the age of 42. The court's immediate response was a wave of mixed sentiment. Some courtiers were relieved, others stunned at the end of an era. The king, famously stoic, watched her coffin leave Versailles in the rain, reportedly muttering, "Every day I lose a friend." The mistress who had soared from bourgeois birth to the apex of courtly power now belonged to history, leaving behind a legacy of cultural revival overshadowed by a disastrous war. Though ephemeral in mortal form, her imprint on France's art, diplomacy, and monarchical identity resonated long after her final breath. The news of the death of Madame de Pompadour swept through France's chattering classes. Her casket left Versailles quietly, without the state honours some believed she deserved, signifying the monarchy's official reluctance to over-celebrate a mistress. Yet beyond the palace gates, a more nuanced reaction emerged. The artisans of Sèvres porcelain laid wreaths in her memory, recalling that her patronage had elevated their craft to global renown. Playwrights in Paris's bustling theatres acknowledged her crucial role in supporting comedic and dramatic works, especially those by authors who previously found no foothold at court. The city's literati debated whether she'd been a subversive ally of Enlightenment or merely an opportunist who shielded radical writers from direct censorship. In the years following her passing, a swirl of memoirs and diaries from court insiders added complexities to her portrait. Some, like the Duchesse de Branca, insisted Pompadour was cunning but never malicious, referencing times when she mediated petty feuds and sought to reduce court punishments. Others, such as the Comte d'Argenson, portrayed her as manipulative, citing how she influenced Louis XV to ostracize certain ministers. The truth likely encompassed both dimensions, a woman forging alliances to survive in a labyrinth of power, occasionally stooping to intrigue, but also championing genuine reforms. Posthumously, Voltaire penned a measured eulogy, calling her the luminary who strove to lighten the gloom of a fractious monarchy. He didn't shy from acknowledging her mistakes, particularly in foreign policy, yet lauded her role in fueling the arts. This balanced tribute resonated with a segment of the population that recognised how precarious her place at court had been, pinned between satisfying a king's ephemeral desires and wielding real influence in a male-dominated sphere. In an epoch dismissive of women's public roles, her achievements were singular. Over the subsequent decade, the monarchy advanced under new favourites and alliances. Louis XV, though he took other mistresses, never found the same confidant dynamic. Madame du Barry, for instance, faced more direct contempt from the old aristocracy, lacking Pompadour's cultivated veneer. Pompadour's circle of loyal ministers, like the Duc de Choiseul, tried to salvage what they could from the diplomatic fiascos of the 7 Years' War. A few smaller successes in overseas negotiations carried an echo of her strategic vision. Yet the monarchy's standing with the populace remained tarnished. The costly war had battered finances, sowing seeds for deeper unrest that would erupt decades later. As time wore on, Madame de Pompadour's memory became entangled with criticisms of the Ancien Régime. Revolutionary pamphlets in the late 1780s brandished her name as a symbol of courtly excess. They painted her as one who indulgently rearranged finances for personal luxuries. She symbolised to them the moral corruption that allowed a monarchy to lavish wealth on elaborate pleasures while peasants starved. The nuance that she was also a champion of arts, that she tried to moderate the monarchy's stumblings, often got lost in the fervour of revolution. By the 1790s, anything associated with the monarchy was suspect, and her carefully curated style, rococo extravagance, became an emblem of the out-of-touch aristocrat. Yet ironically, some revolutionaries who rummaged through confiscated palaces discovered references to her philanthropic gestures. She had quietly funded orphanages, assisted certain scholars, or patronised hospitals. These acts showcased were a good gesture, though overshadowed by the general wave of anti-royalist sentiment. By the 19th century, a wave of new historians revisited her story, portraying her less as a villain and more as a reflection of monarchy's last attempts to remain relevant. They cited her patronage as crucial in forging a golden age of decorative arts, recognised internationally. The Sèvres porcelain brand, by then globally cherished, was inextricably linked to her impetus. Cultural memory, thus seesawed. Biographers in the Victorian era, enthralled by the romance of royal courts, depicted her as a tragic figure, the beautiful mistress overshadowed by war and ill health, valiantly saving off the monarchy's decline. They relished dramatic details of her elaborate fashions, her signature pastel dresses, floral motifs, and the pompadour hairstyle that ironically endured in hairdressing lore. Meanwhile, critics from more austere backgrounds indicted her for entangling France in alliances that backfired. 20th century scholarship, with its penchant for analysing female commis agency, has re-evaluated her as a political actor who leveraged the era's constraints to carve out real influence, albeit overshadowed by a system not designed to respect or credit her fully. In present day, travellers to Versailles often ask about Madame de Pompadour. Tour guides highlight the surviving decor she influenced, certain pastel-lacquered rooms or delicate Sèvres vases. They mention how she nurtured the Rococo style's final flourish, bridging the Baroque opulence of earlier years with subtle, playful elegance. Museums occasionally mount exhibits on her cultural patronage. Her face, captured in portraits by artists like Boucher, exudes a gentle confidence that transcends centuries. For admirers of 18th century history, she stands as a figure who, in the swirl of monarchy's extravagance and looming social tension, found a way to channel her intellect and artistry, imprinting a distinctive feminine mark on French heritage. As modern historians re-examine Madame de Pompadour's life, they continue to discover layers unmentioned in popular accounts. Her personal correspondence, scattered across archives in Paris and provincial chateaux, reveals a woman who wrestled with theological questions contrary to the jaded depiction of her as purely secular. She wrote to a confidant about the tension between the pomp of Versailles and a spiritual yearning, confessing a sense of guilt at times, but also belief that God might call individuals to serve in worldly spheres. This spiritual dimension complicates stereotypes that she was solely driven by ambition or vanity. Moreover, diaries from palace servants shed light on her daily routines. She rose early to handle letters from provincial officials or meet with artisans about furniture designs. By mid-morning, she might be advising the king on which courtiers to promote. By afternoon, she oversaw rehearsals of comedic plays or small operas, a respite for the war-weary monarchy. In the evening, private dinners with the king, wreathed in the flicker of candle-lit chandeliers, allowed her to glean insights into his anxieties. She balanced each role with remarkable stamina, though migraines and palpitations often tormented her. A newly discovered note from her lady-in-waiting described how, after hosting a lavish ball, Pompadour would retire behind closed doors, pressing cold cloths to her forehead, tears of pain slipping quietly as she resolved not to betray weakness the following day. In addressing her romantic liaisons, it's easy to assume her life was consumed by the king's attentions. Yet subtle references suggest she once harboured affections for an unnamed court musician, exchanging whispered confidences in corridor alcoves. Realising the danger in such a dalliance, she ended it swiftly to avoid scandal, leaving behind a clue to her capacity for self-denial. Another rumoured flame was a philosopher she corresponded with under a pseudonym. Whether that was purely intellectual or tinged with romance remains debated. The overriding truth is that she recognised that enthralling the king required keeping secrets. She had to preserve the monarchy's illusions, even if that meant sacrificing personal longing. Her sense of strategy in coping with the backstabbing environment remained striking. She carefully placed allies in minor roles, a guard captain, a chamberlain, a bishop, so that vital threads of palace life led back to her. If a plot surfaced, she'd hear rumours early enough to steer the king away or quell conspirators. She likewise practiced generosity to those in need, awarding small pensions to older courtiers or assisting impoverished aristocrats with dowries. This generosity wasn't purely altruistic, it fostered an environment where indebted souls recognised her as a pillar of stability. For many at court, she assumed the role of a quiet caretaker, serving as a bridge between a distant monarchy and everyday crises. In an era lacking official welfare, her patronage served as an informal safety net. The deeply personal dimension of her existence was her unwavering devotion to her daughter, Alexandrine. Born before her ascendancy at Versailles, the child's well-being weighed heavily on Pompadour's mind. Alexandrine was placed in a convent for education, occasionally visiting the palace. In 1754, Alexandrine died unexpectedly of peritonitis. The heartbreak shattered Pompadour, who wept inconsolably for days, nearly refusing to appear in public. The king, not known for empathy, attempted consolation, but her grief lingered. Some historians pinpoint this tragedy as a pivot in their relationship, transforming her from a radiant figure to one more introspective, channeling energy into cultural projects. She seldom spoke of Alexandrine publicly, but references to Mon Ange Perdu in her letters allude to that maternal sorrow beneath the gold-laced facade. As the monarchy stumbled from the war fiascos, Madame de Pompadour's composure ironically stabilised the king's morale. She orchestrated an unspoken serenity within the palace walls, ensuring that the presence of music, gentle laughter, and well-executed ceremonies shielded Louis XV from gloom. Although critics called her the Minister of Pleasures, a more profound look reveals her role as a caretaker for the monarchy's emotional climate. That intangible labour, often relegated to women, ensured that even in failing wars, the monarchy projected continuity. Without her, the king might have succumbed to paralysing despair or neglected governance entirely. She, in effect, became the monarchy's emotional pivot. When contemporary readers gauge her significance, they must weigh the paradoxes: a bourgeois woman who championed aristocratic extravagance, a mistress who reconfigured diplomatic ties, and an aesthete who contended with the brutality of war. She was not without faults. Certain decisions sparked conflict, and her loyalty to the monarchy overshadowed empathy for the broader populace. Yet one can see in her a formidable intelligence navigating male-dominated politics, championing creativity and forging a personal brand that outlived her mortal years. That blend of contradictory traits cements her as a figure too complex for simple judgments, a testament to the nuanced roles women could occupy in a kingdom perched precariously on the brink of historical transformation. Today, Madame de Pompadour endures as an emblem of 18th century elegance, overshadowed yet also illuminated by the monarchy's eventual collapse in 1789. She died decades before the French Revolution erupted, which is surprising to some, but her story offers a lens into the monarchy's illusions and the flickers of modern sensibility stirring beneath them. The Rococo style she popularised, with its playful curves and pastel palette, might seem superficial, but it signalled a shift away from the heavy formality of earlier Baroque. In championing intangible pursuits like music, painting, and philosophical discussion, she partially laid a cultural groundwork that, ironically, helped spread ideas that later questioned the monarchy's absolute basis. In the centuries after her demise, her name popped up in unexpected places. Industrial producers of porcelain invoked Pompadour pink or Pompadour blue for delicate tableware. Dressmakers resurrected the Pompadour hairstyle in various reinterpretations, some tall and powdered, others more subtle but referencing that flair she had for graceful display. Literary authors from Balzac to Nancy Mitford explored her biography, each spinning vantage points. Was she a cunning manipulator or a gentle caretaker for an indecisive king? Tourists wandering Versailles can still glimpse spaces she once inhabited, the private apartments facing the gardens, or the opera house she influenced. Guides recount how she once staged private theatricals there, starring as comedic heroines, coaxing the king from his stony reticence. The wallpapers and colour schemes, faintly preserved, reflect that pastel whimsy. Her official portrait by Boucher stands in the Wallace collection in London, capturing her with a book in hand, emphasising her intellectual bent. Observers note the calm in her eyes, a subtle pride that defies the ephemeral nature of her courtly status. Modern feminism appraises her differently. She was no activist for women's equality by present standards, yet she challenged conventional boundaries. She effectively shaped policies behind the scenes, overshadowing many male courtiers whose official titles dwarfed her own. She minted alliances with philosophers to protect free expression from draconian censors. She financed expansions in fine arts and manufacturing, forging a synergy between monarchy and commerce. While she did not upend the patriarchal structure, her survival hinged on appeasing it. Her example reveals how a determined, intelligent woman could carve a realm of influence. In that sense, she both reaffirmed and quietly subverted the patriarchal monarchy. Her ephemeral presence, overshadowed by new favourites after her death, underscores the monarchy's insatiable appetite for novelty. Yet none repeated the unique blend of artistry, diplomacy, and emotional guardianship she brought. For a fleeting period, she had a near ministerial role in shaping foreign alliances, a stance that no subsequent mistress or consort fully replicated under Louis XV. By the time of the revolutionary upsurge, that entire system, the monarchy, its fawning courtiers, its cycle of misdemeanors, faced condemnation. The memory of Madame de Pompadour, both revered and reviled, became part of the propaganda arsenal describing an outdated regime. Her radiant self-assurance in official portraits served as evidence of aristocratic decadence, ironically ignoring the fact that she hailed from the bourgeoisie. For the average person our age stumbling upon her story, the immediate reaction might revolve around the gossip, a mistress at Versailles, the icon of style. But deeper reflection uncovers a figure bridging bold intelligence, aesthetic brilliance, and pragmatic survival in a court bent on devouring the naive. She was that improbable cultural prime minister, as some labelled her, forging a space in a male-dominated environment. If at times she contributed to misguided policies, or neglected the plight of the lower classes, such failings aligned with the monarchy's broader blind spots. In that sense, her story reflects systemic complexities rather than personal ones alone, but her narrative might evoke parallels with the art of balancing professional demands, personal identity, and the swirl of public scrutiny that go way deeper than we all might imagine. She found ways to harness her adversity, lack of birth rank, suspicion from aristocrats, to shape a remarkable trajectory. Whether we judge her kindly or harshly, she embodied the precarious dance of pleasing the powerful while forging something new, a synergy of intellectual tastes, refined pleasures, and aesthetic transformations that left France irrevocably changed. Her adversaries wrote pamphlets proclaiming her ephemeral, but ironically she remains a hallmark of that era, overshadowing some royals in cultural memory. Ultimately, Madame de Pompadour's life underscores a universal theme. In an environment where official power rests with men, an individual with vision, resilience and strategic cunning can mould an age, albeit at a personal cost. She gave French culture a final Rococo bloom before the wave of neoclassicism and, eventually, revolution. Her touches on diplomacy and arts, overshadowed though they might have been by war and scandal, continue to invite re-examination. And so, for those who seek nuance in history, her story remains a captivating chronicle of ambition, grace, heartbreak, and a legacy that resonates long after her heart ceased to beat within Versailles' gilded labyrinth. George Washington's formative years unfolded against the rustic backdrop of mid-18th century Virginia. While popular culture might depict him as an almost mythic hero from the start, he was, in reality, shaped by the day-to-day concerns of a frontier society and a family struggling for greater prosperity. Born on February 22nd, 1732, in Westmoreland County, he was part of a sprawling network of half-siblings, uncles, aunts, and cousins who formed a complicated social web in the colony. His father, Augustine, sought to expand the family's holdings through tobacco farming, land speculation, and the occasional foray into iron mining. These early pursuits carved out the environment where young George would learn about risk, reward fear, and the challenges of shaping one's destiny in a new world. Contrary to apocryphal stories, Washington's childhood was not defined by toppling cherry trees or sporting wooden teeth. It was, however, marked by loss. His father died when George was only 11, throwing the family's finances into uncertainty. His half-brother Lawrence, considerably older, stepped in as a paternal figure. It was Lawrence who introduced George to polite society in Virginia and instilled in him an admiration for military achievement. Lawrence had served under the British flag in the Caribbean, a detail that quietly stoked George's aspirations towards soldiering. Through Lawrence, he was exposed to the idea that honour, discipline, and loyalty could earn a young man respect in the British colonies. Despite these influences, necessity often guided Washington's early path. Formal schooling was piecemeal at best, tutors came and went. Young George's mother, Mary Ball Washington, strove to keep the family afloat. But educational opportunities remained sporadic. This patchy instruction did not deter him. It forced him to become largely self-taught, an approach that would define his later life. He was, from his teenage years onward, a voracious note-taker and letter-writer, constantly refining his penmanship, grammar, and mathematical skills. Writing itself became a window into the adult world he hoped to master. One of his initial breakthroughs came in the realm of surveying, a skill both profitable and adventurous in colonial Virginia. Land in those days was currency, and individuals who could map uncharted territories were in high demand. Washington's early forays into the wild frontiers, often in the company of rugged backwoodsmen, introduced him to the complexities of dealing with Native American tribes, unscrupulous land speculators, and the raw challenges of nature. These expeditions were no mere camping trips. Nights spent in crude shelters, rainy days measuring difficult terrain, and the ever-present threat of disease built up his resilience. By the time he turned 17, he had already secured appointments to survey large tracts of land in the Shenandoah Valley, a testament to his growing reputation for diligence. During this phase, Washington also observed firsthand the tensions brewing between French, British, and native interests. The Ohio Valley to the west was a patchwork of claims and counterclaims, with British colonists, French trappers, and indigenous peoples all jostling for control. Though Washington was only a teenager, these experiences lit a spark. If he could prove himself an effective leader, especially in regions where boundaries were contested, he might ascend socially and financially. Colonial Virginia had its share of privileged families, but upward mobility was possible for those who possessed skill, connections, and an unrelenting work ethic. Beyond surveying, Washington's adolescent years were also a period of subtle social schooling. He learned the art of conversation and manners, so important in an era governed by strict codes of honour, by memorising the rules of civility and decent behaviour. This pamphlet, copied diligently in his youthful handwriting, offered guidelines for everything from posture in polite company to showing respect for superiors. Though it might seem quaint now, these rules exemplified the polished veneer that colonial society demanded of any young man aiming to rise in rank. By the time Washington approached adulthood, he was neither a wide-eyed farm boy nor a pampered aristocrat. He was a tall, physically strong young man, comfortable on horseback, capable with a musket, adept at mathematics, and cognizant of how crucial alliances could be. He held quiet ambitions that revolved around land, local military distinction, and acceptance among the elite. But events on the horizon, imperial rivalries that would ignite the frontier, would soon catapult him onto a larger stage. In that transitional zone between surveying in the wilderness and attending genteel dances along the Potomac, George Washington was preparing, without fully knowing it, for trials that would define his future and reshape a continent's destiny. Washington's transformation from a surveyor to a soldier was not the result of random events or a meticulously planned strategy. It was, instead, triggered by the turbulent geopolitics of the mid-18th century. At the time, the British and French empires vied for dominance over North America's lucrative territories. The frontier regions of the Ohio Valley, thick with forests and fur-bearing wildlife, became a flashpoint for competing claims. Indigenous nations, far from passive onlookers, leveraged these rivalries in pursuit of their interests, forging and breaking alliances as circumstances demanded. In 1753, Virginia's Lieutenant Governor, Robert Dinwiddie, sought someone intrepid and resourceful to deliver a warning to French forces building forts near the forks of the Ohio. The young George Washington, then just 21, volunteered. This mission would catapult him into international intrigue, for which he had limited formal training. Undeterred, he set off with a small party in wintry conditions, navigating difficult terrain and uncertain receptions. He reached the French outpost and handed over Dinwiddie's demand that they abandon their incursion. The French officers responded politely but refused to budge. Washington's return journey was harrowing. He nearly drowned crossing an icy river, only surviving by grabbing onto a piece of driftwood and hauling himself onto a small island. Yet that near-fatal ordeal did little to shake his resolve. Upon returning to Williamsburg, he penned a report detailing his observations. The account, published and widely distributed, burnished Washington's name. His straightforward prose, describing the hazards of the journey and the French refusal to retreat, resonated with colonists hungry for news and British officials eager for evidence of French defiance. Washington emerged from anonymity, suddenly recognised as a figure capable of undertaking difficult assignments at the Empire's margins. Not long afterward, Dinwiddie promoted him and dispatched him back to the frontier with a modest force to secure strategic points. In 1754, tensions erupted into outright conflict at a site Washington hastily fortified and named Fort Necessity. An attack by French and indigenous allies forced him to surrender under humiliating conditions. The engagement, while a setback militarily, taught Washington sobering lessons about leadership, discipline, and the unpredictability of war. The British press twisted the episode in contradictory ways. Some painted him as a plucky colonial undone by minimal support, others as a foolhardy officer stumbling into a larger conflict. Amid this swirl of opinions, Washington's internal drive to prove himself only intensified. Soon, the conflict expanded into what Europeans would call the 7 Years' War, and Americans would dub the French and Indian War. Washington served as a provincial officer under General Edward Braddock, a British commander charged with seizing French forts. French troops and their indigenous allies ambushed British forces during the disastrous Braddock expedition near the Monongahela River in 1755, decimating them. In the chaos, Washington distinguished himself by rallying survivors and organising a fighting withdrawal. Though he was beset by illness and almost had multiple horses shot from under him, he emerged from the carnage with a reputation for courage under fire. Yet, for all his valour, Washington grew frustrated with British arrogance toward colonial officers. He witnessed British regulars disregarding local intelligence and ignoring suggestions from men like himself who knew the frontier. This snobbery, combined with logistical incompetence, fueled deep resentments. He realised that colonial troops often received second-class treatment, lesser pay, and fewer provisions. This personal exposure to British condescension would later shape his willingness to challenge imperial authority, though that moment lay years ahead. By the war's end, Washington had resigned his commission and returned to Mount Vernon, the estate he inherited following Lawrence's death. The war had left him with real combat experience and the seeds of an emerging identity, part loyal British subject, part colonial leader increasingly sceptical of imperial attitudes. Over the ensuing decade, he would focus on his plantations, dabble in local politics, and marry Martha Dandridge Custis, a wealthy widow whose fortune helped shore up his finances. Washington transformed Mount Vernon into a profitable enterprise, experimenting with new crops, analysing agricultural techniques, and exerting influence in Virginia's House of Burgesses, yet the memory of the frontier battles never fully dimmed. He had seen how tenuous British authority could be on American soil, how alliances shifted, and how local knowledge often outstripped distant orders. He also observed the subtle changes stirring among colonists, growing populations, expanding commerce, and a sense of collective identity not solely anchored to Britain. While Washington did not yet foresee a complete break with the Crown, the stage was quietly being set for a more profound clash. Looking back, his French and Indian War experiences were something of a dress rehearsal, granting him the on-the-ground insights that would prove indispensable in the larger crisis looming on the horizon. Following the French and Indian War, Washington spent the 1760s and early 1770s deeply immersed in the rhythms of plantation life at Mount Vernon, managing labour, maintaining his reputation as a local squire, and serving intermittently in the Virginia House of Burgesses occupied much of his time. He meticulously oversaw the cultivation of crops, initially tobacco, later diversifying into wheat and other staples, adapting to market trends and soil conditions, but economic security remained tenuous. British trade regulations, shipping monopolies, and mercantile restrictions often pinched colonial planters. Washington found himself confronting debts, currency shortages, and a constraining imperial bureaucracy that dictated how goods could be exported or imported. Amid these challenges, Washington's perspective on British authority gradually evolved. Early on, he had desired nothing more than to climb in status within the British imperial framework. He had admired British military traditions and social customs, but he began to see the practical constraints that came with living under a distant parliament that issued edicts without consulting colonial assemblies. The Stamp Act of 1765, imposing taxes on printed materials, galvanised discontent among colonists. Washington, who used legal documents frequently for land transactions, saw the act as a direct affront to local autonomy. While not the most fiery rhetorician in Virginia, figures like Patrick Henry captured that honour, Washington expressed measured indignation. He argued that taxation without representation violated the rights of Englishmen, a stance that resonated among fellow planters, merchants, and small farmers alike. In 1769, the Virginia House of Burgesses responded to new British taxes on glass, paper, paint and tea by passing resolves condemning these impositions. When the royal governor dissolved the assembly, the delegates, Washington included, met informally at the Raleigh Tavern in Williamsburg, drafting non-importation agreements. These pacts vowed not to purchase British goods until colonial grievances were addressed. Though not as flamboyant as protests in Boston, these Virginian measures underscored how deeply resentment had taken root among even the more conservative landholding class. Washington's letters from this period reveal a measured but firm tone. He spoke of the encroachments of Parliament and the need for unity among the colonies. Not one to relish public speaking, he employed his reputation as a balanced, pragmatic figure. People listened when Washington spoke because they trusted his sense of responsibility and fairness. Privately, he worried about violence escalating, yet he also felt that the colonies should not yield to intimidation. This blend of caution and resolve was a hallmark of his character. Tensions escalated to a critical level by 1774. The Boston Tea Party and subsequent punitive British measures prompted the formation of the First Continental Congress. Washington was chosen as one of Virginia's delegates, solidifying his role as a national figure rather than just a regional voice. He travelled to Philadelphia, where representatives from across the colonies debated how far to push back against British encroachments. While radicals like Samuel Adams advocated more extreme measures, others sought a compromise or hoped for a restoration of harmonious relations. Washington's presence signalled that Virginia, the largest and most populous colony, was prepared to stand alongside New England in protesting imperial overreach. Washington's military background was not overlooked during those Congress sessions. He was one of the few delegates with first-hand experience in large-scale combat operations. Though overshadowed by the fiery oratory of John Adams or Patrick Henry, he projected a quiet confidence that could unify disparate factions. He seldom took the floor for dramatic speeches, but in committee meetings, delegates consulted him about potential military scenarios if the standoff with Britain escalated. How might a ragtag colonial militia confront the most formidable army in the world? Events soon compelled everyone to take action. In April 1775, the battles at Lexington and Concord unleashed open conflict. British soldiers and colonial militiamen had exchanged shots, and the war was effectively underway. By the time the Second Continental Congress convened, the question was no longer whether to resist militarily, but how. John Adams, recognising the need to draw the southern colonies more tightly into the cause, nominated Washington to lead the newly formed Continental Army. With reluctance, Washington accepted, declaring he would serve without pay. He stressed that he was neither the most qualified nor seeking personal glory, yet he would do his duty if called upon. In that moment, the diligent Virginia planter and local politician found himself thrust onto a stage with no script. Leading a revolution against the crown seemed audacious, even reckless, but Washington believed the colonies had reached an irreversible point. He saddled his horse and departed for Massachusetts, determined, if unsure, about the trials that lay ahead. His leadership would soon be tested in ways few could have imagined, both by the might of British forces and by the fractious nature of a fledgling nation still discovering its collective identity. Washington's appointment as the Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army paved the way for a challenging battle against the most formidable military force of the era. Arriving in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in July 1775, he took command of a collection of militias besieging British-held Boston. What he found was a disorganised force lacking supplies, uniforms, and consistent discipline. Militias from different colonies held different loyalties, varied drastically in training, and often viewed each other with suspicion. Washington realised that to stand any chance against the British, he had to forge these disparate units into a cohesive army with a shared purpose. Early on, Washington faced a series of strategic dilemmas. Despite the often romanticised notion of the Continental Army's underdog valour, the reality was messy. Disease, desertions, and short-term enlistments undercut the stable force he desperately needed. British troops in Boston were well supplied by sea, so a direct assault seemed suicidal. Instead, Washington imposed discipline, orchestrated siege lines, and introduced stricter regulations. Over time, he acquired cannon from Fort Ticonderoga, famously transporting them across difficult winter terrain under Henry Knox's oversight. By March 76, artillery on Dorchester Heights forced the British to evacuate Boston. Although it was a bloodless victory for the Americans, Washington understood that the war had barely begun. The British Navy and Army could and would strike at more critical ports. Washington's next trials unfolded in New York. Anticipating a major British offensive, he shifted his army to defend Manhattan and its surroundings. The British arrived in force under General William Howe, and by late summer, in 1776, Washington's men endured a crushing defeat at the Battle of Long Island. A series of retreats followed, culminating in the British seizing New York City. Morale plummeted. Many soldiers deserted, others questioned Washington's competence. Yet in a bold move, Washington ordered a stealth evacuation across the East River during the night, ferrying thousands of troops and avoiding total annihilation. That partial salvation became an early example of his knack for improvisational retreats, a skill that may lack the glamour of offensive victories, but was crucial for the survival of the cause. In late 1776, with enlistments expiring and temperatures dropping, Washington orchestrated one of the Revolution's most dramatic strokes, crossing the icy Delaware River on Christmas night to surprise Hessian mercenaries at Trenton. The success at Trenton, followed by another victory at Princeton, rejuvenated the Patriot cause. Washington's leadership style in these moments combined meticulous planning with personal bravery. He rode at the front, encouraging his men, proving that cunning and audacity could offset numerical or logistical disadvantages. The morale boost was enormous, coaxing recruits to stay and new volunteers to join. Yet the Continental Army's tribulations remained abundant. The British sought to isolate New England by seizing the Hudson River corridor, while smaller armies skirmished in the interior. Washington clashed repeatedly with delegates in the Continental Congress who provided inconsistent funding and supplies, reflecting the fragile nature of the young Confederation. He wrote endless letters pleading for shoes, blankets, and rations. Meanwhile, British raids and Loyalist sympathisers sowed confusion behind American lines. In 1777, Washington lost a key engagement at Brandywine, allowing the British to capture Philadelphia, the Patriot capital. Another setback at Germantown followed. Critics in Congress grew louder, questioning whether a different general might fare better. Yet Washington retained the loyalty of many officers, forging a sense of unity that transcended local affiliations. At Valley Forge, during the cruel winter of 1777 to 1778, the army endured starvation, disease, and freezing conditions. Thanks to the drilling expertise of Baron von Steuben, an ex-Prussian officer, Washington's troops emerged more disciplined, able to engage British regulars on nearly equal terms. At Valley Forge, the Continental Army underwent a significant transformation, transitioning from an unruly collection of militias to a functional fighting force. Washington also learned the delicate art of balancing alliances. The French, persuaded by the American victory at Saratoga, where Horatio Gates led the effort, not Washington directly, joined the conflict, providing naval strength and additional ground forces. Coordinating with French officers like the Marquis de Lafayette demanded diplomatic finesse. Washington adapted, forging trust with these foreign allies, even as inter-colony tensions threatened to fracture the American side. Through it all, Washington displayed a steadiness that became central to the army's identity. His men might groan about scarce supplies or ragged uniforms, but they trusted their general to hold them together. By the war's midpoint, Washington had solidified his role as the linchpin of American resistance. His direct battlefield successes varied. Some were brilliant, others disappointing, but his unshakable commitment to the cause, combined with an ability to pivot tactics and maintain unity, kept the rebellion alive. Emerging from these years of hardship was a sense that, whether revered or criticised, Washington was indispensable. He was no mere figurehead. The political apparatus and the army itself needed his steady hand at the helm if the revolution was to stand a chance of seeing final victory. As the Revolutionary War entered its later stages, Washington faced a new set of challenges that tested his leadership on multiple fronts. The conflict had become more sprawling, with battles in the south intensifying. British forces, hoping to exploit Loyalist sentiment, launched campaigns in Georgia and the Carolinas. Meanwhile, the Continental Army in the north still had to guard against renewed offensives from New York. Washington found himself juggling resource allocations and strategic oversight across a vast territory, all with limited manpower and meagre finances. One of his core strengths lay in understanding that victory did not necessarily require defeating every British unit on the battlefield. Over years of warfare, Washington recognised that prolonging the conflict, making it too costly for Britain to sustain, could be enough to force negotiations. As British public support for the war waned and the conflict strained the Empire's coffers, this strategy of endurance gained traction. He coordinated partisan warfare in the southern states, where generals like Nathaniel Greene used hit-and-run tactics and forced the British to overextend their supply lines. Washington might not have designed every manoeuvre personally, but his overarching directive emphasised wearing down the opponent rather than seeking a single. Grand triumph at all costs. Yet frustration still mounted. The Continental Congress, perennially short on funds, struggled to pay or supply the troops. Inflation ran rampant, and the paper currency they issued, known as Continentals, lost much of its value. Sometimes, entire regiments threatened mutiny over unpaid wages and lack of food. Washington wrote urgent letters, balancing pleas and warnings. Desertion could unravel the entire revolution, but the men's hardships were genuine. He balanced his empathy for his soldiers' suffering with the need to uphold discipline. Against this turbulent backdrop, French assistance played a decisive role. Following France's official entry into the war, Spain and the Dutch Republic also offered varying degrees of support to America, broadening the conflict into a larger global struggle against Britain. Washington worked with French admirals and generals who, like Admiral de Grasse and General Rochambeau, brought naval superiority and well-trained troops. Diplomatic synergy was crucial. Washington, never fluent in French, relied on interpreters and the goodwill of allies like Lafayette to maintain strong communication. Joint operations required patience and compromise. The French Navy's schedules and European political priorities often constrained quick action. The culmination of these alliances and strategies took shape in 1781 at Yorktown, Virginia. British General Cornwallis had entrenched his forces there, hoping for resupply by sea. Washington seized the moment. He feigned moves toward New York, but then swiftly marched a major portion of his army south. The French fleet under de Grasse blocked the Chesapeake, preventing a British naval evacuation. Trapped and under constant bombardment, Cornwallis surrendered in October 1781. The victory at Yorktown did not instantly end the war, but it was the decisive blow that shattered Britain's willingness to continue. Negotiations in Europe soon began, leading to the 1783 Treaty of Paris, recognising American independence. Washington's role in the final phase showcased two defining traits of his leadership: adaptability and a knack for collaboration. He was not a tactical genius in the mould of Napoleon, but he excelled in forging unity among diverse groups with clashing egos and conflicting interests. He also grasped the psychological dimension of war. Victory could be achieved as much through morale and diplomatic pressure as through battlefield conquests. Under his guidance, the Continental Army endured for 8 grueling years, culminating in a capitulation that many had deemed impossible. When peace was finally secured, Washington stunned the world by resigning his commission and returning to private life rather than seizing power. In a time when victorious generals in Europe often leveraged military success to become dictators or monarchs, his gesture was nearly unprecedented. He sent a farewell address to the army, bidding an emotional goodbye to the officers who had become like family through shared hardships. Then he returned to Mount Vernon, longing for quiet days overseeing his estate. In the public imagination, he became the embodiment of Roman republican virtue, akin to Cincinnatus leaving his plough to defend the nation and then returning to his farm. Yet the young republic soon discovered that independence would not solve every problem. War debts, disputes among the states, and a weak central government under the Articles of Confederation threatened the stability of the new nation. Calls for a stronger national framework grew louder, and once again, the gaze of the fledgling country turned to Washington. Would he remain a private citizen, or would he use his stature to help shape the governance of the country he had been so instrumental in forging? The next chapter of his life, and indeed of the nation's, would hinge on how he answered that question. After returning to Mount Vernon in 1783, Washington tried to refocus on his plantations, hoping for a respite from public affairs. Yet the fragile state of the post-war Union soon pulled him back into the spotlight. Under the Articles of Confederation, the federal government lacked authority to tax, regulate commerce effectively, or settle disputes among states. Economic turmoil loomed large. Debts from the war weighed on every state, and the absence of a cohesive national policy bred friction. Insurrections such as Shays' Rebellion in Massachusetts highlighted how easily unrest might spiral if the central government could not act decisively. Leaders across the states recognized the dire need for reforms, and Washington was a natural figure to help spearhead them. Though initially hesitant, he feared public service would once again swallow his private life. He came around to the idea that a stronger government framework was essential to preserve the Union. In 1787, he agreed to preside over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. This gathering, intended first to revise the Articles, soon morphed into a wholesale creation of a new constitution. Washington did not speak often during the debates, but his mere presence lent gravity to the proceedings. Delegates disagreed vigorously over representation, slavery, and executive power. Yet most recognized that Washington's approval would be critical for winning public acceptance of any proposed constitution. His role was largely that of mediator and symbol of unity. He allowed men like James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and Benjamin Franklin to articulate competing ideas. But whenever debate grew contentious, the image of Washington, seated at the front, reminded them that the revolution's integrity and the future of Republican governance were at stake. By September 1787, the delegates crafted a new constitution that incorporated a more robust federal government, tempered by a system of checks and balances. Although not perfect, it was a revolutionary experiment in structured liberty. Washington's endorsement carried enormous weight during the ratification process, especially in Virginia. Reluctant anti-federalists found it difficult to argue that the Constitution masked tyranny when Washington vouched for it. Once the Constitution became law, calls for Washington to serve as the first president were unanimous in their intensity. He was the linchpin who could lend immediate legitimacy to the new system. Despite personal reservations, he was aging, and the toll of public life was no small burden. He reluctantly accepted the role. The Electoral College elected him unanimously in 1789. In April of that year, he journeyed to New York City, the temporary capital, to take the oath of office. His inauguration was a subdued ceremony, reflecting a new nation's blend of optimism and anxiety. He stood on a balcony overlooking throngs of cheering citizens, placing in his hand on a Bible and swearing to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. In shaping the executive branch, Washington faced a blank slate. There was no blueprint for how a president should behave. He believed in setting careful precedents that would guide successors, and this cautious approach coloured his every decision. He formed a cabinet of advisers, including Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State and Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury. The ideological clashes between Jefferson, who championed agrarian democracy, and Hamilton, who pushed for a robust federal government and industrial growth, forced Washington to navigate a delicate balance. Balancing these factions, he aimed to prevent the country from splitting into partisan camps. Still, the seeds of political rivalry were planted, eventually sprouting into the Federalist and Democratic Republican parties. Washington's presidency also navigated foreign policy dilemmas. The young United States was militarily weak, financially indebted, and overshadowed by European powers. When the French Revolution erupted, many Americans felt they owed France a debt of gratitude for its wartime support. Yet Washington believed neutrality was crucial. Entangling the fragile republic in Europe's wars could spell disaster. His proclamation of neutrality in 1793 drew ire from those who wanted to aid France, but it shielded the new nation from a catastrophic conflict it was ill-prepared to handle. Domestic issues also tested the new administration. Hamilton's financial plan, which included federal assumption of state debts and the creation of a national bank, sparked fierce debates. Washington backed Hamilton, believing that fiscal stability was essential for national respectability. But Jefferson's faction decried these measures as threats to states' rights. Then, in 1794, the Whiskey Rebellion flared in western Pennsylvania, where farmers violently opposed a federal tax on distilled spirits. Washington, alarmed by the prospect of an armed insurrection, personally led troops to quell the rebellion, an act that showcased federal authority but also raised fears about militarized responses to dissent. Throughout these trials, Washington laboured to maintain a posture above partisan squabbles, though that position grew increasingly difficult. Newspapers, reflecting the rise of party-driven journalism, attacked or praised him depending on editorial leanings. Criticism stung the once revered hero, but he remained steadfast, convinced that the survival of constitutional governance required robust debate, even if it sometimes descended into vitriol. By the end of his second term, he yearned for retirement more earnestly than ever. The question was whether the country could sustain itself without him, or if his moral authority and balanced leadership remained indispensable. By 1796, Washington had served 2 terms as president and felt strongly that rotating leadership was essential to the Republic's health. Unanimously re-elected in 1792, he could likely have secured a 3rd term, but he declined. In doing so, he established a precedent of voluntary executive turnover, later codified by the 22nd Amendment, that would profoundly influence American political culture. Recognizing the young nation's precariousness, he offered parting guidance in his farewell address. Published rather than delivered orally, it warned against the dangers of permanent foreign alliances and excessive partisanship. He urged Americans to cherish unity, keep religion and morality as public pillars, and remain wary of ideological factions that could fracture national cohesion. After leaving office in March 1797, Washington returned to Mount Vernon. A sense of relief washed over him, tempered by ongoing concerns about the fledgling nation's trajectory. He oversaw expansions at his estate, experimented with different crop rotations, and dabbled in various manufacturing ventures on site, such as a grist mill and a distillery. However, retirement did not provide an escape from moral dilemmas. Washington's wealth and plantation lifestyle had always hinged on enslaved labour. While he had privately expressed ambivalence about slavery, calling it repugnant in certain correspondences, he never publicly championed abolition. Only in his will did he arrange for the emancipation of his enslaved people after Martha's death, a move that became one of the most significant private emancipations of that era. But the structural system of slavery continued unabated across the South, highlighting the contradictions embedded in the new republic. Increasingly, foreign tensions threatened to pull Washington back into public life. Relations with revolutionary France deteriorated under John Adams's presidency, culminating in the Quasi-War at Sea. In 1798, Adams asked Washington to serve as commander of a provisional army should full-scale war break out. Washington agreed, though he delegated most duties to Hamilton. He remained on standby, hoping conflict could be averted. By 1799, the immediate threat passed, and Washington settled again into the routines at Mount Vernon. That same year, on December the 12th, Washington braved a cold, wet ride around his estate, checking fence lines and farmland. Later that evening, he developed a sore throat. Within days, his condition worsened into what many now believe was acute epiglottitis. Medical treatments of the time, bleeding, blistering, and gargling, only weakened him further. On the night of December 14th, 1799, George Washington passed away, surrounded by close friends and family. The news sent shockwaves throughout the country. Bells tolled in distant cities. Eulogies poured in from across political divides, reflecting the universal respect Americans felt for his leadership. Even in Europe, figures like Napoleon ordered tributes. Washington's death brought a collective reckoning. The man who had guided the nation through revolution, constitutional formation, and early governance was gone. But his legacy was already enshrined. Over subsequent decades and centuries, Americans would build monuments, mint coins, and compose hagiographic stories that sometimes obscured the complexity of his life. Myths multiplied. The cherry tree legend by Parson Weems became a fixture in school primers, overshadowing the more instructive lessons of Washington's real struggles and ethical dilemmas. The wooden teeth trope overshadowed the details of his expensive, painful dental apparatus made from various materials, including human or animal teeth and metal. Yet behind the shining marble statues stands a more nuanced figure. Washington was a man of his times, shaped by its limitations, particularly regarding slavery and class structures, but also capable of transcending narrow self-interest. He recognized the fragility of the American experiment and acted repeatedly to keep it intact, resigning his military commission in 1783, presiding over the Constitution's drafting in 1787, and stepping down as president after 2 terms. Each decision sent an unmistakable message that the Republic's longevity depended on checks against personal ambition. Washington's example stood out for a nation still refining its democratic values. He was neither a flamboyant speaker or a philosophical theorist, but he possessed a calm gravitas that could unify quarrelsome states. He understood how to maintain moral legitimacy in the eyes of both elites and ordinary citizens, and though he was not without flaws, the ownership of enslaved individuals being chief among them, he helped lay the groundwork for a political system capable of evolving beyond its founders' limitations. Today, more than 2 centuries after his passing, George Washington remains an essential symbol for an America that struggles with its historical contradictions. If we look beyond the simplified schoolbook portrayals, we find a person who navigated immense pressures with perseverance and humility, whose quiet strength and deliberate choice to relinquish power set a tone for Republican governance. The complexity of his legacy invites us to reflect on both the grand achievements and the unresolved tensions that were woven into the nation's birth. A poignant reminder that even foundational heroes stand on shifting terrain, forging a path for future generations to walk upon. I remember the day I first came to court, a half-starved jester with bells on my hat jangling and dread in my belly. The royal castle loomed ahead, all grey stone walls and towering battlements against a cloudy sky. My heart thudded as I passed beneath the iron portcullis. A pair of guards snickered at the sight of me in my threadbare motley. I clutched my lute and fool's bauble tightly, praying I wouldn't end the day in the stocks. Inside, torchlight flickered on tapestries and armoured knights. Servants rushed by with steaming platters of meat and trenchers of bread. The air smelled of wood smoke, spiced wine, and a hint of something foul from the stables. I followed a steward into the enormous hall, my shoes scuffing over rushes strewn on the floor. At the far end, on a raised dais, sat King Edward of England, my new master. He wore a fur-lined mantle and no crown, yet he radiated authority. He fixed his keen grey eyes on me as the gathered courtiers announced me as the evening's entertainment. Every gaze in the hall turned my way. I felt naked despite my motley tunic and jingling bells. I swept a deep bow, arms splayed comically, nearly losing my balance for effect. A few chuckles broke the silence. "Welcome, fool," called the king, his voice echoing off the rafters. "What do they call you?" "Tom, your majesty." "Tom Fool," I answered brightly, hiding my nerves under a grin. In truth, my Christian name was William, but a new life warrants a new name. My answer earned an approving smirk. "Very well, Tom. Let us see if your humour is as sharp as your tongue is quick," said King Edward. He gestured for me to begin. I started with a jaunty tune on my lute, a bawdy tavern song about a tipsy friar losing his robe to the wind. My fingers trembled on the strings, but the melody came out merry and bright. Laughter rose from the tables at the chorus's naughty twist. Emboldened, I launched into a comic tale, peppering it with jabs at castle life, a joke about the cook oversalting the stew, a quip about a knight's rusted armour creaking like an old ox. The courtiers guffawed, and even the queen hid a smile behind her hand. Warm relief spread through my chest. They were laughing. Finally, I decided to make a bold joke aimed at the most significant target. Balancing on one leg in an exaggerated pose, I lowered my voice conspiratorially. "Lords and ladies," I announced, "I've heard a wondrous secret about our sovereign." A hush fell. I flashed an impish grin at King Edward. "It's said His Majesty has a unique blessing from St. Peter himself. Only the king can sit on his throne and make the angels sing, especially after he's enjoyed a hearty dinner." I patted my backside and widened my eyes innocently. For a heartbeat, silence. Some lords looked scandalised that I'd joked about the king's royal behind. The king's eyebrow arched. My pulse pounded. Had I gone too far? Then King Edward threw back his head and laughed, a deep roaring laugh that shattered the tension. The court followed suit, laughter rippling through the hall. The king mimicked sternness by waving a finger at me. "Mind your cheek, knave, or I'll have you whipped for impudence," he said, still chuckling. I dropped to my knees in a mock pleading bow. "Mercy, your majesty, I only speak gospel truth in your praise," I replied with an overly pious tone. The king laughed again and gave a dismissive wave, signalling my performance was over. As I backed away, trembling with relief, a servant pressed a silver coin into my palm, a reward from the king. I bowed one last time, cheeks flushed, and retreated to the edge of the hall. My debut had been a success. That night the steward showed me to a small chamber in the castle's upper kitchens, simple but mine alone. I collapsed onto the straw-filled bed, exhausted but exhilarated. I'd arrived with nothing but my wits and earned not only coin but also a place in the king's household. I was no longer a wandering vagabond. I was the king's fool. As I stared up at the ceiling, I allowed myself a grin. Tomorrow, and each day that followed, I would balance between humour and power. In a court of lords and ladies, I, a mere fool, had found a foothold. By autumn of that year, I had become a familiar part of court life, ever ready with a quip to lift a mood. On one crisp evening at a harvest feast, the great hall hosted a grand banquet after a long day of festivities. The trestle tables groaned with roasted boar and spiced ale. I flitted around, refilling drinks and tossing one-liners. Most laughed kindly, but Sir Roger, a burly baron with a perpetual scowl, decided to sport with me. "Ho there, fool!" he bellowed, feigning joviality. "We hear you juggle anything. Try these." He suddenly hurled 2 oranges at me. The first I snatched out of the air, but the second struck my cheek sharply before splattering on the floor. Laughter erupted. Pain flared in my cheek, and my face burned as nobles howled at my expense. For an instant I nearly flung the remaining orange at him. I imagined it smacking that red-faced oaf. But a fool survives on wit, not wrath. I grinned foolishly and juggled the lone orange as if nothing were amiss. "Many thanks, my lord, for the extra supper," I quipped, pretending to bite into the fruit before nearly dropping it in an exaggerated fumble. The onlookers laughed anew, this time with me rather than at me. Even Sir Roger, satisfied that I'd accepted the mockery, gave a reluctant chuckle. I made a grand bow, swallowing my wounded pride. When I risked a glance up at King Edward, he was watching me with a faint smirk. Later that night, a royal page summoned me to the king. Heart pounding with worry, I made my way to his private chamber. Had I overstepped in some way at the feast? I entered to find King Edward alone by the hearth, gazing at the letters spread on a table. His crown sat off to the side, as if even gold and jewels grew heavy for him tonight. "Tom, come here a moment," he said. This was no summons for entertainment. His tone was pensive. The king rubbed a hand over his brow. "News from the shires," he muttered. "Poor harvests and empty storehouses, yet my lords demand their taxes in full." He sighed, then glanced at me. "Do you have a zest for that?" His question was earnest, not a command for a silly face or song. I took a breath. "Sire, if I may spin a small fable, sometimes answers slink out better in story form." At his nod, I spoke softly. I told of a farmer who had a skinny mule that pulled his plough. When drought withered the crops, the farmer threatened to whip the mule to make it work harder, but the beast begged for a bit more feed so he'd have strength to pull. The farmer relented and fed the mule extra grain. Come spring, they tilled enough land to survive and even thrive when rains returned. As I finished, I stole a sidelong look at King Edward. He stared out the window, stroking his beard. For a moment I feared I'd been too bold. My tale's meaning was clear. Then he gave a low chuckle. "Clever mule," he mused. "Clever enough to get his belly full." I bowed my head, relieved. "Mules often do, Your Majesty, especially when they bray in rhyme," I said with a jingle of my cat bell. He turned to face me, and I saw a trace of admiration in his worn eyes. "You've a sharper wit than many in silk, Tom. You wrap wisdom in nonsense." I felt a warmth in my chest. However, I responded lightly, saying, "Ah, it's but a fool's simple fable, sire." King Edward managed a slight smile. "On the contrary, I will consider what you have implied." He clapped a hand on my shoulder, a gesture of trust and thanks. "That will be all. Get some rest." I bowed deeply. "Good night, Your Majesty." Before departing, I turned back with a cheeky bow. "And don't forget to feed your mule, sire," I said. King Edward barked a brief laugh and waved me away. I slipped out with a grin. Walking back to my quarters through the dim corridors, I felt nearly weightless. Tonight I had stepped beyond mere entertainer. I had, in my small way, shaped the king's thoughts. It was exhilarating and a little terrifying. A fool's jingling cap, I realised, could carry surprising influence if I used my wit wisely. Although favour can change quickly for the time being, the king relied on the hidden truths within my pranks. Winter brought hardship and unrest. A poor harvest left many starving, and whispers of rebellion drifted into court. King Edward's temper, once jovial in my company, grew brittle as dried kindling. More often I saw him frown at reports from his barons, grain riots, poaching in the royal forests, a distant village refusing to pay tithes. Fear and anger coiled around the court like smoke. One bleak afternoon the king held open court to dispense justice. I stood at the edge of the hall, bells quiet, sensing the tension. One by one, prisoners were brought before the throne. The gaunt farmer who'd slain a deer on Crown land begged mercy, claiming it was to feed his starving children. Next, a ragged group of villagers accused of sparking a food riot in the north were dragged in chains. My stomach tightened at their hollow cheeks and terrified eyes. The barons and courtiers looked on with hard disapproval. Sir Warwick, the king's stern-faced adviser, urged severity. "An example must be made, Your Majesty," he declared loud enough for all to hear. "Clemency for lawbreakers in famine would only breed chaos. Show them the cost of defiance." I watched King Edward's face as Warwick spoke. A muscle in his jaw twitched. The king's eyes, usually so keen and alive, were clouded with worry. He would rather not seem weak. The farmer was up first for judgment. King Edward announced that the farmer would receive a public whipping as punishment. The poor man broke down in tears, grateful that he had avoided the noose. I let out a breath I hadn't realised I was holding. But then came the villagers. A guard read out their crime, leading a mob to raid a granary owned by the crown. An old woman among them cried out, "We only took the grain because our children were dying." Her voice echoed in the hall. Sir Warwick shook his head in disgust. The courtiers murmured angrily about treason and thievery. I bit my tongue, 1,000 thoughts clashing in my mind. These folk had broken the law, yes, but out of desperation. I glanced toward the king. Edward's face hardened as he prepared to deliver his verdict. "By my royal authority you shall," he began, likely meaning to condemn them to the dungeons or worse. But before I knew what I was doing, I stepped forward. My heart thundered in my chest, but I couldn't stay silent. Perhaps I'd spent too long weaving truth into jests. The truth now came out bare and unadorned. "Your Majesty," I interjected in a loud and clear voice to ask if I might offer a fool's perspective. A shocked hush fell. One did not interrupt the king at trial, certainly not a fool. I dimly heard Sir Warwick's hiss of annoyance. King Edward turned his cold gaze on me, more startled than furious. At least yet. I swallowed hard. There was no turning back. I adopted a deliberately light tone, though my pulse pounded in my ears. "These poor souls stand accused of stealing bread," I said, gesturing to the trembling villagers, "and truly that is no jesting matter. But I wonder, sire, if a father is to be whipped for feeding his children venison, and mothers are to be cast in dungeons for snatching a few loaves." I forced a thin smile. "Perhaps your humble fool should be punished as well, for I've been stealing your valuable air all these years without paying coin for it." A few nervous titters came from the back of the hall, then died immediately. The king's eyes narrowed. I pressed on, my voice gaining a desperate strength. "Only a fool would make light of hunger, my lord. I speak not to mock your justice, but to beseech your mercy. Starvation makes fools of us all." I bowed low, my head bent so I couldn't see his reaction. My hands were shaking. No one else dared breathe. For a heartbeat there was silence so deep I heard the distant drip of wax from a candle. Then, "Enough," King Edward said quietly. The word fell like an axe. I looked up. His face was flushed not with mirth but with anger. "I'll hear no more." He stood from the throne, and in that moment he loomed larger than I'd ever seen him. "Who is king here? You fool?" His voice was deceptively soft, quivering with restrained rage. "Do you presume to lecture me on duty and mercy, dressed in motley and bells?" Every utterance from his lips felt like a boulder hurled towards my head. I opened my mouth to stammer an apology, but he silenced me with a glare. "Take him!" the king snapped to his guards. In an instant, rough hands seized my arms. My bell-tip cap tumbled to the floor as a guard yanked me backward. I heard a few gasps among the courtiers. Lady Marjorie covered her mouth in dismay. Sir Warwick simply watched with a thin smile. My cap's little bells jangled on the stones, a faint jingling that seemed to underline my folly. King Edward's voice echoed in the rafters, cold and formal. For his disruption and insolence, let the king's fool receive the same punishment he pitied. He should receive 20 lashes before the court at dawn. Terror washed over me. 20 lashes. My knees nearly buckled. I wanted to beg for forgiveness, to plead that I'd only spoken out of concern, but my tongue felt paralysed. 2 guards dragged me from the hall as the king's attention returned to the stunned prisoners before him. As they hauled me away, none dared to object or even meet my eyes. They threw me into a draughty antechamber, where I collapsed to the floor, my back pressed against cold stone as I tried to catch my breath. I tasted blood. I must have bitten my tongue without noticing. When I shut my eyes, hot tears forced their way out and rolled down my cheeks. "Fool, fool, fool," I cursed myself silently. What had I done? I had wanted to save a few peasants from the king's wrath. Instead, I had only intensified the king's wrath and burned myself in the process. In my mind I saw the king's face again, enraged and unyielding. That image stabbed at my heart more sharply than any whip could. Not long ago I had sat by that same man's hearth trading fables and easing his burdens. Now he looked at me as just another disobedient subject. Toward midnight, the guards came to escort me to the pillory in the courtyard. The sentence was to be carried out at first light. They locked my wrists and neck in the wooden stocks. I stood hunched in that cruel device for endless hours, shivering in the winter cold alone under the stars. Snow began to fall, thin, icy flakes catching in my hair. The pain had not yet begun, but a dread deeper than any wound gnawed at me. As darkness deepened, a lone figure approached through the torchlit yard. I squinted through frozen lashes to see Master Robert, the king's old chamberlain, carrying a cloak. Without a word, he draped it over my shoulders. His eyes were sad as he met my gaze. "You were brave, Tom," he whispered, just loud enough for me to hear. He was indeed brave, if not a little foolish. A bitter laugh escaped me. What other thing could I be? He shook his head and pressed a small flask of ale to my lips. Gratefully, I drank a burning mouthful that chased some of the chill from my bones. "Is His Majesty—" I croaked. My throat raw from the cold night air as I struggled to hold back sobs. Master Robert sighed. He was alone in his chambers. He's unlikely to change his mind by morning. "I am sorry," he hesitated. "Some of us perceive the truth in your words, but the king, he's under enormous strain." I nodded as best I could with my neck trapped. A tear slipped down my face, hot against my numb skin. "Thank you," I managed to whisper. The chamberlain squeezed my shoulder gently and departed, leaving the cloak as my only comfort. I spent the remaining hours in silent prayer that the king's heart would soften, that dawn would never come, and that I might endure what was to come. I was not a warrior or a martyr, just a fool who had flown too close to the sun. The strange freedom I'd had to speak truth had shown its price. At sunrise they flogged me. I bit down on a leather strap to keep from screaming as each lash tore across my back. Fiery pain exploded with every stroke. By the 10th blow my vision blurred. By the 20th I hung limp in the restraints, unable to stand. I dimly heard an official read out my crime of insolence to the gathered courtiers as the punishment was delivered, as if it were some theatre, and I was the main spectacle. When it was mercifully over, they released the pillory's lock, and I crumpled to the snow. The world spun for a moment as I lay there with my cheek against the white, trampled ground. I could hear distant applause from one or two nobles, an ugly mockery. Warm blood trickled under my shirt. 2 guards lifted me to my feet and carried me away as if I were worthless trash. I drifted in and out of consciousness. Once, through a blur of tears, I thought I saw the king watching from a high window. I couldn't discern his expression. They dumped me in my little chamber and left without a word. I don't know how long I remained motionless on the floor, curled up and gasping. Eventually a kind maidservant slipped in and tended my wounds with vinegar and clean bandages, clucking softly in pity. I thanked her in a hoarse whisper. By nightfall I could at least sit upright on my straw cot. Every movement sent bolts of agony through my welted back. I stared at the dark ceiling, hollow and heartsick. A fool I had been indeed, thinking I could speak for the weak and not be struck down. As the castle around me bustled with the evening supper and song, I lay in silence, tasting bitterness like bile. I did not know what hurt more, the fiery stripes across my back or the cold distance that now yawned between me and the king I had thought perhaps foolishly was my friend. After a week under siege with little progress, the king decided to send a message of surrender terms to Duke Geoffrey. To my surprise, he chose me as the envoy. Perhaps he chose me as the envoy as a form of punishment, or perhaps he believed that having a fool present would emphasise his contempt. Either way, I found myself standing before the king in his pavilion as he thrust a sealed parchment into my hand. "Carry our surrender offer to Duke Geoffrey's gate. You've a silver tongue. Perhaps you can persuade him where siege engines cannot," he said coolly. His knights smirked. We all knew this errand carried risk. A rebel might easily kill the king's fool as a mockery of the message. I realised King Edward was effectively sending me as a disposable herald. Still, I mustered my courage. This was the first duty he had given me since my disgrace. Perhaps, if I succeeded, it could begin to mend the rift. "As you command, sire," I said quietly. Soon after, I rode out under a truce flag, replacing my motley with a simple tunic adorned with the royal arms. A pair of trumpeters accompanied me part way and sounded a call before falling back. Alone, I approached the castle's gate across a field littered with broken arrows. My spine prickled, expecting at any moment to hear the sinister twang of a bowstring and feel an arrow between my shoulders. But none came. Instead, a knot of the Duke's soldiers emerged atop the battlements, crossbows trained on me. "I come bearing a message from King Edward," I shouted up in as steady a voice as I could manage. Eventually, the iron portcullis creaked upward, just enough for a handful of armoured men to drag me inside. I was roughly searched and relieved of my small dagger, more a tool than a weapon. Then they shoved me into a torchlit great hall where Duke Geoffrey himself awaited. He was a formidable figure in steel plate and a crimson cloak, a middle-aged man with a scarred brow and weary eyes. "So," he said, his voice echoing off the stone walls Edward sends his fool to parley. "Is he so short of loyal knights?" Snickers echoed from the Duke's men around me. I straightened to my full height, trying not to let my knees quake. "Loyal knights are too valuable to risk on Duke Geoffrey," I replied, before thinking better of it. My old reflex for wit had slipped out. Some of the rebel soldiers bristled, but the Duke barked a short laugh. "Hand me the message, fool," he said. I presented the parchment with a slight bow. As he read the king's offer, amnesty in exchange for immediate surrender, his face showed no flicker of concession. When he finished, he scoffed. "Empty promises. Did Edward think a few pardoning words would make me kneel? He must consider me more foolish than you." A tense silence fell. I realised all eyes were on me, awaiting a response. If I returned empty-handed and tongue-tied, I'd earn only scorn. So, drawing a shaky breath, I addressed the Duke. His Majesty desires no more bloodshed. He offers you a chance to retain your lands and honour, Your Grace. I implore you to think of the kingdom and your men who have families waiting for them. My voice echoed in the hall. It was a bold speech for my station, but I spoke with genuine pleading. I had seen enough suffering. Duke Geoffrey regarded me with a faintly surprised expression. He spoke earnestly, as if he were a fool. He sighed deeply, and for a moment I thought I saw sorrow in his eyes. You are young. You do not know Edward as I do. He keeps his promises only while it suits him. Tell your king that Geoffrey of March will not yield to pretty words and hollow clemency. We will meet on the field and settle our differences with steel. My heart sank. Is that your final answer, my lord? I asked softly. It is, he said. Then he leaned forward and added in a low growl, Tell Edward that by week's end I shall sit on his throne or die in the attempt. I bowed, understanding the parley was over. But as I turned to leave, one of the Duke's captains stepped forward with a hand on his sword, eyeing me with a wolfish grin. Duke Geoffrey waved a gauntleted hand dismissively. No, he's but a messenger, and an honest one at that. Let him return unharmed. We are not the savages that Edward would claim. He looked at me. Go, fool. Thank whatever god you pray to that I am not in the mood to play games with a jester today. They escorted me back to the gate. I felt the glare of archers on my back as I walked out, refusing to break into a run. They shoved me out and slammed the portcullis behind me. Weak-kneed with relief, I walked back to our lines. Facing the rebel lord had been terrifying, but at least I survived unscathed. Back in King Edward's camp, I delivered Duke Geoffrey's reply faithfully to King Edward and his council. The king's face tightened at the Duke's defiance. He said nothing to me except a curt nod of dismissal. It was as if I were truly nothing more than a talking letter. That night I sat by the campfires, watching armoured men hurry about sharpening swords and whispering prayers and murmuring about ill omens. Blood would begin to flow by dawn. I felt utterly small beneath the vast dark sky. Once a fool's quick wit had mattered in the king's hall, now it meant nothing on the eve of slaughter. I realised I was witnessing the gears of history turning, indifferent to one humble jester. In the flicker of the firelight, I caught sight of King Edward standing with his generals, resolute and grim. I remembered when he used to smile at my antics. But that was before famine, rebellion, and my own overbold tongue had come between us. Now I was just another soul in his train, useful only for the odd errand. As trumpets sounded low and mournful in the darkness, I wrapped my cloak tight and tried to steal a few hours of sleep on the cold ground. Tomorrow's battle would decide the fate of the kingdom. I could do nothing but witness it, a fool on the sidelines of kings hoping to survive the coming dawn. At dawn, King Edward's army clashed with Duke Geoffrey's rebels in a cacophony of steel and screams. Suddenly, I saw King Edward unhorsed. His white charger had been felled under him, and the king was on foot, fighting off rebel soldiers who pressed in around him. My heart pounded in my chest. The knights who should have been by his side dispersed, leaving only me close enough to assist him in that moment. Without thinking, I grabbed a discarded spear from the churned mud and ran towards the king. The sight of a motley-clad fool sprinting into the thick of battle stunned both friends and foes alike. One rebel knight charged the king from behind. I hurled myself at him with all my might. By sheer luck, he went down in a clatter of armour, more surprised than hurt. King Edward whirled at the sound and caught sight of me, mud-splattered and wild-eyed, standing over the knight I'd felled. For an instant our eyes met. Then another rebel lunged at the king. Edward parried, and together we stood back to back, sovereign and fool, in an unlikely circle of defence. I brandished the spear wildly, screaming more in terror than fury. In that moment a surge of royal knights ploughed into the melee, driving the rebels back. As the enemy fell into confusion and began to retreat, we pulled the king onto a fresh horse. The battle soon turned in our favour. Duke Geoffrey's line broke under the onslaught of the king's rallied forces. By noon it was over. The rebels threw down arms or fled. Victory belonged to King Edward, but it came at a terrible cost. Bodies carpeted the field, and the cries of the wounded echoed in the smoky air. In the aftermath I slumped, exhausted, on a fallen log, my hand still trembling from adrenaline. Blood spattered my once colourful attire, some of it from a shallow cut on my arm. As the king moved among the living and dead, Tending to the wounded and gazing sorrowfully over the carnage, I watched in a daze. When at last the king approached me, I struggled to my feet and bowed unsteadily. I expected perhaps a reprimand for plunging into the fight unbidden. Instead, King Edward dismounted and stepped forward. For a long moment he simply regarded me, taking in the spear still clenched in my hand and the drying blood on my cheek. Then, to my shock, he knelt slightly and placed a hand on my shoulder. "You saved my life today," he said quietly. There was an openness in his face I had not seen since my earliest days at court. "Fool or not, Tom, you have the heart of a true friend." "Sire, I only did what anyone would," I stammered, suddenly choking up. He shook his head and turned to the lords gathering around. In a clear voice he proclaimed that my bravery had saved him and would not be forgotten. My cheeks burned with humble pride as nobles who once sneered now inclined their heads to me. I understood that my return to the king's favour was not due to humour, but rather to my unwavering loyalty during crucial moments. That evening we shared a quiet victory meal in camp. Late that night, as I sat by the dying fire, King Edward draped his own fur cloak around my shoulders. "You'll catch your death in this chill, Tom," he said softly. Side by side under the starry sky, we sat in a comfortable silence. After a long pause, he murmured, "So much loss. Will God forgive me for this day?" In that moment he was not a mighty king, but a weary man. I found the courage to answer gently that he had done his duty and even shown mercy. "If a king can be merciful," I said, "surely God can too." He managed a worn smile and gripped my arm. "Thank you, Tom," he whispered. By the time I crawled into my small tent, I felt lighter than I had in a long while. The gulf between the king and his fool had closed in the crucible of war, and with it came a renewed trust. I dared to hope that better days lay ahead, when I might serve him with both wit and devotion as I once did. For a brief golden time after the battle, life at court was kinder to me. King Edward kept me close, and though I still donned caps and bells to amuse him, I also became something of a confidant again. I even offered the king an occasional candid observation to aid his rule. The memory of my past estrangement faded like a terrible dream. But fortune's wheel never stops turning. Some years later, a harsh winter illness swept through the land. The illness affected both the upper and lower classes equally. King Edward, vigorous in battle, succumbed in his bedchamber after a week of fever. I sat at his bedside near the end, holding his hand as the fever took him on a frigid February night. When he breathed his last, I lost not only my king, but also my truest friend. The court mourned, and then the power shifted. King Edward's heir was a boy of 12, so a council of regents took control. Almost overnight, the atmosphere at court changed. The new rulers had little use for the old king's fool. To them I was a remnant of Edward's era, at best irrelevant, at worst a nuisance with too many of the late king's confidences. In the weeks after the funeral I became increasingly unwelcome. The boy king, guided by stern advisers, showed no interest in my antics. I used to sit near the throne, but now I found myself standing at the back of the hall. One grey morning I was summoned before Lord Warwick, the very adviser who had urged my flogging years ago, and now one of the prince's regents. He regarded me with cold disdain. "The Crown has decided your services are no longer required," he said flatly. He pushed across the table a small purse of coins, perhaps meant as a gesture of compensation. "You are to leave the palace by sundown." I felt a pang of disbelief. I dared to ask if I had given offence or could make amends, but Warwick silenced me with a glare. "The young king was too busy to indulge a fool's prattle," he said. They didn't require a jester to interrupt them. For an instant anger flared. I had bled for this kingdom and the late king valued me, but one look at Warwick's face told me protest was futile. These men saw only a clown, not a counsellor. I took the leather purse with trembling fingers. It felt pitifully light. I bowed my head. "As you command, my lord," I murmured. There was nothing else to do. To resist would mean imprisonment, or worse. That afternoon I packed my scant belongings, a few worn motley tunics, my lute, and the gilded wooden fool's sceptre King Edward had once given me as a jesting staff of office. Not one familiar face came to wish me well. Any who might have were gone, or afraid to show kindness to a dismissed fool. I walked out of the palace gates at twilight, a solitary figure for the first time in years. The guards hardly glanced at me as I passed under the portcullis, where I'd first entered so many years ago, a frightened youth, eager to entertain a king. How different that departure was now, older, wiser, and bearing the weight of sorrows and joys alike. As I left the royal court behind, I paused on a hill overlooking the capital. The sun was sinking in a cold purple sky. In the distance, the towers of the castle caught the last light. Standing in that same spot on happier days alongside King Edward, I recalled listening to him confide his worries. I remembered our laughter, our battles of wit, and even our moments of anger. A sad smile tugged at my lips. A fool I came, and a fool I depart, I whispered to the chill air. My breath swirled like ghostly incense. There was no audience to laugh or applaud, only the lonely wind. I drew my tattered cloak tighter and turned away from the only home I had known in my adult life. It was time to explore the fate that a king's fool without a king might face. For months I roamed through villages and market towns, free and without a master. Initially the freedom felt jarring. I could go anywhere, say anything, yet who cared now for the words of a king's fool? I earned my supper by telling stories or juggling in tavern yards, performing not for nobles but for farmers and fishermen. Some nights I slept in a hayloft or under the open sky, and my joints ached more than they used to, and the laughter of coarse villagers was a poor substitute for the attentive hush of a royal court. One autumn evening I found myself in a small country inn, entertaining a handful of locals by the hearth. I narrated humorous stories about court life, taking care not to mention specific names, and managed to elicit a few chuckles from the audience. Afterward, as the patrons drifted off, the innkeeper pressed a mug of ale into my hand, pity or payment, perhaps both, and asked, "Were you truly the king's fool once?" I nodded with a faint smile. "I was," I replied. He shook his head in wonder and went to lock up, leaving me alone with the dying fire. I sat there long after the last embers crumbled, nursing the ale and my memories. Yes, I had been the king's fool. I had lived in a castle, worn silks, however patched, dined on venison and custard, and traded wits with powerful men. I had experienced both highs and lows. Now I was no one of importance. Despite feeling unimportant, I still sensed the same heart beating in my chest and maintained the same keen eye for absurdity in the world. In the silence of that tavern, I realized that in my own way, I still carried the truth speaker's torch. I could now speak freely about the Lord's vanity, the poor's plight, and other palace secrets. The strange privilege I once held to speak truth to power had come at enormous risk. Now I held a different sort of freedom. I could speak truth openly, but power no longer heeded. It was a lonely freedom, stripped of the glamour that once gave my words weight. I drained my ale and stepped outside into the crisp night. A thin sliver of moon hung overhead. The village was dark and sleeping. Only the distant bark of a dog and the rustle of trees kept me company. Pulling my threadbare cloak around my shoulders, I walked down the empty lane toward the inn's stable loft, where a pile of straw waited as my bed. Overhead, countless stars glittered. The same stars I used to gaze at from the castle parapets in King Edward's day. How many times had I stood by his side after a feast, pointing out a constellation or making a wish? I closed my eyes and could almost hear the king's rich laugh beside me. An ache swelled in my throat, part sorrow, part sweet reminiscence. "Ah, Edward," I murmured to the sky. "They took your fool away, but they'll never quite rid me of you." Perhaps it was a foolish thing to say, but then foolishness had always been my trade. I climbed into the loft and lay down on the straw. Through a gap in the roof I could see a splash of stars. I thought of the people I had been, the eager young jester, the broken wretch in the stocks, the unlikely hero on the battlefield, the trusted friend, and now the vagabond storyteller. Which was the real me? Perhaps all of them, perhaps none. As I drifted to sleep, I found myself smiling in the dark. I had played my part in the grand pageant of kings and clowns, and though my costume was torn and my stage now a humble inn, I still had my wits, my memories, and my voice. In the morning I would move on to the next village and the next crowd. Maybe I'd make them